soldiers' guns. Everything else is stored in that caverns in Norway. The United States has 3 Marine divisions, but bought 4, or I think 5 sets, because in Guam and Okinawa there's another set. So if you want to help Ukraine, you have to tell the United States to open up these gigantic depots they have and provide Ukraine with the stuff that is in there, because all that stuff is maintained. There's field battalions of the US Army whose only job is to keep the equipment in these depots in working order. So one of these depots is in Kuwait, one is in South Korea, there's one in Germany, one in the Netherlands. If you walk in there, there's a complete battalion set of M1 Abrams tanks ready to go. There's 2 battalions of Bradleys ready to go. There's Paladin howitzers, there's air defense systems, there's GMLRS rockets, artillery, I mean, everything ready to go. And there's a battalion who keeps everything in order. So those Bradleys that Ukraine now receives as replacements, the Americans are just pulling them out of a depot in Germany or the Netherlands, and in a few days they're in Ukraine. But these depots have another 200 or something Bradleys just waiting. If you want to help Ukraine, make pressure on the United States to, the US Army doesn't want to open up these depots because it's their fallback option if there's a major conflict, because right now the United States would have to ship brigades over from the United States to Europe if there's a war in Europe. If these depots are full, the United States can just fly over the soldiers and they have the equipment here to fight. But there won't be a major war in Europe because the only enemy Europe has and the United States on this continent is right now being blooded and destroyed by the Ukrainians. So open up these depots and give the Ukrainians what is stored in there. The United States gave 18 M109 A5 or A6 howitzers to Ukraine, but there's 18 more stored in one of those depots. Just pull them out, give them to Ukraine, they need it. So if you want to do something, push the governments to open up these depots. European nations.
The interesting thing is that, for example, the Marine Depot or the pre-positioned stock of the Marine Corps has lots and lots of strikers, which they actually were about to retire completely, but they still have them there.
Yes, and light armored vehicles, reconnaissance vehicles. For some times there were some Abrams there stored, the Marine Corps version that the Ukrainians are also getting, and the training is underway. There is howitzers there, M777s should be there for 3 battalions. There should be these depots. If you have seen one of them, they are gigantic. You can't imagine what you see if you go in there. It's like, yeah, this is a remnant of the Cold War, and the United States has these depots filled to the brim, while European nations have basically given up on these depots after the Cold War. And some countries like France have a strategic reserve of 100 Leclerc tanks parked somewhere. The Spanish have some Leopard 2A4 that they had stored for in case they need something. But these are minimal, minuscule amounts of equipment compared to what the United States had stored.
Now we know, or now our audience knows what to write. Pragmatism is required, and specifying exactly what should be going and where it should come from. Completely agree.
There are depots of the United States military in Europe that have ATACMS missiles, as far as I know, because there's 2 battalions of M270A1 MLRS launchers in Germany.
Like.
Please.
Yeah, so that's what I said the other day. I'm not going to give away exact locations, but the cave in Norway is pretty obvious. I was there, in like 2011, and they were pulling out 1985 Broncos that are camouflaged with like 10 miles on them. They have whole crews that stay there all year long, and all they do is maintain the vehicles. It's not like we have to, there's a corroded fuel line or something. I mean, there's going to be issues along the way, but they're ready to go. Like, you just need the Marines to show up. And he's correct about that. But there's also ships that are ready to go. Everything you need, beans, bullets, Band-Aids. These ships can also desalinize the water, or desalinate, whatever the term is, for drinking water. They can also pump a lot of fuel ashore. Like, these things are ready to go at a moment's notice. And someone was talking about earlier about the tanks in Poland. Yeah, the way the Marine Corps gets most of its new gear, it's hand-me-downs from the Army. So OIF 1, the M1 A2s, the Abrams tanks, the first ones, and I think the only ones the Marine Corps got, they got them from the Army because the Army didn't want to wash them. They just signed them over. It's like buying a car for your neighbor. So that's what's frustrating to me, because I am logistics and I see and know what's there. And I also know there's a lot more out there that I don't know, if you know what I mean. And so I wouldn't be surprised if they had M60 tanks in those caves somewhere. But I can tell you this, the Marine Corps gets about 8% of the military budget unless there's a war. The Army will not let the Marine Corps outdo them at anything. So we're just talking about what the Marine Corps has. The Army has more ships ready to go. They have more depots across the world. And the Marine Corps just got rid of its Abrams, which is a very dumb idea, considering that both sides are clamoring for more tanks. Yeah, this is called war. There's a measure, and then there's a countermeasure, and then there's a measure and a countermeasure. Tanks, if tanks were so irrelevant, then why is everybody trying to scramble for tanks? Okay, so I'm moving on past that, but the point is, this stuff is all there. Everything you could imagine, even if there was an NBC, so nuclear, biological, chemical, anything you can imagine, it's there. They've got, so they don't have Strikers. The Striker vehicle is an Army vehicle, and they stole the concept from the Marines. So the Marines had LAVs, which are they're light armored vehicles, and they have like a 20 or 30 millimeter chain gun on top. But they have a whole plethora of those. They have AAVs, which have a 50 and Mark 19, which is a grenade launcher. So I wouldn't send them in the front wave, but they're amphibious. Those things, they went from Kuwait all the way to Baghdad, and they would have gone further. And they're designed to ford. So a lot of the Marine Corps, recruiting videos and stuff you see in America are the AAVs swimming ashore. Well, they're replacing the fleet that they have now, because they've had them since like the 60s or 70s, with a newer fleet. And so just the Marine Corps alone has all this stuff. And the Army's like the rich kid on the block. If you got a good idea, they're going to steal it from you and try to make it better. And they're going to try to outspin you at everything. So whatever the Marine Corps has, the Army's got at least double, triple, quadruple. This stuff is right there. And that's what's so frustrating. This is a signature way for being yours. And we're sitting there and we're making the Ukrainians struggle when there's no need for it. So even the Abrams tanks that they have to rebuild, okay, great. Why don't you give them the Abrams we have now, so you can go ahead and start upgrading the armor? Weird, novel idea, huh? Anyway, I'm gonna blow a gasket.
Jameson, this is a question I think Thomas and I would then pose. What is the size the MCPP in Norway would support? Are we talking? I mean, just for the audience, are we talking brigades, divisions? What kind of a unit size are you providing for?
So it's at least a division, but the reality is that's a huge cave, and the Marine Corps, they're like hoarders. We don't give up anything. I wouldn't be surprised if there was like cavalry saddles or something crazy in there. Like, so a Marine division, and this isn't like classified, top secret, or anything like that, is roughly 27,000 Marines. So they're a little more beefier than an Army one, but they have at least that. I know that there's more, but I don't want to give too many numbers away. But the point is, they have massive amounts of equipment. They have the equipment they train in with the States, and then when they go train with NATO, they pull them off the MPF ships, right? And you'll be surprised. It's like the seats still have plastic on them. There's like 20 miles in this vehicle. It's amazing. And then they'll, when they're done training, they'll put it back on they'll clean the crap out of it and put it back on the ship. And that ship has a crew that all they do is maintain those vehicles nonstop. So the Marine Corps can be ready to go at a drop of a hat anywhere at any time. And so these are massive numbers, guys. The Marine Corps gave away somewhere between 400 or 500 Abrams tanks. That doesn't even include the stockpile that's just sitting somewhere else in a depot somewhere. So that's like 1,500, could be 2,000, I'm not sure. But it's a whole lot of tanks sitting there ready to go. I know that those probably need a little more maintenance before they're ready to go. But the point is, we have plenty of stuff laying around here. It's not like they're made of gold and we don't, we have to have the right sorcerer with the right, stuff to put this together. This is not complicated stuff. We have plenty. We just need to give it to the Ukrainians. But the other part of it is too, is we're coming up on the season, and so everybody's concerned that they spent too much
Jameson,
money.
you're breaking up.
Oh, is that better?
Your line was breaking up. No, just pull back 30 seconds. You were breaking up a little.
Okay. I was on a rant. The point is, we have all this equipment. We have it. There's plenty of it. It's not like we don't have enough in reserve here. There's plenty. There's like 1,500 Abrams tanks just sitting there waiting to be used. There's LAV. There's all kinds of vehicles and equipment all across the world that all we have to do is sign
Good point.
over.
LAVs. Jameson, that's my point. What is a Marine division about, typically, as an expeditionary force? What are you good at?
Well, it's maneuver. So
maneuver. Interesting.
So
and you
so
cross rivers, build bridges,
Yeah.
go on boats and things. This is what you do, right?
Correct. So
would you think that
think of it
would
this
come
way.
in handy in Ukraine at the moment? Would that come in handy?
Yes, I'm probably turning purple right now. I'm trying not to scream about it. Like, this is just stupid politics, is what it comes down to. This is all the stuff they need. The 7-ton trucks we have are bigger than the Army's trucks, and they can push a lot more gear. So that's fewer drivers, fewer convoys back and forth. I mean, they're massive trucks, and they can forward just about anything. And they actually, depending on the IED, could absorb an IED shot or hit better than some of the MRAPs. So this is all the 777s. I'm sure that most of those came from the Marine Corps piles, but I think I made it clear that we have plenty. The Marine Corps is combined arms and maneuver warfare. So we want to hit you in one place and then get out before you realize what happened and we're hitting you somewhere else. The Army's the more of the hold you in the nose and go force for force. So there you go.
Thank you, Jameson. That has been helpful.
I used the time a little bit to check up on the Norwegian storage site. It's 700,000 square feet, filled to the brim with equipment, helicopters, ammunition, all kinds you can imagine, even air-to-air missiles, everything in there. It's for a Marine Expeditionary Task Force made up of helicopters, fighters, transport planes, tanks, everything. And it's meant to help Norway defend North Norway if the Russians ever invade North Norway. But, since the Russians are so busy in Ukraine, there's very little risk of the Russians invading North Norway. So yes, Jameson has said you could pull out a ton of stuff there and send to Ukraine. But I doubt it that the United States will do it because this is readiness. And I checked, the US Army has 16 depots in Europe filled with stuff, including 2 complete armored brigade sets. So that's the complete brigade sets for 2 armored brigades, which includes everything from the tank to the ammo to the spares to the necessary food, the sleeping bags, the tents, the signal equipment, everything stored. 1 in Germany and 1 in the Netherlands, and they have more equipment like that for aviation units and also for airborne units all over the place in Europe. So yeah, there's equipment that you could give to Ukraine right now that is stored and not given to them. And you could also, because I'm pissed at the Europeans, because the Europeans argue they can't give Ukraine more equipment because that would then reduce the ability of their own armies to fight Russia in case of a war. And I'm like, your armies are not gonna fight Russia as long as the Ukrainians are fighting it. So stop using that as an excuse. Start giving the Ukrainians equipment from your own units, because if, like France, you have 4 tank regiments, if one of those regiments is reduced to just 1 squadron of tanks for the time, and with that the regiment just keeps training, you still have 3 regiments. That's more than enough, because the Russians will never have anything comparable in quality anyway. And you still have the French Air Force and the American Air Force to help you. But giving the Ukraine then these 60 Leclerc tanks will help them now. So anytime I speak with a politician, I tell them the excuse that we can't give Ukraine more now because we need to keep stuff for ourselves to be ready to fight Russia in the future. We will not fight Russia as long as the Ukrainians are defeating the Russians. But if we want to have the Ukrainians defeat Russia, we must give them equipment now, like right now, and all the best that we can find.
Well,
But
so
this
if I can
addresses the
jump in-
point. Logical fallacies. These are all we are constantly battling with logical fallacies and narratives. Jameson, please, do you have a follow up?
Yes. So yeah, so here's the real truth. America is concerned about China. Okay. So they're hesitant to make a move about anything. Plus you got an electric year coming up, all that. But the other part is especially the intelligence agencies. So I haven't been briefed on this. I just know this is how they think. You got to think like a spy. For America, if we're only concerned about America, right? If we could bleed our enemy out and get rid of our old equipment and replace it with new equipment, not just defeat him on the battlefield, but totally deplete him. So we don't have to worry about him for the next 20 years and not lose a soldier. That's how they think. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's their course of action. And so they don't want to give away too many secrets. They want to give away too much stuff. They'd rather wait for the war to be over and then sell it to you. So I think that that's the combination of America dragging their feet on doing the right thing and getting this over with. I promise you, and I don't want to take anything away from the Ukrainians because they're like the new Israel on the block. You know what I mean? The new King David against Goliath. But if you had the 1st Marine Division in there with maybe some Air Force elements and Special Forces elements, this would already be over. So not trying to put down anybody, because the reality is the Ukrainians have improved and developed and come a long way, and they're still advancing on this trajectory. But you could take the worst military divisions in the American military, and this would be over. Because what we're playing with now is a whole other
air
level.
power. One of the
Exactly.
3 biggest air forces in the world is the U.S. Marine Corps. So that's the easier part. This is what Ukraine has been denied. Otherwise, many of those things which they are currently, and Thomas was kind of highlight this many, many times here, that artillery is currently more important than anything else because they have no air power. That's all there is.
Right.
So
right, 100%. And like I said, we've got plenty of stuff laying around. We're just dragging our feet. It not to put people to sleep, but this reminds me of Guadalcanal. So a lot of you guys are European, so I don't know much about Guadalcanal, but the Marine Corps was going toe to toe with the Guadalcanal, and the American Navy, who was supposed to be protecting them, got their butts whooped by the Japanese Navy. And at that point, the Navy would not send more troops, and they wrote the Marines off. And the Army Air Corps wrote the Marines off. Everybody wrote the Marines off, and it was just a meat grinder for like 6 months until we started to get enough victories on the island before people actually started sending them stuff. And it was little stupid things like they kept getting bombed by one bomber, and there used to be a submarine that would come up every night. There was all these little things that, the right supplies here, an extra tanks, some extra aircraft would have made all the difference. And the Navy had them and the Army had them, but no one was willing to help them out because they saw it as a lost cause until the end. And then everybody wanted to be their hero and help them out. And this is exactly what's going on. And they were using World War I style weapons and stuff. That's exactly what's going on with Ukraine. Everybody wrote them off in the beginning. This will be over with 3 days. Said who? I mean, the one thing you can always put your hat on, whatever the experts say, when and they're too good to really look into it, you know that whatever they're saying is not the truth. And you can look. There's a. I know I'm rambling a little bit, but there's a Netflix video of when the I forget what it's called, but it was when the Ukrainians started protesting, and then there were all those riots because they had the mole in from Russia that was
Yeah.
their
It's a
prime minister.
exactly.
They were going up against machine guns, Molotov cocktails, armored vehicles, and sniper rifles with bricks. And it wasn't like the old people. It was like the 16-year-olds. And as soon as I saw that, I was like, Russia, Putin, all he needs to do.
James, you broke off, but I think the key point to take away is the one which I think we all have been making, and Thomas made from the very beginning of this war. This is about an existential threat, and the Ukrainians know how to fight against it, and they are not just motivated, they are capable, they are willing to fight, and so they deserve our support. Right, let's move to the next topic, Thomas, if I may.
Just a quick thing for the people that don't know. Battle of Guadalcanal, the 1st Marine Division was put ashore in August 41, and then the US Navy lost a few destroyers and ran away. And the 1st Marine Division was left on the island with basically almost no provisions and a bunch of Japanese trying to kill them. And the Marines then built Henderson Field airfield and held out the 1st Marine Division with 3 Marine infantry regiments and artillery regiment against all odds, and basically held the Japanese advanced in the South Pacific up and stopped it, and then began to reverse it by stubbornly clinging to that one airfield and that little part of the island of Guadalcanal for like December, if I'm not mistaken. August, September, October, I think in November the first reinforcements arrived. So like for 4 months, the 1st Marine Division, totally alone on its own, clung to that part of the island. And the Japanese advance in the South Pacific ended here because of the 1st Marine Division. So that was an important battle. And if people have the time to look it up, it's quite the most important battle, one of the most important battles in Marine Corps history. So it's in the Pacific from Steven Spielberg too in the series, so check it out. And now to other questions.
Well done.
And if you have time to read about it, I can only highly recommend With the Old Breed, and alternatively Commanding the Pacific from Taffy. They're both fantastic books about exactly that. Thomas, we need to move away from the Pacific theater, otherwise we're never going to get to the next point. And thank you, James, for joining in. Thomas,
yeah.
So
can I say one thing real quick, Axel, because it has to do with you in particular, because I know you like to read. There's a really good book by a guy. Let's see if I can remember his name. The name of the book is called What It's Like to Go to War, and it's Carl Merlantis. And so it is a powerful book, and he talks about not just what it's like to be a lieutenant, because lieutenants didn't last long in Vietnam, but the emotional trek he goes through. It is a fantastic read, and I think it would be right up your alley.
Thank you very much, mate. I will have we'll give it a look. Right, Thomas. We talked about the reservoir and the water levels dropping, and you did a few things on this one already. We went through it. Now, the 1943 maps, seemingly many more people have now attended to them, and essentially there's opportunities for crossing on various locations when the ground was dry. We spoke about this in quite some detail with David, who's also here with us, about it, and foldable roads, which are available from the Brits, the Americans, the Germans, Fallstraßen. And the funny thing is, there is even an old carriageway. There's a very old track which has very solid underpinnings, gravel even, and stone underneath, from Nikopol. So can you speak a little bit more about those old maps, what they mean, and what therefore Ukrainians can make of it?
The old maps are not so relevant because the ground has shifted, but I found a satellite image from the 13th, so it's already a few days old because it was likely taken on the 12th. And that causeway, that sturdy way that you say south of Nikopol, it's already out of the water and it's dry and it's still there. Which would mean that basically by throwing a small bridge over a sidearm of the Dnieper south of Nikopol, and then a larger pontoon bridge on the main arm of the Dnieper, the Ukrainians could cross between Nikopol and I think Kremina is the other. Okay, they could cross at Nikopol to this village on the other side, and the Russians have nothing there because obviously they didn't expect the Ukrainians to cross where there's a lake that is 10, 12 miles wide, and now there is no lake, and there's a causeway that is coming out of the water, and it's drying out rapidly because the Ukrainians, to reduce the flooding in Kherson, have closed all the dams upstream from Kharkova Dam. So that means that the Dnieper, there's no water coming in. So basically, there's the whole reservoir is completely drying out because not only is the water running out on the bottom, there's no water coming in from the back. So this is going to be a very, very dry, shallow riverbed. Not even a riverbed, it's just a shallow pan of flat sand so the Ukrainians can pass. The thing is that right now they can't because it's still too swampy and too much water, but it's going to get there. And at that point, if the Russians haven't already broken and run, the Russians will have to redeploy a lot of units to cover that flank. Units they do not have because they are out of troops already, and it's getting only worse every day now.
They made a strategic mistake. And by the way, I can say hi to our colleague and friend Yehuda. Yehuda,
Yeah.
good evening.
Good evening. Yeah, so we got to figure out what's going on with the speaker hands there because it can't be that no one can see them anymore. Thomas, welcome.
I don't see them.
You can't or can? Okay.
We can see the speaker hands. We just cycled through the question with Thomas.
Yeah. All right. So listen, Thomas, did you hear about the good news? I want to just switch gears and talk about what happened yesterday. Did you hear about the fundraising here?
Yeah, I heard it was pretty decent.
Yeah, do you know that we had a donor just offer $7,000 to buy the Children's Hospital generator on the spot, and the deputy mayor was over the moon, and then it just snowballed into a big fundraiser. So MriyaReport raised through the donors and a generous matching doubling of the donations by a very, very kind donor and great friend of the space, Lou. And we've got 125,000. That money is going to go to help great causes in Ukraine, including generators and whatever can be afforded to purchase stuff for the city of Kherson. These are people who are being attacked. They're under fire from the Russians as they're evacuating people. A boat went over to grab Ukrainians on the east bank of the Dnieper, and the Russians shot at them, killing 3 people. All the work that the team has done, and Thomas, also because of people like you who are very sophisticated, have a good following. When you come here, you give that credence and weight to the space, and as a result, the listeners at MriyaReport are going to be able to help the city of Kherson in particular, 3018 Brigade, 15th Regiment, very, very nicely. And I just wanted to come up quickly to thank you because although we love listening to you for hours on the updates, it means a lot to the people on the ground that we can give back something to them. So I just wanted to thank you personally from the whole team because it really does help. And for those listening, if you're new, we're not. But can you hear me? Sorry, I cut off. I got a call. But if you can help out, please do help out at MriyaReport.
Now he dropped off completely. That was unfortunate, but at least I'll try to get it back. Please, Thomas.
Well, that's fantastic news, and I'm glad we could do some good while learning stuff. And everything that we can give the Ukrainians right now will help them because that country, the Russians are destroying that country, and there's people suffering, and Yeah, it's not just the troops at the front. In the rear, the Russians have completely flattened villages where people have lost everything. They're destroying homes every day and houses. They're burning down cities. They're flooding entire regions. They're depriving entire regions of drinking water because the dam that they blew up provided the drinking water for like millions of people. So everything that we can donate and we can help bring to Ukraine that helps right now is just fantastic what we can do. And as far as I know, MriyaReport is a charity registered in the United States. So for Americans, it's a tax deductible donation. So anyone who can donate for Ukraine, if not at the MriyaReport, donate wherever you can. But always remember that's a country that is deliberately being completely destroyed because it doesn't want to subjugate itself to the rule of the Russians. This is a colonial war. This is a former colony who wants to be free of their former oppressors. And the former oppressor can't stand that and is trying to completely destroy that country, not just as a way of war, but as a punishment for these people to wanting to be free. So whatever you can do to help Ukrainians alleviate their suffering, I'm thankful, they are thankful. I have donated so much that I have to always check how much rent money is left. So I donate also to my friends that are in battalions in Kharkiv, especially. The MriyaReport is doing great things, and I will never ask anyone for money for myself, but anyone who is willing to donate or help Ukrainians, I will, even if I don't know you and if I can thank you personally, I'm always thankful for anyone who helps anyone in Ukraine to alleviate the suffering and the tragedy that they're going through because of such an evil, despicable neighbor.
Alrighty, so essentially we covered all the questions which came in from the audience as requested earlier. We have a lot of hands up. If you don't mind, Thomas, if you have the time, I would like to cycle through. We have Chris, Lexicon, and Jeff up, and there's two more people requesting. Chris.
I am here. I am here. Late as adrift as usual.
Not adrift at
Can you
sea,
hear
though.
me?
We can hear you, Chris.
Yeah. No. Can you hear me? Okay, because it's breaking up for me, or some
Yes,
people
well,
are breaking up. So I don't know if it's me or
we
other
can
people.
hear you. I can hear you, Chris.
Okay. So Thomas, great to hear you. And by the way, my personal mission is to make you even more famous by promoting you everywhere, so that you get more money, so you can donate more if you want. Just as you mentioned that, because you ought to be one of the most well-known people, if you like, of this conflict. Because you're just incredible, right? And so, just to say, that was off the top of the head, but. I think the other thing I was just going to say, Thomas, Jameson basically answered this question as to why the Americans are not actually sending this stuff that they've got in however many warehouses it is that you said everywhere, stock full of everything. And so I was just curious, what your answer is as to why you think the Americans are not sending it. And then second part of that is, or are they sending it, right? Because I'm not saying that it was a super reliable source, but I saw some video today supposedly of Abrams in Ukraine, and so I don't know whether that's true or not true, but actually, are the Americans using some of that stuff at all, do you think?
These are two parts questions. So let's first answer what the United States military is tasked to do. The United States military, by law, is tasked to defend the United States as defined by the president and through the defense minister. And they have to be ready to fight on every continent where America or its allies are threatened. Now, the problem is if you're the United States, in South Korea, the Americans have no permanently based brigade. So the United States has also in South Korea gigantic depots full of equipment. So in a crisis, they only have to fly over 20, 30,000 troops, and in a few days can have an entire division ready to go. These are the contingency planning that the United States military is obliged by their tasks and duties to do. So if they start to pull out equipment from those stores, that readiness suffers. The problem is, if the president orders you to do it, you cannot say no as an American general. You have to say, yes, sir, we are doing it. But at the same time, you have to figure out immediately a way to mitigate the reduced readiness. Like, okay, I have a division, and now I don't have artillery anymore for that because we pulled that out and gave them to the Ukrainians. So I can understand that the American generals are not proposing to Biden, like, let's just pull out everything from these depots, because then they have to figure out immediately a solution how to fix it. And that means either taking out equipment from the United States or buying something or shipping something over the Atlantic immediately and so on. So in my opinion, they shouldn't care about it, because the risk of a war with Russia in Europe goes markedly down if the Ukrainians resoundingly defeat the Russians. So they could just pull out, in my view, everything out of these depots and give it to the Ukrainians, because the more crushingly the Ukrainians defeat the Russians, the less risk there is that the United States will ever need that equipment themselves. But as said, I understand the American generals who have this duty to be ready for any kind of contingency, and they're not likely to be proposing to reduce this readiness that they have the task to provide by giving Ukraine equipment that they know they would need themselves. The president can overrule the generals. The Senate can make a new rule that tells the generals to just stop with that nonsense and give it to the Ukrainians. So far, I haven't seen it. I would like that to happen. Yes, absolutely. Because if the United States would be like just pulling out 2 brigade sets of American tanks from depots in Germany and giving the Ukrainians that, the Ukrainians would have some of the 2 most powerful brigades in the world right away, with the newest Abrams, the newest Bradleys, all the equipment, everything ready to go. The troops just need a training of a few weeks to master that equipment, and they could go into battle. Is it going to happen? Not very likely, because so far the United States has shipped the equipment for the Ukrainians over from the United States all the time, because obviously the United States generals rather take equipment out from the depots in the United States, where there are also gigantic depots, and ship that over the Atlantic and give this to the Ukrainians, because this does not impact at all the readiness that the United States military must at all times provide. So are they pulling stuff out of these depots? Maybe they're pulling some stuff out, but we haven't seen much that we can say that they're emptying them. And what I would like to see is the United States emptying these depots and just give everything in them to the Ukrainians, because the amount of stuff in there, and it's not just stuff, it's the best of the best stuff. It's like in these depots you have some of the best infantry fighting vehicles, some of the best tanks, some of the best artillery, air defense systems. It's all stored in there, and you can just give it to the Ukrainians right away. And would I like the United States to do it? Yes. Do I think it will happen? No. Because I think Miley, the current United States chief of the Joint Staff, the highest military officers in the United States, is not willing to do it, because as is his job, he has the task to basically make sure the United States military can fight anywhere in the world a war at any moment. And for that, he needs to have these depots ready and filled to the brim with stuff that American divisions can pull out. So that is the hiccup. And even though we all don't want the Ukrainians to lose more troops than necessary in this fight, one solution to make sure they lose less troops would be to open up these depots, but I don't believe it will happen because Congress has given the military and the president a certain task, and the American generals are not willing to part with that unless the president orders them to do so. And so far, I haven't seen any move by the US administration to change that requirement. So I think these depots, even though I want them to be open for the Ukrainians, I don't think we will see them being opened for the Ukrainians.
Thanks, Thomas.
I know it's an unsatisfactory answer, but it's the same thing that the Europeans have with this. We can't give Ukrainian more than, let's say, Germany 18 Leopard tanks because we need to rest ourselves for a possible fight with Russia. And I mean, that fight with Russia is never coming if you give the Ukrainians the tools to defeat the Russians. So the United States military is like, we can't open these depots for the Ukrainians because we need that in a contingency to fight Russia. And it's like, if you give the Ukrainians that equipment, you will never have to fight Russia. But on paper, the law that the United States military is tasked with is that they have to be ready for a fight with Russia and have to have the equipment. And unless that is changed by President Biden, the US military will bulk and try to not open up their depots for Ukraine, even though it doesn't make sense. Yeah.
But that is a structural element which happens obviously in, say, a political versus military environment, and that is something which has to be decided on the top. And we shall wait as they can now employ themselves to it, because that's evidently a strategic decision which is way above our pay grade. I still trust that they will make the right decision, as some English commentator once said about our friends over there across the pond. Typically, we can trust them to do the right thing eventually. Alrighty, let's go to Lexicon, and then we go to Fancy. Lexicon, please.
Okay, well, on this, like I just been through in the last 20 minutes, the 4 stages of grief about all this amazing story I've heard. I think that our point is not even that, like, to go from not using net stores to emptying those stores, that's just not going to happen. What I'm talking about is the Americans sending, I don't know, what is it, 80 or 100 of something, like say the Bradleys. And when you lose 15, we send you back 15. So you still have 80 or 100, whatever it is. But we're not going to send you 200. We're not talking about 2,000 or 20,000. We're just talking about going from 80 or 100 up to 800 or 1,000. And in other things, in tanks, in all these other armaments, it's the same kind of ratios. But what I see from what I've learned from you, Thomas, we've got the Ukrainians attempting all across a huge front to do a kind of probing, attritional exploration so that they can find some, identify some points of weakness. Then they want to ramp up and go after those points of weakness. And then when they find them, they want to go through and, the whole enchilada. So what's needed is not that America and Germany empty everything they ever had. It's just to get up to a more reasonable level, to be committed, to be able to enable Ukraine to go from phase 1 to phase 2 when they're ready to do it with more stuff, not the same level, not the same damn 15 or Bradley's number 1 to 87. We can still find them at the end of the war. They need to have Bradley number 450 going in at stage 2. So that's what I'm concerned about. So we needn't give them the luxury of, oh no, we can't change our entire policy in case there is a war. There is an effing war. For God's sake, are you all stupid, blind, and deaf? So I'm just talking about in the realm of the reasonable, not the realm of fairy tales and the unimaginable, convincing these people to go 2 steps more to get to send 3 Bradleys every time one goes down, because in the next stage you're going to need 3. No, you're going to need 5 where you had those 3. And in the next stage you're going to need 25. And I think we need to be back to not geometric, but just arithmetic, whatever, increases, linear increases, but always ascending. We need to start asking for increasing amounts and put them into numbers, because yes, they say, well, we're stepping up the pace. Let's talk about, okay, guys, show up. There is a war, in case you haven't noticed, and Ukraine needs to get from phase 1 to phase 2 of this counteroffensive, and it needs to get to the winning phase of this counteroffensive, and to do it before October ends. I'm for demanding reasonable action, more reasonable action, rational action is what I call that, and talking straight numbers about tanks and Bradleys and ammunition.
Fully agree with you. The more we give them, the better, and the best would be to tell Ukraine, not any number, but as many Bradleys as you need, you will get them. If you lose 50, we will have 50 ready at the border. If you lose 100, there will be 100. If you need another 200 for success, there's another 200. The thing is, the United States in World War II, when Britain was fighting the Nazis alone, wasn't pinching around. It was like the British were like, we need destroyers. And the United States wasn't like, how about 5? The United States was like, 100 enough? And the British were like, we don't have crews for 100. And the United States was, fine, we give you 100 nonetheless, and you park them in your harbors, and if one ship goes down, save the crew, have the crew come back to harbor. 5 minutes later, it can go out with the next destroyer. You always will have enough destroyers to hunt German submarines. One of the key things that the British could continue the war was that the United States did not once, not a second, penny pinch or hold down the numbers. And with Ukraine, every country is basically always trying to hold down the numbers. Like, yeah, we are Portugal. Who is going to attack Portugal? No one. The European Union would pay for Portugal to donate all its 37 Leopard 2A6 tanks to Ukraine. So how many did Portugal give to Ukraine? 3. Because the Portuguese think they might need them. Okay. The Europeans are all, and the Americans in this still phase, we give the Ukrainians enough to fight, but enough for victories, but not enough for a easy, decisive victory. And I mean, if I go back to other wars where the West was supporting a country, we spoke about Ukraine being the Israel first. I think Jameson said it. In the Yom Kippur War, the United States made an air bridge to deliver to Israel whatever it needed. There were planes coming in the 5 minutes tagged, which had tanks in them, which brought ammunition, which brought howitzers, which brought trucks, which brought guns, everything Israel needed. The United States, not for one single second, had a discussion with Israel. What do you need? What can we provide? They just threw everything they could find in Europe, in the depots of the United States military in Europe, in those planes, and flew them over to Tel Aviv for the Israelis to use. And that was one of the key things that the Israelis knew, that they can fight this war. And even if they have heavy losses, they have to save the crews, and the crews can come out, go back to the rear, and there's a tank that just an hour before was delivered by a truck. And the truck was delivered 2 hours before by an American plane, and the tank was delivered with the same plane, and the crew could get in that tank and go back into battle. And that's one of the key things when you have the spares and the amount to continue the fight. And the Europeans with the Ukrainians are, I can only say it's stinginess, or they're trying still to not provoke Russia, which is ridiculous, because Russia, the Russians don't have red lines. Their only red line is the life of Putin. If you give the Ukrainians a weapon that you specifically say is designed to kill Putin, that's a red line. As long as you don't give the Ukrainians such weapons, the Russians will not care. So yes, I agree with you. We should stop, give the Ukrainians like a little bit of everything. We should just give them the mass. And even though Ukrainians cannot all use the mass, if you tell the Ukrainians you get 150 Abrams tanks, the Ukrainians might not have the tank crews for 150 Abrahams, but they might have 100 crews, and the rest of the 50 they keep in Romania as spares. And when one crew gets hit by an anti-tank missile or something, the crew has the job to get out, survive, go to the rear, get into the next tank, and go back to the front to fight. That's the ideal version. And the Ukrainians don't have it. And the thing is that the Western militaries usually fight in that way, but we are not allowing the Ukrainians to fight our way by not giving them unlimited access to equipment. And I share your exasperation, because every day that we don't give Ukrainians full equipment and more equipment, Ukrainians die for us, to protect us from the Russians and make sure that the Russians cannot attack us. Because if the Ukrainians fail and Putin succeeds, he is going to rebuild his military, and he is coming for another country next. And at some point, everyone in this chat who has family members in the range 18 to 30 will see them have to go off to fight the Russians in Eastern Europe, because the Russians, if they win in Ukraine, will not stop. They will continue and go after other countries. So not giving the Ukrainians everything to win this fight is hurting ourselves and our chance at peace. And that's why I agree fully with, sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Her name is
sorry.
Lexicon.
Lexicon.
So do you agree? Am I right? They're going to need more. Like as time goes by, it's not just replacement. To scale this up, to break on through to the other side, Axel, aren't they going to need more? Can you do what you're doing at a defensive level? Can you really go fully into an offensive with the same stuff, or do you need more?
The thing is that the Ukrainians don't need much more. They need replacements. I mean, they lost the Bradleys, and the thing is that the United States replaces them, luckily, because if not, there would be a company. Western equipment saves lives. These Bradleys that the Ukrainians lost in this one charge, almost all the troops made it out alive. Those troops would not be able to fight anymore if they don't get more Bradleys as replacement. The United States provides them replacements. They can return to the fight once these Bradleys arrive. The problem is it will take some time. This time, this unit is sitting on its hands and waiting around, doing nothing, while others have to fight. So the thing is that the Ukrainians don't need much more, because, as I said, they have almost 100 combat brigades. 100 combat brigades is more than all of NATO, including the United States, combined. NATO as force has less combat brigades right now than Ukraine. Okay, if we exclude the United States National Guard, if we include the National Guard of the United States, NATO has about 30 brigades more than the Ukrainians. So the Ukrainians don't need much more equipment for new brigades, but they need enough spares for the brigades they have to always be able to tell the troops, don't waste your life trying to save the vehicle. Don't be stupid. If your vehicle is hit, don't die trying to save it. Get out. Come back to your lines. Get into the next, return to the fight. Because the lives of the troops is always more valuable than a vehicle. It's the Western philosophy of the militaries, of all Western NATO militaries. Always the lives of the troops are more valuable than the vehicles. In the Soviet doctrine, the lives of the crews are worthless. And we have to give the Ukrainians the equipment to tell their troops, your lives are valuable, don't waste it on the vehicle, come back. If it's damaged, we can pull it out of the front line later, and we have spares for you to get in and continue the fight. Right now, the Ukrainians have 0 spares. If they lose a vehicle, they have to hope that someone in Europe sends them a replacement. The Bradleys, they will be replaced. The Leopard tanks they lost, they won't get replaced. So those crews, if they survive, they have no vehicle now. They will just sit around and do nothing, which is unacceptable in my view, because there's hundreds of Leopard tanks of the same type sitting around in European depots doing nothing, waiting for the day that Russia might attack Germany. Don't give it to the Ukrainians. That's what they need. they need to spare the replacement amount of everything so that the troops can come out of a fight, say the vehicle is damaged, maybe even bring it back, the vehicle, send it over to the maintenance crew, and take another one and go back into the fight. That's what the Ukrainians need.
Okay, I understand. So what we're saying now is the levels are good. We need guaranteed replacement, and we need to be agitating for that. That's what our advocacy needs to be, that we don't give them your 100 tanks, your 500 tanks, and then you look after them, girls and boys.
Yeah.
Okay.
The best thing would be that in Romania or in Poland, the Ukrainians know we get a 30 Abrams tanks. That means we train a 30 Abrams tank drivers, and we will get another 30 Abrams tanks in Romania placed there as spares if we lose some of the ones we got. And that's the thing, because then basically the crews right now, if you're a tank crew and your tank is damaged, you will have to almost put your life at risk to try to somehow save the tank, because you know you don't have a spare. But if you know we can get out of the tank, we leave it, we go back, we get another tank, we go back on the attack, and then some other crew might retrieve the damaged tank and repair it, but you know we can immediately get back into another tank to attack. That's the right way to do it. And right now the Ukrainians have 0 spares for all the best equipment. If they lose a Patriot battery, there's no more Patriot battery for them for a few months, and that's a complete disaster, because then Kiev is completely exposed to Russian missile strikes. So this lack of spares and replacements is the huge problem. Troop-wise, the Ukrainians are well set, but you know, if you lost that equipment, you're not getting anymore. That's a problem, because then you put an immense amount of pressure on the crews to try to keep the equipment. That's so forcing the Western world to pony up more equipment as a ready reserve is what I would go for now.
That fits back quite nicely also with what we discussed about the Leopard 2s and the fact that the Germans are now buying them back from Switzerland and from other locations. And other nations are preparing already to be ready to do so. The Spaniards, I presume, will want to buy new Leopard 2s, if not something else, and therefore can actually relinquish some of their A4s, can't they?
The Spanish have a Leopard 2 factory. Santa Barbara Blindados can produce Leopard 2s. They built a modified version for the Spanish army, so there shouldn't be any problems. That said, the Swiss are selling back Leopard 2A4, a older version, right?
Yep.
Don't give those to Ukraine. You can say we give, because usually the 2A4 are upgraded to 2A6 or 2A7, because the upgrades basically always the same tank, and then there's applique armor and new thermal cameras and new gun and such things, and new dampeners and new barrel and such stuff, but it's always the same basic vehicle. If the Swiss give the Germans 25 Leopard 2A4, the Germans ought to keep those and give the Ukrainians the newer, much better A6, because the Ukrainians can, because the German battalions can wait 1 year or 1.5 years for those tanks to be upgraded to the 2A6. The Ukrainians can't wait 1.5 years. That's one of the things too. Don't waste time telling the Ukrainians we have to upgrade the equipment for you. It takes time. No. You give the Ukrainians the best equipment, and your own troops wait for the stuff that needs to be upgraded, because in the next 2 years, nobody's going to attack Germany, and the troops can wait that 2 years for the even better A8, which is the newest version that's coming out now.
Yeah, nobody in Germany feels threatened by Liechtenstein at the moment. So as a consequence, they can definitely do what you said. It's a logistics backfilling option, which the Germans could draw easily if they had a proper strategy.
If, keyword here. Most European nations don't have a proper strategy yet.
Good. Today, we will not go into the new national security strategy of Germany. I don't even think that we need to for the next few weeks, but keep this in the back pocket, because evidently the Germans have, we always say the mountain was shaking, and then out came a mouse. That's how it is at the moment. Alex, you had a question for Thomas.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment when people say that we might need it ourselves. I'm thinking, so in which cities they want to have this fight with Russia? Which cities they want to spare and turn it into Mariupol or Bakhmut? Why don't fight Russians where the fight actually is today and now? I think.
Yeah, you're making the same point very validly. I agree with you, Alex.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you very well.
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, I think it's a very powerful message. And another thing is, I was listening, I completely agree with this backfill idea, because if you look at what is Putin trying to do and what his propagandas are trying to do, they are trying to hide the truth that Ukraine will have everything it needs to win. Because, they are making big story out of, destroying one tank. Come on, if we make it loud and clear that Ukraine will have enough tanks and enough Bradleys and everything enough, to win this war, there will be basically nothing else for Russians to hang on, because they're already, like, you all saw this footage, right, where Russians are running and the barrier troops are shooting them like straight, like from 2-3 meters with rifles. They're just shooting their own soldiers because they run. Now the lines cannot hold. They will just start, surrendering in droves very soon.
Okay, yeah, point taken. Thank you for the comment, Alex.
I agree with that. And yeah, that's for people don't know, there is a Russian tradition that if the troops start to lack in morale, you start shooting those that retreat from the first line. It's a Russian tradition, and it has been used very much in World War I. It has been used very much in World War II, and Putin has revived it now. It's kind of like it was the NKVD of Stalin that shot people, and before it was the Secret Intelligence Service of the Tsar that shoot people. But we have seen now the videos of basically Russian troops trying to run, because if you're up as an infanterist against a tank attack from the Ukrainian side, you have no chance. So you run, and if you are unlucky and run into a Russian patrol of the barrier troops, they will just shoot you on sight and will get rewarded for every kill. So yeah, this is Russia. That's the great Russian culture that some people are trying to sell us as admirable. And side note, if you listen to these people that are like, oh, Russia is a cool country and blah, 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 what they mean is Russia is a lawless piece of criminal mafia nation where the people that have no scruples are criminals and are corrupt, can be rich and will never be prosecuted. And all those people like Tucker Carlson, Donald Trump, Silvio Berlusconi, all those people dream of a place where they can steal and be corrupt and criminal and rape children or whatever they want, and murder people that they don't like and will never be prosecuted. And that's Russia. And they see it and think, oh, that's the country I like. And the Russian culture is only under the Tsar, the rich and wealthy were rich and wealthy and well off, and everybody else was almost all of them were serfs, sold and traded like cattle. You're talking about American slavery. It's bad. Yes, it's bad. 70% of the Russian population was serfs. Serfs is the Russian expression for slaves. The Russians, all of the population was slaves, sold and traded. The women used as breeding stock for the wealthy. People don't talk about it, but Russia was a giant slave. Not even a prison. It was worse than a prison because, the slaveholder were just murdering people and using them. And most of the Russian troops that were sent into the wars against Napoleon were just slaves. People forget that. People forget that the Cossacks in the south of Ukraine, like in Zaporozhye, Kherson, those cities, were settled by Cossacks. What were Cossacks? Cossacks were slaves that had run away to be free, to escape the yoke of the Russian Tsar and his slave domain. Those were free farmers, those were free settlers, and they lived in the plains of South Ukraine. And then the Russians came and basically occupied it and enslaved them again. So people need, when they think about the great Russian culture, all the culture came from France. There's a reason why Peter the Great, the Russian Tsar, went to the Netherlands and to England to learn about culture, because there wasn't any in Russia at that time. It was just a giant prison full of slaves. If you can look it up, serfs. If you think 7 Years a Slave is a dramatic movie, yes, it is. Now think that all of Russia, all the people were living like that, as slaves of a few noble people that the Tsar had ennobled and basically given. There's contracts where, like, someone is like, I, the Count of so and so, sell my friend, the Baron of so and so, this city and this landscape with the amount of 40,000 souls. People were not people, they were just souls, because the only value they had when they died, basically they would go for the heaven to the church to be soldiers of the church. And then this guy was like, yeah, I'm buying that with all these people, and I'm taking, there's guys out there, Russian noblemen, who took dozens of their slaves as wives, as concubines, and made them all pregnant and then trashed them away when they didn't need them anymore because they got older. So if you think about slavery, always remember that Russia was a giant piece of slave holding, and it's not a prison. Prison is a way too nice term what the Russian life on the countryside especially was. And then if you think that that is the great Russian culture, think these slaves, whipped, exploited, starving, raped, abused. And then remember that the Tsar decreed that Jews have to be treated even worse. So great Russian culture doesn't exist. It's a myth that the Russians cooked up to hide the fact that what culture they had was basically plantations, giant plantations of exploitation, and in between, government organized pogroms against Jews to murder them and rape them and pillage their communities, because somehow you had to keep your slaves at some point, a little bit an outlet for their rage. That's the great Russian culture. So there's absolutely nothing great about it. Side note, ended.
Thank you. David.
Yes, so I've got a little side note here. So before we go into any more questions, I'm going to do a little plug for MriyaReport. MriyaReport, as everyone knows, we do charitable events, and we've been well, we had an incredibly successful charitable event yesterday, and we have been looking at raising money for the demining efforts, the Rapizhna unit, and for Kherson water and power, and many other things. So I'm just reminding everyone, if you can, if you've got I wouldn't say buy us a coffee, it's more buy us a beer, whatever that is, it's all gratefully accepted. And with that, I think we will go to, oh, I've got different hands up now. Is it Jeff? It was Jeff and then Ming, wasn't it, Axel?
It was Jeff and Ming came up, and Yehuda joined us as well. But Yehuda, do you have any specific news? Or
No, just here to listen. Can't agree with Thomas anymore, and I just wanted to thank him again. Sorry, I got cut off last time, Michael. But I just wanted to thank him. Yeah, I guess you heard what I said, Thomas. So you get the gist of it. Thanks so much for everything you do.
Excellent, Jeff.
Hi there. I also agree very much with what has been getting discussed recently. I'm wondering if I can shift the discussion back in the direction of the tactical situation along the Dnipro.
Of course, please. If you have a question, ask.
Certainly. Well, we already covered things extensively about the potential around Nikopol. Now, I'm thinking about at either end of that line of contact, from Kamyansky in the Far East to Kherson. It strikes me that we haven't been talking much about the progress that's being made immediately adjacent to what used to be the edge of the reservoir, along that line directly north of Tokmak and Melitopol. I'm wondering two things. One, how much progress has been made that we can talk about, and the other is, depending on the situation, I haven't been able to get Sentinel maps of that yet. Looking at it, how much utility there would be in some sort of flanking maneuver, which would cut around the fortifications that the Russians have. The other thing that I'm looking at is I'm actually looking at a Sentinel bit from the 13th of the area from the Antonivka Bridge at Kherson. And one of the things that strikes me with that is that it seems like the causeway running up from the south to the approaches on the left bank there looks to have been mostly unaffected by the flood coming from the dam. And I'm wondering if you could speak to the utility or whether it would be worthwhile. Well, two things there. The first is we have had some sense. I've heard that there were as much as a battalion's worth of Russian troops basically were killed by the flood, and the fortifications pretty much destroyed. But I'm wondering what the potential could be for Ukraine to exploit that by moving light forces in to secure a beachhead or a bridgehead and potentially build across at that point, and what the potential could be in terms of assisting probes elsewhere on the front. I'll let you talk.
Thank you for that question. The thing is, the Ukrainians always had a crossing of the Dnieper in mind and were extensively training in Minden in Germany with the British-German amphibious battalion and with the French-Italian task force, and both groups, the Brits and the Germans with Dutch assistance, the Italians and the French provided pontoon bridges for that planned crossing, and the Ukrainians put together a air assault regiment with the helicopters to cross over and secure the dam before a crossing of the river, because if the dam was not secured, the Russians could have just opened the gates or blown the dam to flood the Ukrainian pontoon bridges. As we know, the dam was blown by the Russians as a preventive measure, so the Russians can move troops already now from that front to the central front around Melitopol to reinforce. And the problem is now that the Ukrainians still have 2 pontoon regiments, an air assault regiment, and an undisclosed number of brigades that could go over the river. But we don't know if that's still the plan, or if they will go further north, or if they will go at the original plan, if the water resides enough. We don't know, because obviously that's very classified, because we don't want to give the Russians any ideas. That said, please.
A crossing still is potentially in the cards. In fact, possibly even the prospect of it potentially improved, as we now have an air mobile unit that is no longer got a task.
Yes. The idea was always to cross for 2 reasons: to draw Russian reserves away from the main thrust in the Zaporizhia region, and move south and block the escape routes of Russian troops into Crimea, because the Ukrainian offensive's main goal is not to liberate territory, to destroy Russian forces in the south. Once those Russian forces in the south are destroyed, territory is automatically liberated, because there's no Russians left. To prevent those Russians to move into Crimea and set up new defensive lines, which you would then have to breach again with heavy losses, the Ukrainians plan to cut them off and not allow them to retreat into Crimea by crossing the Dnieper, and from there reaching the entry path, the 2 roads that go into Crimea before the Russians, when they start to retreat. That plan, in my view, it's probably still on, but the Ukrainians will definitely have modified it. As you said, there's a regiment of elite paratroopers. That is now, it's more than almost 2,000 men, supposedly, maybe a bit less, ready to go and set up blocking positions or occupy key terrain. There are still the 2 pontoon regiments waiting around Kherson for the crossing. The Ukrainians moved an Iris-T system up to cover that crossing, and the Russians tried to hit it, but only slightly damaged the trees near it because the Lancet drone is not precise enough to destroy it. So that was lucky for the Ukrainians. Will the Ukrainians go over it? Where will they go over it? There's a chance that they will cross further north to draw Russian forces away. They might go over further north, closer to Zaporozhye, you know, to liberate Enochora, the nuclear power plant. Where exactly they might cross and when, this is, here we are going into territory that if we guess it correctly, we might damage Ukrainian operational security. So we shouldn't even guess here, because we know what the Ukrainians trained for and what they wanted to do and what the Russians tried to prevent by blowing the dam, and what the next decisions by the Ukrainians are. We will find out the morning after they have crossed the river in a night attack with their amphibious and forces and their air assault forces. But going too much into detail here, good thing is that the mines have been swept away that the Russian laid, the minefields, and most of the Russian reserves have been moved away from this front to some other places because they are needed further east, because the Russians are so stretched thin for reinforcement. But more speculation on a public forum, I don't feel like doing right
understood. Understood. Let's go back to the eastern end, to Kamyansky. And do you think there is much potential with the reservoir dropping for the force that Ukraine has there to be able to exploit that ground? I don't have the older maps up in front of me, so I don't know exactly.
The causeway is coming up. The causeway, the old causeway that went from Nikopol to Kamyansk, is coming up and drying out. So yeah,
I'm actually thinking further east of that, actually on the extreme east end of the reservoir, because I know that there was a thrust there that we've been talking about. What can you tell us about what you know that is shareable about that portion of the probes that are happening that are west of what's happening, near Malakiva?
Very strange, because of that sector we have not seen any videos except for the one where the Russians milked the Ukrainian failed attack. The maps show no Ukrainian advance. We didn't get any Ukrainian videos of destroyed Russian equipment. So at this moment, the Ukrainians are keeping an extreme operational silence. And unless someone of you has more information, I haven't information what is going on there, because as I said, the Ukrainians are so tight-lipped about this sector, which makes me think either they're much more advanced than they want anyone to know, or they quite badly failed so far in what they plan to do and have to reorganize. And I'm sorry, but in this sector is a little bit of a mystery to me out here, not directly, not of Melitopol.
Well, it's Schrodinger's battlefield. We don't know what's going on. It could be just about anything. It depends on what happens. We'll see it when we open the box.
Exactly. We will see it when we open the box.
Yeah, I tend to lean away from some sort of massive failure, because we've seen what happens with the Ukrainians when they do fail. They tend to be small and they tend to correct quickly.
Yep.
So a large scale failure at that location is doubtful, which absent information to the contrary, and based on the bits and snippets of information that we had earlier from 3 or 4 days ago, there was some indication that they'd actually gotten into Kamyansky proper and were pushing on from that. So, some of the silence maybe is that they're looking at, let's wait and see here. Maybe we can utilize something if we just simply wait for water to drop a little more. So,
we'll have to wait and
yeah.
see.
The thing is
wait
that
and
when
see.
the Ukrainians are in a direction, fighting in a direction, but don't release any video from that direction, I instinctively assume that there's a reason that they have, that they want to keep a secrecy here. So I don't even go looking. And we have seen so many now videos from Makarivka, and today the videos of the destroyed Russian self-propelled howitzers and so on. So I think the Ukrainians are quite certain that this is something that we should see and be able to discuss. And in the end, my interest is for the Ukrainians to win, crushingly defeat the Russians, but at the lowest possible cost to the Ukrainians. So I will defer, I prefer not to discuss things where the Ukrainians try to keep us in the dark, because we might speculate. I know the Russians are listening to this. They all are. And if we guess stuff right, even if we don't know it, if the Russians can then pierce our guess together with what they see from their intelligence, we might have damaged the Ukrainian effort, and that's something we all must never do. So
I will shut up at this point.
now you have interesting questions. It's just a territory where we step into an area where we risk helping the enemy, and I think nobody of us here has a desire to help the Russians. None of us. Not you, not me, not everyone else. So except for these 1-2 Russian spies who are listening, but we hate you. So
completely understand. And to the Russian spies who are listening, be afraid.
That's a very good sentence.
Liberty is coming. So we have 2 hands up, Ming and Carrie. And Thomas, mindful of our time, given the fact that these 20 minutes have passed on so nicely, we have a few more minutes, I take it.
Yes, my mobile phone has another 6% of battery, and then I'm out. So yeah, please give me these questions now.
Yes.
Ming, please.
Thomas, fascinating as ever. You betray your German origins there with the word handy, but never mind.
Yes.
But never mind. No, I just wanted to back you up on the topic of serfdom there, and more specifically with reference to the plot of Gogol's famous novel Dead Souls. The interesting thing about Gogol is that he was, although he wrote in Russian, he was in fact Ukrainian. Most of his stuff is viewed as, really biting commentary on 19th century Russia and its cruelties. So in Dead Souls, the protagonist Chichikov, what he does is takes advantage of inefficiencies in the Russian census system. In the Tsarist Empire, they had a census once every 10 years, and he goes around all the landowners, buying the names of serfs who had died since the previous census, and who were obviously willing to sell these names for next to nothing because they were worthless to them, and then go and mortgage these dead souls with a money lender, and that was his scam. So that really just confirms what he was saying about people were just absolute property to be done anything they wanted with them, alive or dead. Although one thing I would take issue with, I think you mentioned that 80% of them were in serfdom. I don't think the number was that high. I think generally the number is about 40%. But even so, that's extraordinarily high, that of people actually living in slavery, effective slavery, until 1861, when Alexander II emancipated the serfs.
I think the number was 80% are without land or without any property.
Okay, apologies, my misunderstanding.
No, but you're right as to the qualification, because whilst they were not serfs, if you're without property, without land, and you're not paying taxes, you have absolutely nothing to live on. Therefore, you are as dependent, even if you're not sold.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Axel. Anyway, just my 2 cents.
Thank you for
Gogol
that.
matters. Gogol matters.
Yes, I read Gogol Taras Bulba, and then I was like, damn. And then I went down to Zaporozhye to see the island of Khortytsa, where that novel was set. And it's a strange place because it was the Cossack capital that the Russians razed to the ground. And when you walk there, you can kind of feel the history of that there was a capital of a free nation on that island that the Russians came and immediately destroyed, because you must not have any culture or any rulers or any independent, let's say, institutions unless they are Russians. And you walk that island and there's nothing left of that capital. The Russians just completely flattened everything and then built the city of Zaporozhye next to it for the people that had to be resettled. But Khortytsa is a interesting place, and Zaporozhye was a very nice place to visit long ago. And once Ukraine is free and liberated of all the Russians, I suggest you go down there, because from Zaporozhye you can really then go into the south, Kherson and all these regions, and experience the real Ukrainian south with these endless fields of watermelons and wheat and sunflowers that are amazing to see. Maybe not for someone from the Midwestern United States, but for anyone who hasn't seen that kind of miles and miles of just one crop and the sun rising and these blue skies, it's an amazing experience. But yeah, Gogol is important, and thank you for that thing, because I never read Dead Souls. I just read Taras Bulba, so I learned something here. Thank you.
All right. We're closing in on Thomas's battery. Carrie.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Thomas, for what you're doing at the moment, talking to us each evening. It's absolutely fantastic. And we know your time is really precious. So I just wanted to ask you if you think that as the Ukrainians make progress, that there will be certain fickle nations who suddenly seeing that they want to be more behind backing a winner start to make more promising and more ebullient donations to the cause. I'm thinking of people like Macron in particular, and obviously the French as a result. But do you think that as the Ukrainians start to make progress and we can see real wins that they are prepared to release, that you'll suddenly maybe get some sort of snowballing effect of people starting to come more on board and really getting behind it? Because at the moment, as we have repeatedly discussed, it is real drip feed.
I would hope so. Sorry, I had to push the button on my microphone and I didn't find it because the screen has already gone quite dark. No, I would very much hope so, that people start to back the winner. I mean, Ukraine was always going to win it the moment the United States and the West was like, we are going to support you. And the moment Zelensky was like, I am not running, I need ammunition, I don't need a right, was the key. Because after that, the West couldn't just tell Zelensky, we're not going to support you. At that moment, if the Ukrainian president stays in Ukraine to fight, the West can't chicken out. And I have a huge hope that countries will start more backing the winner, because nobody likes to back a loser, unless you're an American like Tucker Carlson, who will still be loyal to Putin after the Russians have shot Putin. And
or the Brits, Thomas, or the Brits, who will always back the underdog.
Yeah, it's so strange. Some people. No, and the thing is that I would hope that the countries would basically go out there and tell Ukraine, now that you're winning, we are supplying you with even more sophisticated stuff, because we know it will not fall into Russian hands, and so on. But to get there, the cost is Ukrainian lives that shouldn't have been lost. And I'm always conscious of that every dithering, no, we don't give them Patriot yet, or no, they have to earn Patriot, or it's too complicated. Everything of these ditherings cost lives. And at some points, the amount of lives lost was just too staggering for the West not to react. I'm always conscious of that, and it's kind of also being ashamed. I was also very ashamed for years for how the West treated the Syrian people, because the Syrians, what the Spanish Civil War was before World War II, was for us the Syrian Civil War, where the world looked away while Putin annihilated entire cities, like Hitler annihilated entire cities in Spain. And the world ignored
as a
what
training ground, as a
yes,
test case.
yes, what the Nazis were doing in Spain, the world ignored, and what Putin was doing in Syria, the world ignored, and that was a sin for which we are now paying, and we are paying with a little bit of our taxes, and the Ukrainians are paying with an immense amount of blood. And now I'm sitting on the ground next to my phone because the charger is on the socket, so we can talk a little bit more, even though it's uncomfortable.
Are
That's
you
very
sure
kind
you're
of you.
okay with that? I mean, we love to have you as long as we possibly can, but it's
Yeah, I should go to
not
sleep at
taking
some point. I
advantage.
have to get up tomorrow morning. I have to do some work. So this is not a Sunday session where I can stay until 4 a.m. Let's say a quarter. In 15 minutes, we have a 20-minute session that lasted 150 minutes. So yeah, I think at that point I will call it quits. But yeah, so
Deal
I
done.
know so many Ukrainians who have family at the front, and every time we dither or we delay or we have a discussion of should we give it to Ukraine or isn't that enough, or I know that some of these people I know will not see their husbands, sons, brothers again, because we don't talk about Ukrainian losses, but they're staggering. And we don't have a number, but the thing is just the feeling in Ukraine, in the country, is that everyone I know knows someone who has lost someone. And most of these people had to die because Ukrainians were willing to fight, but for the longest time didn't have the equipment, the material, and what they needed to fight and win and defend themselves. So the Spanish Civil War was a sin for which the world had to pay dearly. The Syrian Civil War was a sin for which the world had to pay dearly. And the politicians who ignored the civil wars in Spain back then are guilty indirectly for the World War II catastrophe. And the people who ignored the Syrian Civil War and spoke about red lines that have been drawn and ignored their own red lines in Syria, bear a responsibility for what we are going through now. And the Ukrainians are paying with blood in immense amounts. And when people here complain about taxes, if you don't want to spend money on helping the Ukrainians defeat the Russians, you will have to send your male family members sooner or later to fight the Russians. You can pay taxes now, or you can sacrifice your son or the husband of your daughter or your nephew at a later stage. And politicians have not made this point clear in Europe. And I'm so despondent about that.
Very well said.
Can
All
I
right.
have a quick follow-up, Axel, that relates to that?
Please.
Thank you. I was just going to say, building on what Thomas was saying, that obviously we are quite deliberately not knowing the amount of Ukrainians that have died, but there is a further difference again. There is nothing honourable about the way that the Russians are dying. There is no honour, there is no valour, there is no courage in the way that the Russians are dying. But there is no parallel with the lives of the Ukrainians that are dying. They are dying for no good reason. There is valor, there is courage, there is blood, sweat, and tears, and they are dying because we are not giving them what they need. There is no comparison between the deaths of the Russians and the deaths of the Ukrainians, and I am not putting one human being and their life against another. I'm not pitching them. I'm just saying there is no valor in the way the Russians are dying. There is an undue amount of valor in the way that we are forcing the Ukrainians to die for us because we are not giving them what they need.
Not enough. We are giving them a lot of what they need. And they're very, very grateful for it, by the way, if I may highlight this. Titus, you had a question.
Yeah, rather hitting on several points about these backfill policies of different countries, including the US, which I am a citizen and live in. It's basically, if I can get some information on what their policies are, and this was very interesting learning about the factory in Spain. I didn't know about that, and so they can help replace tanks because, as you were saying, Thomas, this is the most important thing right now. When they lose the equipment, they need to have it replaced as soon as possible, quickly, not next year. And so I also want to look at the picture a little further, the picture that you mapped out for us about the U.S. military and its stores of equipment. And that was just such a picture that you painted for me and for us. I'm sure everyone was hanging on those words as you were describing where different equipment stocks were stored, and huge. And I'm heartened by learning these things. I truly am. It informs, and I'm drafting a letter now. I'm drafting a letter that will go hopefully to the President of the United States and top brass, as we call them in the U.S. military, and asking them for more and to do the backfills and to get them there expediently. So while we still want to petition them for sending the fighter jets, the F-16s and others, and the ammo and replacing the Bradleys, etc., we really want to call upon them to understand, as we've been saying here, that the Ukrainians are fighting for us, and that we, as Carrie just reiterated, if you want your kid, who is now 12 years old, to go over and fight the Russians in Europe, don't care. But if you do care about your kid going and fighting the Russians instead of going to college, instead of having children, for them to
well, I think Skykiss, this is something we can all get behind, isn't it? The fact that we need to be supporting everything, the whatever the bit is, whether it's the longer range weapons or whether it's a decent store of spares, as they say, is it some Abrahams that need to go along, and all of those things, right? I think we
Yes,
all get behind
Wait,
that sort
one,
of thing, can't we?
yes,
one
and
thing we have to understand.
Wait, 1 second, Skykis, let Thomas respond.
No, let her respond, because then I will speak about American tasks given to the military, so it will take a little bit longer. Please go ahead.
Okay, Skykis.
yeah, I just wanted to also thank you for the information about the Russian serfdom, and the history is very important, especially as we are formulating our letters, which, you know, we're going to print them out and mail them, and we're going to send them, you know, at POTUS, etc., as we've been doing. But I think giving us a clearer picture and asking, one gentleman asked, it might have been Jeff, what cities do you want to see destroyed, to pulverized to the ground? And I think we've hit on several really good points. And again, thank you, Thomas, for bringing up all of interesting, you know, key ideas and realities of you know, our wider military picture as the free world. And thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you
And
for
I
the
second
kind
that. Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you for the kind words. The thing is that the United States military consists of the Joint Chief of Staff, who are tasked with providing and maintaining and having a military that is ready to fight. And there's unified combatant commands. One is for Europe, one is for the Indo-Pacific, one is for called Central Command for the Middle East. One is Africa Command, which is integrated into the European Command, and there's NORAD, Northern Command, which defends the United States and Canada, and Southern Command for the South American continent. And these commands are tasked with fighting America's wars in their geographic region. And all of these generals are tasked by laws of the United States Senate and Congress to be ready in their areas to fight these wars. And in Europe, the United States Army Europe, or the European Command, which includes also the Air Force and the Navy, is tasked with defending Europe and leading NATO in a war which NATO is involved. So all of these generals have a clear task from the president and from Congress to, at all times, have a plan and the troops and be ready to fight. So United States 8th Army in Korea, there's a general, a 4-star general, whose whole day and whole staff are every day only thinking about how to defend Korea, how to guide the Korean army and military in a war with North Korea, what troops he needs, what material he needs. If now someone says, Mr. President, the Ukrainians need more Abrams, none of these generals wants that his Abrams tanks are taken away, because it reduces the task he has been given by Congress to be ready to fight. So the problem is the only resources that, the only person that can basically overrule them, the generals, is the president. And Biden has this called the presidential drawdown authority, which he has used repeatedly to give Ukraine billions and billions of equipment. So Biden has been using this authority he has to overrule the generals with their readiness. And every time he has a presidential drawdown authority, like one yesterday, he orders the military to ignore the orders and laws that were made and they have to observe, and provide Ukraine with material. Naturally, the generals, then where do they take it? They take it from there where they know that the least things happen. So there's maybe a tank storage in Texas and they take it from there, but then they have to ship it over the Atlantic, or they have to fly it over the Atlantic. And it would be so much easier and so much faster if the president would say, or Congress, for the time being, we realize there's a very small risk of war with the Russian Federation. That means we can open the depots in Europe and provide Ukrainians with the equipment there faster, more speedily, and also with greater numbers than if we have to carry everything over from the United States on ships or on aircraft. So that would help. It would also be very easy because the United States has 2 armored brigade sets in Europe, which are stored in Europe. 2 armored brigade sets, with the intention that in a major war, 2 brigades of the United States Army from any division would fly over with the US Air Force, take those armored brigade sets, and after a few hours would be ready to engage the Russians. Those 2 depots are in Netherlands and Germany. Right now, the United States has 2 brigades from the, I think, 1st Infantry Division, and if I'm not mistaken, the 1st Cavalry Division in Europe. So there's 4 armored brigades in Europe right now of the United States Army. 2 brigades where all the equipment has been shipped over from the United States, from Galveston in Texas, if I'm not mistaken, and 2 brigades that are stored. So even if there's a war with Russia right now, for which the European command assumed it will need 2 armored brigades, so even if the United States gives all the equipment in these 2 storage sites to Ukraine, there is still 2 full armored brigades of the US Army in Europe because those 2 were transported over the ocean to support Europe after the Russians invaded Ukraine. And they're being replaced every, I think, 6 months or 8 months by other units. So this summer, the 1 brigade combat team armored of the 1st Armored Division should come to Europe. So the United States, also because most of the United States war machine is air power, could easily, if the president wanted, give Ukraine 2 full brigade sets of equipment from the European storage sites. Yes, that would be billions of dollars that Ukraine would receive, but Ukraine would immediately receive 2 of the best possible armored formations in the world. And even if they cannot use them right now, it would give Ukraine all the spare parts in tanks, in Bradleys, in howitzers, in other ammunitions, also in air defense systems, in trucks, in fuel trucks, in reconnaissance vehicles, that they would need to be able to continue this offensive without having to worry about losing equipment. So the president has the ability, with a stroke of a pen, to tell the US military to ignore the laws that were made. There was a bipartisan law in the 80s that established these commands. Kruger-Dunn, I think, was the law. And the president could just tell the American military to ignore and give Ukraine that equipment. So Biden has done it, but he has done so only in very limited numbers now because the military, I assume, told him, if we give more out of these stocks, our readiness will suffer, and we have the legal obligation as generals, which we swore to observe when we were confirmed by Congress, that we must have this equipment ready to go at the moment's notice. President can overrule. The pressure should be that Biden doesn't listen as much to the military and tells them just, with his authority as a presidential drawdown authority, to just give it to Ukrainians, give it to the Ukrainians, give it to the Ukrainians.
It's all about winning the war. And at that moment, let me just highlight one thing, Thomas, because we're here to support those who are currently fighting this war. We're here not only to support them with the information which we provide in the kindness of our, say, many subject matter experts and great speakers such as Thomas, but we're also here to ensure that we can raise money for good causes. This is why MriyaReport continues 24/7 on air. This is why in recent days we've supported, by means of what we did here, and by many, many people in the audience, as well as some very great donors who said, we're going to match what is being donated. We supported the causes for demining, for the Kherson City administration, where Halina Lukova has been here on the space now various times to explain what is actually happening on site. So when Thomas and we discuss about the Nova Kakhovka Dam, and she actually is currently there on the ground and organizing what the city of Kherson does in order to help those citizens in and around the city who are suffering from this massive amount of destruction of this ecocide, massive war crime, and complete strategic failure of the Russians. So if you have any capacity in that regard to support, don't fail to consider your preferred charity of choice, and we would hope that a MriyaReport could be that, and you will find the details yet again on our webpage. And with that, Thomas, if I may, I would go to Chris. That will take about half a minute before the Navy comes to the microphone, so I have to say it now. David, you're very far away.
Ah, yeah, I've fooled you. I've fooled you. I was there, ready to go.
You fooled me, and David lost his microphone at the same time, so that's good. Please, Chris, you had a question for Thomas.
Well, I was just all I was going to say. I mean, you haven't said it, you know, because you probably don't want to get into politics. But if you know, if Biden,
I really don't.
I know, but if I got to say that if Biden, you know, tried to change this global strategic rule, you know, that the American military has in place, you know, he would walk into a massive fight, wouldn't he? He would, wouldn't he? Right there would be uproar from, you know, those that are against it. And by the way, I say this on John McCain Day.
Lindsey Graham has already opened that gate for him, and others have as well. He has allies on both sides in the Senate and in the House to do it.
I know that. Yeah, go on, Thomas.
I'm pretty sure in the Senate, most senators are statesmen and not clowns. They would support Biden on that. In the House, there's a bunch of clowns who, on the left and on the right, because there's also some really annoying posers on the left who are like, we must not confiscate Russian oligarch money and such stuff, ridiculous stuff. So in the House, he would have a fight, but the thing is, in the end, most would vote for it, even though he wouldn't even need to have a vote on it, I think. Donald Trump would make a huge fuss about it, you know, our taxpayer money is blah, 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 and so on. But I don't think even the generals would mind, because in the United States, when the president makes a draw-down authority, 5 minutes later, the Pentagon replaces the stuff given to Ukraine with the newest and best and most modern equipment imaginable to replace what was given to Ukraine. So every American military unit who hands over something to Ukraine gets immediately from the US defense industry in a few weeks or months a much better, much more advanced, much more safe, much better protected, more modern, better networked equipment in return. So the generals on their own cannot make this decision because they are bound by law. But if the president orders them, they will agree, because they know I'm getting the newest Abraham tanks for my brigade if I give up 20 or 30, and I will get them. The industry in America can produce 200. I will have to wait a few months, and that's not a drama. But on their own, these decisions no general can make, because it violates his given orders or his actual task that he has to execute on behalf of the people of the United States. And Mitt Romney would probably, and as someone just said, Lindsey Graham, when it comes to fighting the Russians, there's still a lot of Republican senators who have the right instincts that you don't want to back an evil empire who is committing war crimes, who's butchering children, who's raping women and young girls, and who is trying to destroy the United States, who's the Russian government leaves no doubt that their ultimate goal is to destroy the United States, the prosperity of the United States, the freedom of the people that the United States have. If the Russians could have their way, they would like to plunge the United States in a civil war that would destroy that nation and turn it into a wasteland after a national Holocaust. That's the Russian stated government's goal for the United States. And there are still people in the United States who think, yeah, we should support it. That's really, this is our ally. And I mean, the United States didn't have anyone out there openly supporting the Japanese in 42 or 43, or the Germans in 42 and 43 or 44. And the United States has now a large set of clowns who are like, yeah, this nation over there has as explicit goal of its foreign policy to destroy us, to annihilate our way of life, to kill most of us, to drive the rest into poverty, and maybe even into annihilation through our own hand. There are still people in the United States who are like, cool, I like that. I have supported. I'm going out and making a TV show every day and saying, yeah, that's the right thing to do. And I mean, that the United States is unable to take these people out of the public discourse who are siding openly with a country whose stated policy is the destruction of the United States. It's mind-boggling. And normally I don't talk about United States politics because, you know, it's such a minefield. But every time I see certain figures in the United States siding with Russia openly, I'm just dumbfounded, because this is basically calves and cows looking to support their butcher. Like, yeah, he's going to butcher us. Yay! I will vote for him. Absolutely mind-boggling for me.
I was very happy to let it stand there for a second, because I had to think of ocean dragons. Righty-ho. Skykis, do you have a follow-up?
No. Alex has had his hand up forever.
Alex, I apologize. I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Alex, you had your hand down. No, sorry.
No, I'm fine. Like I don't want to interrupt Thomas. It's very interesting and very important, especially, you know, if people are crafting letters to senators, to president, whoever, it's being specific is extremely important. So I'd rather, you know, wait. I just wanted to add a little thing about the serfdom, but I can do it later. It's nothing pressing.
Please go on. Please, I will not interrupt anyone. I will always listen if someone has to say anything, because listening is so important.
Well, I just, you know, sometimes Russian, you know, when they try to remind their liberal reformers, one of the names that comes up is that name of Tsar who liberated, so to speak, peasants. But the liberation was like this, and that is one important feature people often forget. The peasants, they were free to go, but before they could go, they had to serve for 7 years for free to their master. And they couldn't take anything with them. So essentially, the peasants were seeing it as a punishment oftentimes, and saying, like, master, what did I do wrong? Why are you, you know, letting me pretty much down, because they had nothing. And the reason for that so-called liberation was Russia needed a lot of slaves in the factories, but because everybody was somebody's slave, there was not enough slave to go and work in a factory for free. So that gave to Russian new capitalists millions of people who were trying for really, again, food and shelter, for very basic food and basic shelter, and working for 14 hours a day, 6 days a week. I think even Sunday was, it was one of the reasons for revolution. But yeah, that's another topic. So again, you know, when they're trying to think of liberals, people like that Tsar comes to mind, who was also responsible most for genocide of Circassians, did this so-called liberation. Another liberal reformer that comes to mind is Beria. Yes, that Secret Service leader Beria, who
a mass murderer.
Yes, mass murderer. But they are short of names, so those two are kind of reformers from the past. Thank you.
When looking at Russian history, those people that are called in the Russian history liberals or liberators or reformers in most Western countries would be called criminals or nutcases, because as you just said, reforms were not made to better the people. Reforms were only made to better exploit the people. Serfs were bound to the land. A serf, a Russian slave, wasn't bound to the master, it was bound to the land. So as you said, if the Russian industry wants to take off and catch up with the West before World War I, they needed to move most of those slaves from the land to the cities, but they were owned by the land, and whoever owned the land owned those people. So they made this reform and liberated the serfs with the intention to basically have a slave population to man their factories. And as you said, all this despicable behavior of the Russian population led to the Russian Revolution, which obviously Russia was primed for, because after centuries of this exploitation, the first that came around were like, we liberate the workers and the serfs and the land people, got the support, Lenin and Stalin. But as soon as they were in power, they began to exploit again the people and murder everyone that was not for them. Because in the Russian tradition, once you're in the Kremlin, all other lives don't count except for yours. And Russian history is, they never ever had, let's say, a decent government, because those governments that were decent and tried, like in the 90s under Yeltsin, they had just economic catastrophe and then immediately corruption. So the whole Russian history is a history of exploitation, mass murder, extermination, genocides, brutal government repression, extortion from the government, government abuse, all kinds of things, you hear about in movies. One of the worst books you can read is The Whisperers. It's a book about Stalin's purge. And this book deals with the pressures that the purge put on the people. They're basically like mothers that have been tortured and now they will be executed, write their children, I'm a spy, I'm a criminal, you must denounce me, you must hate me, you must tell everyone I'm despicable, because this way the mothers were trying to save their children, even though the mothers were completely innocent. And the children were naturally then brought in by the secret police and were told the mothers confessed to being spies, and the children should confess that they are spies too, and then basically name names of other people that are spies, or they will be shot. And in the end, all of them were shot. Everyone. Just out of principle, because why not? If we already have them, why let them back on the street? We can just shoot them, that's the problem solved. Because they will never tell anyone what happened here. So they just executed people left and right. And the Russians never worked through their history in that regard. They were always like, yeah, that's how it is. They assume that every other country is like that. They assume that the United States, the history is like that. They assume that, well, we did it, so probably the French did it too, and the British did it, and it's completely normal. And that country has no culture, because their history is just a history of such abuse, and they consider it to be normal. And when they come to another country like Syria, or when they come to another country like Ukraine, they assume, raping people, murdering people, and killing people, that's just a normal thing to do, because that was all the Russian history. And why shouldn't we do it in Ukraine? Because even we are the masters here, so let's export our Russian culture to here and start with raping women. And the Russians, everywhere they went in Europe, outside of the Soviet Union, the first thing was to rape every woman they found. Also in Poland, not just in Germany, because, that's the Russian culture. Women have no rights, they're property. of the landowners and then later of the NKVD or the Red Army. And so now we're here, and why shouldn't we behave? They think that everyone is like them. And when then Russians realize that people are not like them, they have a really strange mix of anger that you don't realize that they are the best and that their culture is so cool. At the same time, they have an inferiority complex because they realize that their country is actually not the greatest and that their history is not that cool. And the problem is that this wouldn't be a problem if this is some small country on the side of the world. But since it's a big country with a lot of people and an aggressive militaristic regime, they're exporting their violence and their sickness in their behavior to other countries who then have to suffer. And they oppressed all the countries in Eastern Europe, all the countries and the nations of the Warsaw Bloc, all the countries of the Warsaw Bloc, Poland, Romania, Slovakia, Czechia, those were colonies plundered, oppressed, brutalized by the Russians. And then after the fall of the end of the Cold War, they became free from this oppression. And it was a worse oppression than the British or the French have ever done in their colonies. And the Latvians and the Lithuanians and the Finns and the Ukrainians, Moldovians and Georgians, all these other nations were also oppressed and colonies of the Russians. And the Russians exported their brutality and their ruthlessness and their massacre and their attitude that nobody has any worth, nobody's life is anything worth to these countries. And those countries that didn't want to be oppressed and dominated and controlled by the Russians, like the Circassians don't exist anymore. The Russians exterminated them completely. There's no Circassians left. The Russians come, and that was a 700,000 people nation on the northern shore of the Black Sea, where today Sochi, Putin has his palace. The Russians just came in and were like, we are the Russian Empire, you are now our subject, and you are worthless because only the Tsar's lives matters. And the Circassians were like, hell no, this is our nation, we fight for it. It took the Russians quite some time, but when they finished, that country where the Circassians lived was devoid of people because the Russians murdered them all. And then they settled it with Russians, and this is now a part of Russia. And have the Russians ever worked through all their crimes? No. All the pogroms against the Jews that the Tsar ordered. If you know the Fiddler on the Roof, the musical, if you watch the movie, there's a pogrom. And if you watch it, you will see that the pogrom isn't natural. It's coming, the order from above. And in the book, it's very well spelled out. If you read the book by Shlomo Aleichem, who's a Ukrainian writer who emigrated to New York because he wanted to escape the Tsar's pogroms. If you read the book, it's very clearly spelled out that the Tsar decided, my serfs are restless, they need an outlet, so let's have them smash the Jewish quarters, kill people, steal stuff, murder the people that they owe money to, rape their daughters, and then they will calm down my serfs. So this is the Russian history. So anyone like, oh, great Russian history, or Russia is a cultural nation, start reading a book about Russian history. It's nothing what people know, because the image of Russia that we in the West got to know was not the real Russia, but the Russia that Russophiles or communist-affine people or people that liked Russia for other reasons tried to transmit to the West of a cultured nation, interesting, that likes chess and so on. And if you just read a little bit about biographies of the Russian chess players, the pressures, the Secret Service intelligence threats, and how they threatened their family when they went to the foreign countries, like, you're going to another country to play chess. If you don't come back, we will execute your mom and your dad, and such things, you know. Hardly anything in Russian culture is as we know it. It's much, much worse. The Russians keep ignoring it, and we in the West never learned it. And people then supporting this just are completely uninformed what they're supporting.
Have I lost sound for everyone there?
I'm here.
Oh, wonderful. That's good for a moment. Right. Okay. So, Fancy, you've been trying to get up and ask your question about 1 million times, and hopefully you.
Yeah, hopefully it works now. Give me maybe a wave if you can hear me, because for
I can hear
instance, I
you.
stopped to. Okay, super. I stopped to hear Thomas. I wanted to always use the opportunity to say hello to Thomas. And I see always that he got the tower from Kuron, from Graun im Finchgau. So I consider it almost my second home, Finchgau. So hello there. I have two questions actually. The first one being to the conversation you had about, I think, 1 hour ago, a little bit longer ago, where we talked about the tanks that still could be sent to Ukraine. I want to actually make a point that there is something that can be provided to Ukraine that's almost coming for free. Nothing needs to be emptied in terms of warehouses. That's just to give Ukraine the green light for ATACMS, to give Ukraine green light on more long-range capabilities. I think that is something that we still deny Ukraine, and in an absolutely appalling way, because without sending a single tank, without sending any other weapon system, Ukraine would have immediately capability to do more. That's one thing. And the second thing which I wanted to underline is something that maybe you guys have discussed already. If you have discussed it, then ignore it. Is the ignorance of the West of the Novak Kakhovka Dam. I today talked with my wife and she with her mother, that they are fearing Kiev to some extent, that the failure of the West to respond to the Novak Kakhovka Dam makes people scared that Russia would just go ahead with the nuclear power plant, right? So even if Russia does not do anything with the nuclear power plant, still, because the West failed to respond appropriately on Novak Kakhovka, there is a fear now in people's heads again, which is certainly also a component, this fear playing into Russia's hands. Those are the 2 points I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And yes, it's the tower in ground, because I bicycle up there when I am on holiday, because my grandparents are from up there. So it's a summer retreat to go back to some roots. And yeah, so we can also speak German if you would like, but then I think very few people here in space would follow. The thing is with Nova Kafkawa, the thing that the West, yes, is failing in deterrence, because we should have always made it clear, if the Russians do certain things, then the Ukrainians will get certain weapon systems. Like you bombard Kiev relentlessly, Ukrainians will get ATACMS or something like that. Deterrence always only works if you make a red line and some price will be paid by the aggressor if he crosses it, and then you really have to do it. And the West never established that, and that was an error. The Cold War was all about deterrence, and it worked, because the Russians, even though in the Cold War the Russian leadership was completely nuts, they were not suicidal, because, as we said, the only lives that matter are those in the Kremlin. And they figured out, if they start nuking Western Europe, the United States and Britain and France would nuke back. Deterrence works very well with the Russians, and the West failed completely to establish that in Ukraine so far. Can we still establish it? Hard to tell. I wish we could. And the best thing we have for that is ATACMS, because, like example, the Russians brought now a lot of attack helicopters into Berdyansk airport to use them against the Ukrainian offensive. And the best weapon system to destroy an airfield full of attack helicopters is ATACMS, the cluster munition variant, which the United States does not have anymore, but countries like Greece and Turkey have in abundance, meant to use against each other. But if the United States would tell each of these countries to give Ukraine 5, then both would agree to, no problems, because the United States has the convincing power to tell these countries kind of what to do when it wants to, because if they don't do it, they don't get other United States weapon systems, which is much worse for them than giving up some of those ATACMS. Those ATACMS would then come into Ukraine, and after 5 minutes could be already fired at that airport. And once they are over the airport, they would just drop hundreds of dual-purpose conventional improved munitions, which is a cluster munition, on that airfield. And those munitions would rain down, and everything on that airfield would be destroyed within minutes. The shrapnel and the heat jets, the particle jets from these munitions, would shred and pierce whatever is on that airfield. So this would be an excellent system to give to Ukraine, and the United States should have made it clear to Putin from quite some time ago that if he does certain things, Ukraine would get that system. The United States has been reluctant to give it to Ukraine. The reasons are supposedly twofold. One reason is that some people believe in the National Security Council that this is an escalation. That's one. The reason was given, which I think is ridiculous, because the Russians don't have red lines except for the life of Putin. And the other explanation was given that the United States generals don't want to give their ATACMS up because they need them for their mandated readiness of their units as mandated by Congress. So we are in a situation where Biden, with a stroke of a pen, could tell not even, the United States military, because they don't even have the variant that the Ukrainians most need right now, which is the cluster munitions variant. But Biden could, with a stroke of a pen or with one phone call, get the Turks or the Greeks to hand this over to the Ukrainians, and then we would see almost no Russian attack helicopters anymore in the skies of Ukraine, because they would be all destroyed, or the Russians would know that once these helicopters land anywhere in Ukraine, it would take a few minutes until they are destroyed. So deterrence, I wish we would have established that early on. We didn't. Maybe it's too late to do it now, but we always should try to establish deterrence, always, because we have learned from the past this deterrence works very well with the Russians, because in the end, the Russians don't care at all about the lives of their soldiers or their people, but about the lives of the people in the Kremlin. And deterrence, where the lives of the people in the Kremlin are at risk, works to deter the Russians very well from any stupid behavior. That said, I want Ukraine to get ATACMS as soon as possible and as many as possible, because like Storm Shadow helps them kill Russian generals far away from the front in their bunkers and thus decapitate the Russian command, giving Ukrainians ATACMS with cluster munitions would help Ukraine make sure that when they attack, one of the biggest risks they face, Russian attack helicopters, are not present, because they're all just burning wrecks on the tarmacs of the airfields where they were parked.
Alrighty, I see 3 more hands up. Do we have the time for that, Thomas?
It's 10 o'clock, make it quick, and we have it, and no more hands after those. I'm sorry, people.
Okay, no problem. Then we'll do it a staccato round. We've been here for a number of hours. We'll do Kristaps, Ming, and Skykes. Let's make it short and cheerful. Kristaps, please.
Oh, well, I can't really make it cheerful because I'm here from Latvia, and I wanted to speak. I wanted to speak last because I'll let Thomas go, because I'm not about that stuff. I'm about the deportation day, and other news. So ask Ming, and then I'll just
Yeah,
take
we'll
feedback
do,
after
and we
them.
can talk about this then from Riga and Tallinn jointly. Yet again, we did, by the way, earlier on today, a little segment with Doman on this matter, but it's a very good point that you bring up. And by the way, it fits perfectly with what we've been discussing here just now and what Thomas highlighted as to the suppression and colonization by the Russian Empire and its successors of its neighboring nations. But okay, yeah, Ming, please.
Thanks, Axel. No, it was just to add what Alex was saying about the mechanism for becoming a free serf. And the extraordinary thing about that, in my mind, is it shows what an incredible achievement it was for Ukraine's national poet, Taras Shevchenko, who, through the sheer force of his own talent and will, got his own freedom. He was a serf, but an incredibly talented man, both as a writer, a poet, and an artist. And to my shame, I mean, I always knew who he was, but I've not read any of his work, and that's something I intend to remedy going forward.
All righty, more comment than a question. Let's go to Skytis.
Just a second.
Yes,
so
please.
many of the Russian people that fed the Russian, let's call it the Russian culture in not really the Russian, of the empire, that were actually Ukrainians, and so many of them were serfs or children of serfs, because the amount of slavery in the Russian Empire is far outdoes the slavery in any country on the planet ever. And people just don't realize that, because the Russians keep hiding it under the term serf, which seems like, yeah, servant, not that bad. No, it's a slave, and it's bad. So yeah, Shevchenko, like so many other Ukrainian writers, were serfs, received their freedom, and like so many other Ukrainian writers or writers from minorities in the Russian Empire, Shevchenko died in exile and only was allowed to return home after he had died, because the Tsar, if you didn't write in Russian, exile in Siberia or foreign country was your fate. Lesya Ukrainka, the Ukrainian other national poet, died in exile. Taras Shevchenko died in Siberia. Deportation was always, or exile, the fate of anyone who didn't write in Russian, because the Russian Tsar had always the policy to exterminate all other cultures in his empire and all other languages but the Russian. Some places he succeeded, in other places the people fought back and retained some of their culture, and it's making a comeback in many of the countries that the Russians once controlled. But the oppression of language and culture is another topic that people don't know about the Russian Empire, and the Russians don't want to talk about. And we should all talk about it, because it's vile, and it was brutal, and it was ruthless, and the Russians pretend it never happened. Like the deportation that you mentioned first about Latvian and Estonian, and these people were just, Stalin was like, let's deport them, because, if we deport them into Russian territory and they're surrounded by Russians, they cannot really speak their own language anymore, and we can Russify them. And if they have some ideas of freedom for their people, if they're surrounded by only Russians in Siberia, they're not daring to speak out, because everybody there will then betray them to the secret police. And so Stalin deported hundreds of thousands of people of these small Baltic nations. And if you speak afterwards about it, stay here, listen to it, because that story is also brutal, ruthless, disgusting. The Russians pretend it never happened, and the Russians pretend these nations should be thankful for the Russian occupation of their countries and the deportations and the mass murder that followed. And people don't know it, but this is exactly the Russian culture. If tomorrow the Russians would come to Alaska, they would shoot 1/3 of the people, they would deport 1/3 of the people, and the remainder they would deem to be educatable into Russian citizens, and they would be left alive and allowed to stay in Siberia. So always, if you think about Russia, just think about all your friends and imagine there's someone coming in and executing every dirt of your friends randomly. Like, so we execute all the teachers first, then who has a home, who's a homeowner? Yeah, that's bourgeois, let's execute them. Who has spoken out for the culture of this place? Yeah, that person is in the choir, okay, execute. That person is in the local cooking club, execute. These people are deemed unreliable because they are having opinions. These are reported. So if you want to know how life under Russia was, think about your family. Let's say you have 15 family members. Think about 5 will be executed, 5 will be deported. You will never see them again. And the other 5, maybe you, if you survive the first purge, will be alive in the place you will live. But the moment you open your mouth to condemn this Russian behavior or say something negative, you will be shot too. It's an easy way for you to understand how rule of Russia is. And this kind of rule the Russians wanted to bring back to Ukraine. And that's why the Ukrainians fight so fiercely, because they know what it means to be ruled by Russia. And nobody in the West knows what it means. All the Eastern European knows it means execution of a third, deportation of another third, and the rest lives in fear as slaves of the Russians. Always remember that.
100%. Thomas, I think this was a very good closing argument for today. And then Chris Stubbs and I will follow up and we'll continue to talk for the last 50 minutes of this day, this memorable day in the Baltics, about what happened here. And we have a couple of speakers in that regard. Thomas, I have to say, I'm absolutely impressed at the versatility as well as the depth and granularity with which we've had the pleasure yet again that you handled these matters. And I shall hope that we'll see each other then and hear each other again tomorrow.
Tomorrow, 7 p.m., same time, same location. If you have questions, please let me know. I will look at them, and then at 7 I will start answering them. The Ukrainian offensive is still in phase 1. They're destroying Russian reserves. So it's looking pretty good, but it will take some time, patience, and victory will be Ukraine's. Good night, everyone. Thank you for your time.
Oh, no, thank you very much, Thomas.
Very much appreciated. Buonanotte. Excellent. All righty. So, and with that, I can see that Kilike, Finnish Estonian from Canada, is with us. I can see Kristaps with us, and a couple of other hands. I can see Mette is requesting from Finland. So we'll have a team of people from the Northeast to talk about exactly that. Kristaps, back to you.
Yeah, hello. As usual, I went to all the morning events today. And, I wanted to mine managed to stand me today because she's an American Latvian now living in Latvia. Of what the Lithuanian forced to sign. If you want to see them and read them yourself, please follow me on Twitter and just scroll down. It's one of my latest tweets. It's just that for me, it's a personal day since I come from a family of, well, I'm named after a Lutheran preacher who arrived in this territory from Königsberg, and his wife was a Jewish doctor, right? So we suffered a lot through this, like everyone, I suppose. And that's the worst part that I always, have to these days have to remind my American audience. Why is it that we dislike the Soviet Union? Why we understand Ukrainians so much? Because in this day, the deportations kind of took place, and so many people died. And it was the case when there was no liberation for us in World War II. This was only the beginning. 1949 also followed, and then the horrors of war. But 1941 is known in my country as Baigais in Latvia, or as the year of horror, or the horrid year. That was the beginning where we understood that something's being taken away from us. So they came in and they took away our property, and when they just sent off people for being so-called kulaks, for farmers and such, for having something done in their lives. Took away a lot of property, and this has left one of the biggest scars in the history of the Baltics, I think. Well, I can speak only about Latvia, but we remember this, and this is the day of national mourning. And after that, after this, because this plan of deportations happened as Stalin prepared for possible assault by Hitler, which happened to send up anti-Soviet elements away. And I'll always remember the story, and this is a personal one from the sister of my grandmother, who was also Jewish, by the way. But she had the crime of having a small bread and breakfast place just outside Riga. And she was sent there, and I'll always remember the story that I had from my own show where she told that the KGB people just came, well, NKVD at the time, and told them, the whole family, that they have like 15 minutes to pack up their bags. And her little brother tried to escape, and they just shot him. They just packed up everything and were stuffed into cattle wagons without any heating, which then took him on a long train ride to Siberia, where on the road many died because obviously those are just cattle wagons. And in the end, they were just thrown out in the middle of nowhere full of snow and told to basically, dig your own night sleeps in the snow. Then you'll walk for 30 kilometers, and then you kulaks will build something new. And they did, and they tried their best. When we speak about deportations, it's not like, being sent away from one nice place to another nice place. No, it's a horrid process in which so many people die. For Russians, the Soviet Union and its collapse meant maybe the resolve of some economical issues. For us, and by the way, in the same way for people in Chechnya and Georgia and other places, being in the Soviet Union meant constant being a second-rate citizen, constant oppression, and the fact that they just killed your people for being good at life. But then a funny story comes to my mind, which also I heard from the same man. Since my grandfather, he was born in 1920, and he remembered the interwar period as a kid. And he died at the age of 94 a couple of years ago, but he always told me that the weirdest part that happened when the Soviets arrived in our republic was that, the officers, they took over homes and they evicted people and everything. But Latvia and Riga especially is known for our culture. We're known for our opera. We have weird amount of classical musicians playing in various important things. Like a Latvian is leading the Boston Symphonic Orchestra that gets Grammys often, and Grammy mics are, by the way, now also made in Latvia. So we're known for this cultural thing. And he always told me that as a boy, he remembered that the wives of these Soviet officers, they would wear nightgowns to the opera because they hadn't seen anything so fancy in their lives. They did not know what an evening dress looks like, so they wore nightgowns to fit in. The very same people they were about to send away, kill, because they were confused. This is what happens. I don't blame those people. It's just that, today, to me, is a reminder that there's a system that crushes the people that live under it, and then it tries to consume more and more. Just put down through the grindstone. With my deepest condolences to my Ukrainian, Belarusian, and Estonian, Lithuanian friends, I hope that this never happens again. Greetings from Riga.
Thank you, Kristaps. My best regards to the south. Much appreciated, and it's very good that you highlighted this also and the anecdotes vested in this, because it is a national day of mourning today in Lithuania, in Latvia, and in Estonia. On this day, typically, we light candles. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of candles. And we put them in public places and remind ourselves of the lights of human beings, individuals who have been lost. Lost to Russian colonialism and violence, lost to aggression, lost to a double occupation in the Second World War, lost to the most inane atrocities which people see today in occupied territories in Ukraine. And that's why Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, alongside the whole line of contact with Mordor, that includes, of course, Finland, it includes but implicitly also Poland through their contact with Belarus. It includes the literal partners of the Black Sea, Romania, and it definitely includes those nations who had suffered from Russian occupation since the Second World War in Central and Eastern Europe, all of them. It's a national day of mourning. We'll remember those who came before us and who either fought or were too feeble and couldn't fight, or were overwhelmed by foreign powers. The three Baltic nations are currently sacrificing the highest level of percentage of GDP there is in the Western world and amongst the coalition. There's a good reason for it. People here know exactly what they spend their money for. Kulike.
Thank you, Axel. Had just raised my hand. I wanted to say that maybe tomorrow I'll have a chance to tell Thomas just how awed I am to hear so much information that he has, and to thank him for taking the time to impart it to us all. I wasn't going to speak, but then I was inspired by Christoph, who talked a little bit about life in Latvia. And so I just thought about my grandmother, who my father was Estonian, and I'm currently in Estonia, actually in the south of Estonia, where my grandparents and great grandparents are from on my dad's side. The reason my dad ended up in Canada was when Russians were advancing in 1944, and his mom didn't make it out. My grandmother was the wife, well educated, and the wife of a veterinarian, and she would have maybe would have been one of the people who would have been deported. She went with a family friend to a small town outside of Batano, and she lived there for 18 years until the Red Cross somehow contacted her. And I guess by then she was old enough that maybe, I don't know why, I don't know the details, why Russia or Soviet Union at that time let her go to Canada to join my dad. But for 18 years, she hid there in fear that somehow, for some reason, they're going to come to get her. And I didn't really know much about the background as a kid growing up. But I remember some kind of crazy things that she did. So if this kind of regime didn't get you physically, it got to you mentally, psychologically. My grandmother was so afraid of everybody. She always stayed inside the house unless she went shopping for groceries and taking care of, the kids when my parents worked. Always we were told, don't talk to anybody. Don't talk to anybody. We weren't allowed to talk about what happened in our house. We had supper. I don't know, anything. It was just kind of a really weird upbringing where we weren't allowed to talk about anything that happened in our family. Don't mention names, don't say anything. And I just thought it was really weird. I looked at my grandmother's kind of a nutcase like why is she so crazy? She used to stack up empty conserve like milk cans, empty milk cans, or any kind of cans, on top of precariously on top of toys at night, so that if anybody opened the door at night, we would hear there'd be the alarm, because she was scared that Soviets or Russians would come in the night, even though she knew she was in Canada. That's how that kind of psyche can play with your mind forever. And I guess it kind of affected me too, because later I thought, I always have to keep the doors locked. I always have to, watch out behind me, without really thinking why. Anyway, just kind of wanted to give a perspective of how it can affect the psyche, and how it can continue in generations afterwards. Anyway, that was just my little story. Thanks.
I would like to. Well, I'd like to add in with this, because that's the main issue that we have here in Latvia. This post-Soviet mentality. When you live in constant fear of denunciations and being sent out, and your neighbor denouncing you, this is why we are also introverted here in the Baltics. I mean, we used to be more like Western Europe in this sense. We used to smile on the street. Right now, that's, at least here in Riga, unheard of. And no, you're not supposed to talk to your neighbors. You're not supposed to talk to anyone in the street, because we've been all taught since childhood, even me, and I was born in 1989. I was still raised in the mood that the walls have ears. They might know what to say. This is what it does. This whole feeling that Kiliki speaks about from Canada, it remains, and we're trying to deal with this. This is kind of our cross, because you have to get over it at some point, but it stays there. It can change a whole nation of open and friendly people to a nation that's afraid to trust their own. Just saying, it truly is the source of this post-Soviet mentality, and it does leave scars. Just wanted to, add this here. I'm sorry for interrupting.
No worries, it's fine. And of course, the three nations also are completely different in also many ways, and the experiences are also different. One has to say this very clearly, that, for example, Riga and its surroundings currently still suffer from a significant Russian minority, which has become very affluent, and over the past 25 years has gained substantially in capital, because it has been trading massively with Russia, and therefore the impact of this on society is extremely harsh by comparison to, if you compare this to Vilnius or to Tallinn and Estonia, the impact on Riga is hard.
Well, the thing there is that during our nationalization era, when the Soviet army had to leave, the big issue was corruption, of course, because everyone was giving out their privatization certificates or vouchers or what have you. These things that you sort of could buy your own apartment back from the state with the vouchers instead of real money. But these Soviet officers, they knew that they didn't want to go back to Russia. That didn't seem that fun to them. But they were the ones with any real money and with connections to the underworld as well. So it was mostly them buying up real estate here in Riga, and then everyone else now has to rent stuff, of course, during this process, because they just swindled out people with nothing to eat at the time in the 90s. I mean, my mom had a salary of 25 euros per month in 1992 when I was 3. And it was crazy. Of course, prices were lower as well, but we were extremely poor and it was crazy. So they just bought up with their own cash en masse those privatization vouchers due to the corruption of Latvian politicians, and this is how they stayed here, which is why we have these issues. But thankfully, we also have some good news, since my generation slightly younger than me, they all watch YouTube, and at least they're moving in a progressive direction. But yeah, one of the reasons was because, again, our government in the 90s in Latvia, they did a lot of things, a lot of terrible stuff that people like me, and I'm just a journalist, that we have to dig through and deal with. And falls up onto me to pay for the sins of my fathers, I suppose. But we're trying our best. After all, we're the Baltics here. And if you think about various regions of the planet, we don't have a rivalry. I mean, Estonians say that we have 6 toes and eat ice cream. Lithuanians think we're all thieves. We think Lithuanians are, a bit dumb, a bit strange. Estonians, everyone thinks in the Baltics, like Latvia and Lithuania, thinks Estonians are super slow because of the way how they talk. But that's about it. We just make silly anecdotes and jokes about each other. I can tell you.
What is it? What is it with your 6 toes?
I have no idea. I honestly don't know. Ice cream at least has some merit because we actually genuinely love our ice cream. We truly eat it like all the time. I've eaten like 5 today. But
I know.
6 toes, I don't know. But yeah. But that's the thing. We actually, respect each other, and I know that if someone, decides to do something bad to the Baltics, I know that Esti Poisid and Lithuania and Braliukas will come and help, definitely. And so will we. It's just that I'm truly happy to have been born here with my closest neighbors truly feeling like, my brothers. So many Estonians and Lithuanians cheered for us winning the bronze in this year's hockey championship. And when Lithuania and Estonia wins something, but also like very supportive. It's kind of hard to explain to you people, but although we speak different languages and have different histories and cultures, yeah, I can clearly see the connection, and that's not going to go anywhere anytime soon. And that's, I think, is the good thing. And we, of course, will be welcome to, have Belarusians and Ukrainians join our fold.
Next time when you're in Tallinn, say hello. Alrighty, we have a couple of hands up. Skycus, if you don't mind, I would go to Meta because she's obviously in our region, and the Finns have had their own battles with the Russians. But Meta, you had a question.
Yeah, I think we've been dropping down with Skykiss one turn after each other. I've, climbed up 3 times now. But no worries. Christoph, thank you for these stories. And I mean, we in Finland share your fear or scary memories, and Kyllikki for your stories. In Estonia, I think Kaja Kallas, the Estonian prime minister, had her grandmother deported to Siberia. And I think, we all neighboring countries know for a fact what Russia is about. And I think there is some frustration. And my question for Thomas would be, but we can ask it tomorrow. But the former NATO secretary, Anders Fogh Rasmussen, the Danish one who preceded the now NATO secretary Jens Stoltenberg, he said that he still is in the politics, sort of, I think. But he said, was it yesterday or the day before, that there are countries that are frustrated about the slowness of the West and are preparing or thinking about maybe putting boots on the ground themselves. And I have to say, I really hope Finland is one of them, putting boots on the ground. That would, of course, mean that it's not under NATO. It would be each country. But
it won't happen.
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
100% not.
Well, somehow I'm so frustrated. All the Balkans, all the neighboring countries. It's sort of.
Don't be frustrated. Channel it. Meta, we've had this discussion a couple of times. Let me interrupt there and give you one idea. A little acorn, as my friend David always says. Make sure that in public discourse, you can highlight that there is a need for all of us to support a clear action plan for Ukraine to enter NATO. That is the key focus in the coming weeks, up until that date when they meet in Vilnius. That is one of the most important information campaigns there is. All
I
focus on
know,
this one.
I know. But we're all frustrated, and somehow you feel like, okay, we're donating or something.
Then you come here, or you donate to MriyaReport. When you're really frustrated, rage donation works. We've had it yesterday very successfully. People who support Kherson City
I
administration,
did
who
that.
support the demining. Exactly, I know. And that's fantastic. And motivate other people to join us, enjoy the information which we have, make sure that we can generate more buzz, have more people come in. So if we can channel more help to those who demine, if we can channel more help through MriyaReport to the Kherson City administration, to humanitarian help, to the Rubizh Rapid Response Brigade, the people who need our help the most, then we're doing the Lord's work.
I know, and I give give over to Skykis, who is doing this the right way. Thank you.
Talking about the Lord's work, I finally confirmed that I'll be going back to Ukraine in early July, and we're driving by car with my engineer friends. It's going to be great, except that I have to grab 2 German journalism students with me who want to be war correspondents. Their only experience is covering Pride in Berlin. They, of course, do not speak Russian. I'm gonna have a fun first week of July. I'm telling you. I'll let them on the show and I'll poke them because otherwise I'll just go insane. Because now I'm on my way home to deal with accreditation cards for them. Because when they told me they have some conflict experience, I thought they had something meaningful, like some protest or something. But no, man. Covering Pride in Berlin does not count for having experiences in a conflict zone. It's gonna be a mess. But it is what it is, and someone needs to do this job.
I had no idea that you were doing active kindergartening.
Oh, come on. Like, when you were 20, you also thought you were on top of the world. It is what it is. Like, I'm 33 now, and some people blame me for being overconfident, but 20-year-old Westerner kids, they want to go to Bakhmut. I think I'm gonna have loads of positive experiences and things to write in my CV after this. Yeah.
I will give you one advice and one advice only, my dear friend Kristaps, and that is follow Nancy Reagan on this one. Just say no.
Okay, how about we let Skykis and G-Man speak? Because they've been having their hands
Of course.
raised.
No, I was about to give back to David because David is our co-host here. But David, please.
Hello.
And you have the order.
G-Man, then Skykiss.
Well, I'm sure it was Skykiss before me, so I'll wait.
Skykiss was just talking, though, right?
No, that was Matt, I guess.
Okay, but if you want to cede to Skykiss, G-Man, then let's do that. Okay, Skykiss, G-Man, and then Angry.
Yeah, I'll try to make this quick. I have notes. First of all, I've had tears and I've laughed as I'm hearing everyone speak. Kaliki, it's delightful to see you on the panel and to say hello, and also to Kristaps and of course Meta. And I wanted to just say, even though it was very sad stories, they touch our hearts. And Kristaps, I have to say, I just laughed so much when you were telling about the ice cream because I moved from the deep south where it's very hot and very humid here in the United States, the Gulf of Mexico, and I moved to a place of snow and very cold winters, usually, not this year, but usually. And we in the city I live in love our gelato and ice cream. Even in the winter, we almost always have ice cream in the freezer. So enough of that, but I just wanted to say that to you. And I wanted to say, yes, many
Skaikis, you
of
become
us.
you become an honorary Latvian for that.
Oh, yes.
I wanted to say that exactly. If we are going to have our annual Sky Ice Cream Festival soon here in Riga. No, see, I do
Oh
not
my
know
goodness.
why, but we just like it.
Oh my
this is the
goodness.
thing.
We
And
don't
about
have
making
that.
it.
We have
Well,
to. I will start it. I will start ice cream festival because we don't have that, and we all love our ice cream.
Not as much as we Latvians do. But to be honest, the humor part is also what I do on the show. Because, for one, that's the thing. Like, when I was first time in Harvard, when I was invited to represent the Baltics there in the podcasting conference, because I somehow started podcasting in our region. That was accidental. But I went to Harvard and we had to, participate in all the panels about how podcasting is going to evolve and everything. That was back in 2017. And we had to give a lecture on our podcast subject. And at that point, I was covering Soviet history. And I made one about Soviet political jokes. Just 90% of them were made in Odessa by Ashkenazis. And it's always super dark and grim, but I think something there comes to our culture as well. Because we have learned to, make some merriment and have some fun, even when we're about to go and get hanged or something. And that's the thing. Black comedy is king in these areas because what else are you going to do? Cry? That's kind of stupid. So we're known for our extremely grim humor. And here's one, by the way, to make you all guys laugh. One straight from Odessa, which was told to me by Odessa comedian about a couple of days ago. I think it's very fresh, and it's in the style of the old Soviet political jokes, so that you understand that the format here. And it goes like this: Radio Yerevan gets asked, "What is the difference between Hitler and Putin?" Radio Yerevan spends 5 minutes in silence pondering the question, but then, after deep thoughts, Radio Yerevan answers, "Well, obviously Hitler did not call Jews a brotherly nation." And that's the kind of chokhmah, the Ashkenazi joke that we have here. We make fun of the darkest stuff. That's how we endure, even during the darkest of times.
May I just say a few more words and then we'll go to G-Man, I think. That's the order. Yes, let's all rage donate. And I wanted to just say I personally have so many good questions that bubbled up when Thomas was here. And I'm so happy that he's agreed to join us for some time every day. That's wonderful. And I wanted to also say to our friends from the Baltics, and thank you, Meta, for putting in some interesting reminders, because I've heard you speak a number of times. And so for me, as an American, I have learned so much about the Baltic nations and about the struggles of your grandparents and the concerns of your parents and all of you who are younger who share those concerns. And I wanted to just say that I share your concerns now, and I always did in a way, but now it's just so much more seated with real understandings. And thank you very much, Axel. And there are so many people who are so much more aware. And Thomas made me aware of the Kremlin's ultimate goal. And I took notes, and I'm bringing that to the senators I'm going to be writing to, not just my own senators, but senators I've been following here on Twitter for years. And
Skaikis.
So I'm going to thank you very much.
Wonderful. Right, G-Man.
Thanks. Thank you. I've got a question for Kristaps. Probably Axel could answer this as well. A while back, about a year ago, I suppose, just after the start of the full-scale invasion, I read per recommendation by some of my military historian friends, General Sharif's book War with Russia, 2017 War with Russia, I think the title is. It's based around fictional, but it's, you know, quite prophetic. What could happen, what did happen in Ukraine. And it goes further because in this alternative world, Putin decides to double down after grabbing bits of Ukraine and takes on the Baltics. There's a large plot point in the book, which I don't want to ruin in case anybody hasn't read it. I would fully recommend it, about the Latvian and the rest of the Baltics as well, the Forest Brothers, the resistance movement to the Russian rule, which, as far as I understand, didn't actually cease until after independence, when the last Forest Brothers came out from the forest. So any background, obviously we don't have to all this time, would be great. The other thing is how, you know, we used to believe in the West in deterrence, but when you don't exercise the practice of carrying the big stick, then your deterrence becomes less useful. And if the only deterrence you have is your nuclear deterrent, which Britain has, France has, the United States, etc., then it's really not good enough, because what are you going to do when somebody goes conventional, as Russia has done? You know, and the General Sharif mentions in the introduction of his book, sorry, I'm rambling, but in the introduction of his book, he mentions how NATO failed the Baltics whenever Russia did the big cyber attacks in the 2016 timeframe, I think it was. We didn't deploy troops. Latvia, I think it was, or the Baltics were asking for a brigade of NATO troops, forces to be sent, and it wasn't sent. And we had this stupid tripwire thing where we basically let the Baltics be swallowed up before NATO would do anything, if NATO would have done anything. So that's sort of two questions. The Forest Brothers, and then how do we get back to a proper deterrence? Thank you.
Okay, I'll take this one from the beginning, but I have to open up things. Hark now, the drums beat up again for all true soldier gentlemen. So let us list and march, I say, and go over the hills and far away. I love Sharp, man. Sharp is awesome. That's one of the very few series I watched all of them. Best Sean Bean thing. had to say this because very few Sharp fans out here. But of the Forest Brothers, oh man, lots of things to say about them, because kind of seems weird because they lost it up until the death of Stalin in these parts. And to a point,
1978,
when I read their
August Sabe in
wow,
Peru.
well, nice. Well, another thing, they kind of fizzled out, at least here in Latvia. A lot of them just fled to Gotland and through Gotland to elsewhere. But these are the people that we have, like the son of our first president, Constant. Our first president was Janis Šakste, and his son Konstantin Šakste was kind of the political leader of this. So he kind of kept fighting, and he hoped, and they, I suppose, all hoped that the United States would declare war on Stalin and liberate us, because, you know, with all the promises of liberation everywhere, and, you know, freedom of Europe and all that good nonsense. Yeah, and that never happened. Instead, Britain took our gold, our governmental gold, never paid us back. Sweden sent a bunch of our people back just in straightened with hands. The ones who survived were lucky. I mean, they were brave, but sadly, they're not as a big part of anything that mattered after World War II. They were heroes, yes, but as we say in Latvia, being a brave hero but dumb is worse than, you know, doing some smarter things. Latvian saying goes that, you know, you should be bent if you're being bent, but do not break. These guys chose the other way around, and as sad as it is, it didn't really work for them. And about NATO stuff, well, back then in 2016, I highly doubt that anyone in Latvia actually honestly thought that the United States was coming to do anything for us. We're happy about the tripwire force. And besides, in our government at that time, there were a bunch of people whose business ties were directly related with Russia, and they were just calming us down constantly with the fact that, relax, boys, they have their dachas in Jurmala. Jurmala, by the way, a sea resort town, very famous in the Soviet era. A lot of Russians have their dachas there. Alla Pugacheva and Maxim Galkin live there currently, by the way, at the time. So,
Yeah,
no one really
nobody in
expected
Latvia is
much.
scared to sanction them.
Well, look, Alla Pugacheva and Maxim Galkin are very openly anti-Putin. And the fact that Alla Pugacheva has been included
They should be
into
anti-Putin in
an
their own
anti-Russian
country.
list.
They should be anti-Putin in Russia. That's where they belong. They have Russian citizenship.
Well, yes, of
They
course.
should be there.
Look,
They can fight there.
look, sir, Alla Pugacheva is doing her best. She went to Lvov recently. She went to Ukraine and made a concert there. And she's a symbol of the generation that grew up in the Soviet Union. I think she is doing her fight.
I know, but she has not
like,
renounced. She has not renounced her Russian citizenship. Until she does,
well,
she can be who she likes, but she should go back.
Okay, then. But in this case, let us agree to disagree here. I do not think they should renounce their Russian citizenship. I think that what they're doing is okay, in a way. I mean, I personally, I dislike a lot of the journalists so much more because, for one, they just refuse to work with me, and I'm a credit the journalists in Latvia.
Yeah, exactly.
My biggest issues are with Russian opposition journalists.
How do you like the guys from Medusa who camp out?
Oh, Medusa used to be. See, Medusa used to be really okay. At least the guys I knew personally, because I knew some guys personally who worked there. I knew certain people, and they were okay, and they gave me a written permission up until the end of days to basically use all of their English translated materials so I would have less work. Medusa has been weird all this time. You know, we have a Latvian Journalists Association. They haven't been cooperating with us like at all. But Medusa at least have been taking their thing that they're a Russian media and they're just here in Latvia. That's one thing. Other thing that I'm talking about is Maxim Katz and Michael Maki. Like, I mean, Maxim Katz is a guy who now lives in Israel and thinks he's a hotshot. They're the traditional Russian liberals who think they're the smartest guys in the room. And I asked him to give me some comments with the prison culture from a Foreign Policy magazine article. And that's a Foreign Policy magazine article, not some, you know, right? And the guy's quote is in it. And he even refuses to admit that this exists. Because, look, he's one of those guys who thinks he's smarter than everyone. I don't even know he He doesn't speak English at all. So when I tried to invite him for an interview, he took it as an offense. And now the guy who works for conflict intelligence team has publicly stated that he will never give me an interview because he thought because they never bothered to learn English.
What you mean is that Maxim has a sense of entitlement, the classic approach of the Russian emigrant.
Yeah, that's the thing. And like, I also work from, you know, people's donations and advertisements. And truth to be told, as a Latvian, I get about 25% of money from ads on my show that I would get if I was an American. But that's a whole other issue. I mean, I'm fine. I live on my Patreons. But then I watched Maxim Katz do his thing, and he says he's gonna run this new Russia, new culture for Russia. At the same time, he does like ads for Russian companies, like at a Latvian company, which Russians just made and registered here in Latvia, whose only job is to email and fucking mail iPhones to rich Russians who want to counter sanctions. What the hell? And at the same time, his Patreon tiers, to any one of you who runs Patreon, right? You know, normal Patreon tiers are like, you know, like I do $1, $3, or $5 per episode, and I charge for about 5 episodes per month, which is like 5 to 5, 15, $5, $10, $15, $25 per month. Maxim Katz is the only guy who runs his Patreon tiers of $120, $250, and $350 per month. It's insane.
Yeah,
He
because
makes so much money.
what?
And
Who pays? Who
madness.
pays for these bot accounts? Somebody
Rich.
somebody wants to give him money, pays these amounts. That's the whole point.
Yeah, but
it's a money
yeah, but
laundering scheme.
the thing is, like the only Russian journalist that I actually genuinely respect from Russian liberals is Alexander Nevzorov. I will stand and die for him because I have been taught journalism by the man, and he's been honest about everything, and he's been granted Ukrainian citizenship by Zelensky himself. He's been honest about this war is going to happen all this time. All these Maxim Katz and everyone else, their condescending attitude irritates me. They also, what people don't get is that these Russian liberals, they make fun of Western media even when they claim they support this stuff. They oftentimes portray Westerners as being dumb and not understanding things. And this is the thing. This is what I do with my show. I explain stuff to Westerners they don't get. But Russian liberals, they're not much better. They are arrogant, and they still think that Russia should play a dominant part and have a sphere of influence after all this war. Trust me on that one, because, look, I'm speaking here in MriyaReport. I'm also publishing on Foreign Policy magazine. I have been on the Telegraph podcast, the one about the war and everything. West Point Academy have used me as a source. I've read lectures in Harvard. And at the same time, I'm not good enough for them to collab with me, even when I write messages to them because of my Twitter followers.
Kristaps, you're not good enough because from his perspective, you are just Latvian.
Well,
And
that
you
makes
are not-
sense because
you're
I
not his
honestly
money
don't
train.
know, man.
You're not his money train, as always.
Yeah, but that alone kind of proves this whole thing, because they treat anyone who's like competent from any other, like, they treat Americans with deep reverence because they have been taught that Americans are powerful, and they also respect fellow Russians, but they do not cooperate with anyone else. They disregard you. You can be Ukrainian, Belarusian, Latvian, Lithuanian. They don't care, and you can have whatever CV you want. They'll just treat you like garbage anyways, because in their mind, it's not Putin who should rule Russia. It is their party. It is their united thing that will then run the sphere of influence. And I'm trying to be as charitable as possible. And like I said, with Medusa, there are some good people there. Medusa, by the way, of all the people, are the less worst, because I know them personally. I drank beer just an hour ago with a couple of them, and they are truly
Kristaps,
people. Some people are dead.
Yeah, Kristaps, the key thing is that Medusa, and that's what, because people, and this is why we're talking to the subject here, people on the internet have followed Medusa for years. Okay, and then the full-scale invasion comes, and Medusa still operates, but it has already changed in the run-up to the invasion, and the, shall we say, the editorial setup has completely changed, and it's full of people who are nationalist Russian, I'm sorry to say so, and who defend Russia's culture and its superiority and its games. They are still in this imperial mindset. Nothing has changed other than Medusa itself has changed, but the content is still the same Kremlin propaganda.
You see, dude, this is why I have a written permission for them to use their articles in perpetuity, which I have stuffed into their faces, and I offer them to buy, by the way, my Igor Girkin, the Club of Angry Patriots t-shirt and a pen, because for those of you who don't know, I own those things as a trademark. If you see anyone using Girkin's Club of Angry Patriots in the European Union, or I'm working in the United States as well, I own that property. Eastern Border Media owns Club of Angry Patriots. Girkin owes me licensing fees. We're donating everything to Ukraine. But about that, there were some good journalists there, really good ones, and I speak with them, and they've left Medusa at this point. I have no warm feelings for them, but there were some good journalists there who actually tried to do their job. I can tell you that. Like I said, I can't speak for all of them, but I know some of them personally, and well, the very few guys that I know that I've worked with, that I've actually interviewed, They're a very, very interesting case. But as all things, they always change. If you, like, I had Dmitry Potapenko, a very famous Russian economist, on my show once, and I had watched him criticize Russian government and all that on his channel, and I wanted to speak about the transit business and all this stuff on Eastern Border podcast. And at the same time, when he comes on to my show, he switches from this libertarian character who criticizes his government and is progressive to someone who just has, for some unknown reason, defend these chauvinistic imperialistic ideas. And I don't know how to even deal with this. I think the only person that, like I said, I like.
Chris, you know this. You know how it is done. This is
I know,
deeply vested in their culture. It's deeply vested in their upbringing. It's deeply vested in their training.
Look, this is why I like Nevzorov, because he says exactly these things. Nevzorov at this point is the most honest person. If you speak Russian, Alexander Nevzorov, listen to that guy. He taught me journalism. Okay, he's one of the good guys. He's okay. And then I'm kind of confused because there are no Russian political leaders. I mean,
there's none. Kristaps, don't you like
Khodorkovsky and whatever. Like, sorry for sidetrack all of this shit. I just came home and I have articles to finish, but I'll stick around for about 10 or 15 more minutes. Let people speak. I think we did not answer G-Man's questions at all.
We did,
which is a dumb thing.
G-Man knows that we will do a segment again. We did once one on the Forest Brothers already. It's a long time ago, for about 25 minutes. But I'm sure, Kristaps, if you have time, we'll get another chap from Lithuania and we'll have a sensible three-way conversation to discuss the Forest Brothers. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Yeah, that's a good idea. But right now I'll be on for a bit because my girlfriend already wants to murder me for coming home late. So might as well stick with you guys while I'm finishing up.
Whilst she's holding the gun. Good. I think, Alan, don't you mind if we go to the angry corporal who's been patiently waiting?
You old men from the Baltics can't shut up. Holy cow. Would Kristaps like to borrow my Canadian passport? Because everybody loves us. And just to roll back to the ice cream thing, we just keep our ice cream out on the front lawn. And every once in a while, I go shoot a polar bear or some moose. Kind of a battle with the moose, strangely enough, and to preserve our ice cream.
Canadian, sir, I am technically a Canadian podcast because when I started out, there were no podcasts in the Baltic states, and I couldn't register myself on iTunes, so I asked my friend from Vancouver to register me. So I am theoretically a Canadian podcast, just based in Latvia.
Well, welcome. I've actually listened to your podcast before. Welcome to the Dominion, good sir, and carry on spreading the good word, I suppose. The NATO piece, I just want to speak to that for a second. If Russia was to move on to any of the bordering states in NATO, we will turn Russia back into the Kievan Rus outhouse in about 3 days. And nobody would shed a tear over it. I've been sitting up here for so long, I actually forgot the question I was going to ask. So, G-Man, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Angry Corporal. I mean, yeah, we would do so if the political will is there. I mean, NATO's a state, let's be honest. I'm not convinced that we would actually respond to an Article 5 right now. Eventually we would, but there'd be an awful lot of talking because there's 31.
Why do you think that? Why do you think we would not?
North Atlantic Council have to have unanimous votes to take any action. And you know what?
That's not true. I'm sorry, G-Man, that's not true. In case
is it not?
No, it's not true. In case every nation in the NATO can actually deliberately, unilaterally defend itself. And if you feel that you're attacked, you can defend yourself, and the others are
yes,
then
you're
asked
right.
to
So each country can take
the others are asked to
bilateral
support you, which they do not have to render unanimously.
Okay, so what that means is that if the United States and Britain and France and Germany decide to do something, then their forces can join in. But if there's a joint multinational
100%. And
that has
we'll address the elephant in the room. Let's say Hungary votes against it. You know, Russians walk into Latvia tomorrow. Sorry, buddy. And Article 5 is declared, and you know, the council says, "Yep, that's an Article 5." They vote, and Hungary and Turkey vote against. You know, for whatever reasons. All the rest of NATO can still send their forces in there, you know, unilaterally. And that's what Axel was getting at. You know, Canada would be in there like a dirty shirt. The U.S. Wait, what war has there been that the U.S. has not been involved with in one manner or another? Their whole being just revolves around that. You want to bet that the Brits will be in there. You know, they've been chomping at the bit to get at the Russians for about 100 years.
Angry. I thought I lost your audio there. Are you finished?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry. The end of line.
Okay. On to Edwards, please.
Hello, guys. As a fellow Latvian, I would like to add to the Christoph's notes. During his talk, on the first one, which were more positive, I did do some.
Can't hear us.
I can hear Edwards. You cannot hear Edwards?
I'll leave and recycle. I apologize. Sorry, Edwards.
Okay, so yeah. Yeah, okay. Paldies. I mean, every second Latvian family have relatives which were deported, shot, or imprisoned, or as defined as a political dissident. So this is quite dark time, and I'm quite joyful that Kristaps found a way to spin this a little bit with the humor. I wanted to add to the ice cream thing. It's not just that we like ice cream or love it. We have best ice cream in the world. I mean, former Estonian president, during his presidency, at least once came to the Latvia just to eat Latvian ice cream. They are facts. You can Google.
I can objectively affirm this. This is objectively true. Latvia has the best ice cream and the best beer. Two things.
Yeah.
Did I
Okay, thanks.
correctly? Did you make the Elvis joke?
Yeah.
He did you a favor.
Okay, continuing on this anecdotal history on the Russian world, on the night gun team, there was actually testimonies on toilets with plumbing. A Russian serviceman forcefully moved into apartments where there were toilets with the plumbing, and they used those toilets. They didn't know how to flush it. They used them till they were full. Then they called the house intendant and asked to get a plumber to change the toilet. And that happened during and right after the World War II. And we have similar testimonies from Ukraine from 2022. So that's Russian world for you. Adding to the notes, the G-Man, I think it was, on the Article 5, your pessimistical outlook would be okay before 2014, I think. Now it's different. We have foot on ground. In Latvia, we have Canadian troops, we have Danish troops. I think there's a similar thing in Estonia and Lithuania as well, and then Poland. So it's not only that Russia wouldn't do something stupid like that. If they would get their teeth kicked in. So now I have a question. How can we as an individuals put pressure on the USA and UK to allow their supplied weapons to allow their supplied weapons to Ukraine to be used inside the Russian territory. I mean, let's get real. Before the average Ivan will not see war on his doorstep, he won't do anything to change the current regime in the Kremlin. So that's it. Thank you, and Slava Ukraine.
Heroam Slava. G-Man, then Nick.
On the UK rules around weapons that we've given to Ukraine, I don't believe we've put any restrictions. In fact, I'm pretty sure Storm Shadow has been used outside of the Ukraine against Russian targets. Need to check that, but I think it's true. On the NATO piece, I was sort of talking tongue-in-cheek, partly. It's not really my opinion. It's the opinion of General Sir Richard Sharif, who was Deputy Commander of NATO up until 2016, I think. So it was his opinion based on the real political situation then. I do believe that the situation is different now, mostly apart from two countries who could still throw some sort of problems, but we could get around them, as Axel has said. Yeah, and just on one last thing, I took the opportunity yesterday to write to my MP in the House of Commons, and I also took the opportunity to write to Ben Wallace about the Nova Kakova Dam situation and then all the other potential weapons of mass destruction, or what was it Alan said, improvised weapons of mass destruction that Russia could target. So I got a response back from Ben Wallace's parliamentary office, because I'm not a constituent of his. It's obviously in his capacity as Defence Secretary that he has to answer. But I've got an email to send, and they have sent that email on to him anyway. So I'm going to follow it up in a couple of days, see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you, G-Man, and thank you for writing, Ben Wallace. Nick, please.
Hi. Was it Angry Corporal saying something about how the Americans would be itching to get into it? We do like to make jokes about that. There was a joke in the early '80s when the Cold War was getting a little warm in places about how analysts had decided that the US was trying to make up for being late for the last two world wars by being in right at the start of the next one. Yeah, I mean, the Article 5 thing, my concern would not be so much that if several Russian brigades rolled into Latvia, that NATO would and ah, or that they would, or that Hungary would sort of say, well, we don't like it, and everyone would have to go, oh, well, the lawyers won't let us defend Latvia. That isn't my concern. My concern is more about salami slicing. And I think actually I have much less of a concern about that than I would have had a couple of years ago. But I mean, Russia kind of salami sliced Donbass. We'll take a little bit. We'll take a little bit. We'll take a little bit. Axel may remember there's a Yes Minister. There's a Yes Minister sketch where, or perhaps Yes Prime Minister, and he's now got
Prime Minister, the first one, actually, isn't it? Yeah,
and he's got the nuclear button, and it's like, well, what do you do if the Russians cause trouble
Yes,
in
is
East
supposed to be a
Berlin?
comedy.
Well, can I continue?
I thought. Yeah, sure. I was just thinking.
We do sometimes use humor in here to get our point across. And yes, salami slicing, I think, is a real danger. And I think it's less of a danger now. And I mean, one of the things that's happened in the last 15, 16 months is the West has, by and large, woken up. But I think there was certainly previously a danger of, oh, well, maybe if they're, maybe they'll back out of that, strip that they've taken, etc. So that would have been my bigger concern about Article 5, but I don't think anyone's really worried that Hungary is going to somehow veto it. It's not like the European Union, where the veto just means everyone has to go home, or at least come up with a better plan. So I wouldn't worry too much. And just about the weapons, not being used in Russia, I think what seems to be happening is that weapons are either delivered or not delivered on the basis that they might be used in Russia, but quite clearly you can sit on the Russian border and fire an 81mm mortar into Russia. So it's all, what it means is we don't want Storm Shadow components being found in the wreckage of a school in Russia. I don't think Ukraine is going to be bombing schools, but things go wrong occasionally. So I think we will see limited tactical use of Western weapons at logistical points, 50, 100, 150 kilometers in Russia. And I'm quite certain the Americans have not said to the Ukrainians that if they ever do that, that all of a sudden they'll turn the tap off. And I think there's an understanding that everyone has to respect a certain amount of decorum and a certain amount of a certain amount of fig leaves have to be distributed. But apart from that, I don't think anyone's getting very upset about it. When didn't the Belgorod insurgents have some American vehicles that they'd somehow got hold of?
Actually,
I don't think Lavrov.
that's the funny thing, they didn't.
Oh, okay. I thought there was footage of it.
No, there was manipulated footage of 2 Humvees which were captured by Russians actually in Syria, transported for the video opportunity into Russia.
Okay, thanks for the update.
But we're looking at you, Ingalls Air Force Base.
Always.
Always indeed. To Melhus, and then Axel, I have some questions for you about mines. Melhus.
Yes, good evening from Norway. So, if you remember back when Russia started this offensive back in February 2022, the NATO Council actually voted unanimously to activate NATO's pre-established defense and deployment plans. So the Supreme Commander of NATO had all the authority he needed to in case Russia attacked. So and I agree completely with what the Angry Corporal said about how we could do it if, like Hungary tries to block the action. The only thing they could block would be like new decisions about using common NATO resources. So that's part of why, when helping Ukraine now, the NATO fund, common NATO fund for military support is only non-lethal support. So it includes stuff like medical aid or anti-drone electronic warfare. So that's sort of, but all the other nations can do whatever they want almost to help because they already have the authorities for that. As for the salami slicing, one way to avoid that is to be clear about like what we would do to defend ourselves if the Russians attacked, but keep them guessing about like which sequence and when stuff will happen. So there's some value in being clear about some things, but also to be ambiguous about exactly how things will happen. And
that is true.
Yeah.
That is true. And as Angry Corporal and I could talk to you for hours about, that all exists.
Yes.
Both the strategic ambiguity, and it seems that you know a little bit about it as well as the plans as to what we would do if XYZ happens.
Yes, and those plans are continually upgraded, updated, and exercised. So some of those exercises we actually show to the Russians, like we show them how we would act in case we are planning to use nuclear weapons or something. That is an annual exercise, and they can watch what NATO does. So that's a normal thing. So yeah, so that's on this topic. I had several comments about what Thomas Tyner talked about earlier. I can hold those for tomorrow or something, maybe.
Yeah, he's going to be, if you like. I mean, if you come up tomorrow, you're very welcome. We start yet again at 2000 hours Kiev time, which is 1900 hours Rome or 1300 hours Eastern. So if you have time, you're very welcome.
Yes, thank
tomorrow
you.
will be 1 hour because right after that we have Nuno Felix.
Yes, just one short comment that is in the store, U.S. Marine storage in Norway does not actually have aircraft in them. It has all the land material, and it has ammunition for the planes and helicopters, but the planes and helicopters come flying over. So that's just a small detail, yeah.
And they have helicopter components and wings and everything else in there.
Yes, and the ground handling material, like for the equipment you need to hang stuff on the wings and stuff like that. So they have everything except the planes and helicopters. And just a small point of this, because I see Meta is here. You might be interested to know that actually the United States has demonstrated shooting down a cruise missile with a howitzer, with artillery. So your idea about doing that is not so silly. The Americans actually tried it. The only problem is that they need a special shell that costs several tens of thousands of dollars. But they have tried it. It does work.
We're learning a lot of things in Ukraine. So Axel, tomorrow when Thomas is here, I want to talk to him about mines, specifically Russian mining. I know we saw a lot of mines washed away when they blew the Novakhovka Dam, but I saw a map, and I'm looking for it again, that suggested 30% of Ukraine has now been mined. And now I know that both Ukraine and Russia use mines, and they have different strategies. Ukraine is using mines to prevent Russian retreat. Russia is using mines to prevent Ukrainian advance. Is there a strategy to mining? Is there a well-laid minefield and a badly laid minefield? How does it work?
Russia. Okay,
you going to get this, Axel? You want me?
No, I wanted to give it to you and to David. But one thing, the 30% number, this is very, very difficult to assess. I know there's Ukrainian officials who have spoken about this, but this is a matter of how dense, how wide, and which borders. The Russians have not occupied 30% of Ukraine, quite literally. And it's very difficult to assess. We shouldn't say 30% of Ukraine is mined, but there is, but it doesn't matter. It's a different number, and we'll come to that. But please,
I think they're talking. I think they're talking about. Sorry, Kristaps. I think they're talking about like the areas that the Russians have airbursted those PM4s over. You know, so they scatter over a pretty wide area, and if you consider that, and they're little bastards too. Like, you know, they look like toys, so kids pick them up, and they're a vile mine, and they should have been banned, you know, generations ago.
Exactly.
No, what I want to say is that about mines, I always have this story, and I'll just leave this to the experts. And hi to the Russian trolls who are already messaging me about rambling incoherently that I should shut up. Sorry, not going to happen. But about mines, when I was in Bucha and Irpin, this was in Irpin, I went there and took pictures of the sapper teams, and I saw just, you know, random grenade with a wire stuck into a shoe. And I was just there with the sappers, and I'm like, look, this is obvious. Who's going to fall for this? Whom is this mine for? And they said, oh, no, comrade, it's not for you, it's for the kids. That is when the reality of the war hit me. And now I'm going to leave this to the military experts about the mines. I'm just here to give you the personal touch of all this issue. So sorry if I interrupted anyone.
No, that's fine. It's a very good point, and it's exactly one part of the answer to Alan's question. What is Russian mining on the one hand, and what is how you use mining as a conventional army tactics in the West? But I'll leave that to David and to Angry, because they can talk about this until the cows come home.
Well, yeah, and so what they really mean is, right, 30% is can be considered to have mines in it, right, as opposed to it's 30% is entirely covered with mines. You just have to think about something as suspect. Is there something wherever that is? If there are some mines somewhere, then you might have to consider that whole field as to be suspect, right? So for which it needs to be cleared. So I suspect they're talking about the clearance area as opposed to anything else. Look, we could spend forever talking about this. The fact is that the way to think about it is that an astonishing amount of area needs to be cleared of mines, and that problem's getting worse as we go along. And the problem will have got worse in some areas over others, right? So the trying to put it down into percentages just causes all sorts of problems because of whatever. It's just an astonishingly large number, right? And it's all to do with clearance. And how do you ensure you say that an area that's been cleared? And there's the problem, isn't there? Right? Because even if you've cleared an area, you may have missed something, and these are the problems for later. It may be that places have to be cleared twice, or in different methods or something like that.
Just to put it in perspective, the Canadian Forces is still in Cambodia, demining the country. And I'm pretty sure the UK is still there too. So when was the last war there? When was the last time they actively mined the country and we're still demining it? Every once in a while, somebody builds a house in Germany and digs up a Grand Slam bomb.
And I believe there are Cambodians already in Ukraine helping demine and bringing their expertise and experience with demining to Ukraine, where it's most needed, especially from a civilian point of view. And this would be in areas that Ukraine has liberated. A G-Man.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. Tomorrow, the 14th of June. Sorry, this was the 14th of June. What am I talking about? Yeah, today. Sorry. Tomorrow, actually, really, because, the Falklands War, 1982, 10 weeks. 10 weeks. 74 days since April 2nd, the Argentines invaded. June 14th, they surrendered, but the surrender was actually June 15th. Anyway, more than 30 years elapsed before the mine. In fact, 30 years it took them to demine the Falklands. They weren't doing it full time, mostly just fenced off bits and let the sheep roam because they didn't set them off. But 10 weeks the Argentines held that place. 30 years it took to demine it. I do hope that Ukraine takes a lot. It'll be a lot quicker because you've got automated methods hopefully coming, and there's a lot of tech, and there's a lot of people going to be involved in it. But just 10 weeks, 30 years.
So just to go back to mining strategy, if there are mining strategies, and we did hear about Angry talking about, I think they are also called butterfly mines, intended really for the kids, which is despicable. But Ukraine has been using aerial mining techniques behind the Russian lines. Am I right about that? And that is to complicate their retreat, obviously. David or Axel or Andrew?
Yeah. So I can answer that. So exactly. That's part of the problem, right? So what they do is, if you're advancing, right, they may just put some aerial mines behind you, right? Because obviously they go, here you are, this area has been cleared, right? Everyone comes charging in or not charging in, coming in, and then suddenly there are some aerial mines, right? That's the risk about all of these things. But I'm guessing, right? So that because Ukrainians' counter battery is so good, right? Then what they'll do is they'll know as soon as they fired it, assuming they've got the counter battery up and running, they'll know that the risk of that area of there being something in it will be high or middling or whatever, right? So their Ukrainian counter battery fire is going to be a huge defense to this, right? But it is going to be a big risk because they've got quite a bit of it. The Russians are still have quite a bit of their artillery, and they will still try and keep sending it back in, right? And as you know, if you've cleared something, let's just say it's a minefield, you've had the first part of the battle group, or whatever it is, has gone through. There's a little bit of a break, and then some more mines come in, and no one notices. Then it's a bit of a death trap.
Yeah, we saw that in real time in Volodar.
there you go. That was with the destruction of those advancing Russian forces.
But I just want to mention that most civilized armies in the world will do their best to keep a record of where they're mined. I bet David can talk more about this. Like in my training, we glossed over it because we didn't personally handle mines. We did demining and whatnot, but you know the Russians, I can guarantee, maybe somebody kept a record, but they're just blowing their load wherever the wind takes it, right? Wherever they think they'll be effective, or they're using the old Soviet adage of destroy the world by grid square.
No, exactly, isn't it? And I just don't think they're even monitoring it. Hence why their own troops are dying on their own mines, right? I don't think for one moment that they're paying any attention to this. Everything is with casual disregard because they just don't give a shit, do they?
If they're using the 155 mining shell, there is an option to set a timer on the mines, so the mines can self-detonate in like a day or two.
That's at us. I don't do the Russian mines have a timer?
I don't think so.
I don't think
and
they do.
I'm guessing, to be honest with you, David.
Yeah, I would hazard a guess that they wouldn't. They're not interested. However, right, there is one thing about these things, though, right? That they have a problem with batteries. So this is the cascade of circumstances that we keep talking about. They have a problem with batteries because they're struggling to get these. They're tiny little watch batteries that you get, and so they use these things, and they're struggling to get it. So they're buying them all over the place, but lots of them that they're buying, apparently, this is a tweet I saw about a week ago, so it was quite interesting in that. So they're testing the batteries, and half of the batteries in there don't work, and half of them just have a very small charge. So there is an issue that the battery may just not work as well. So may not even arm the thing. So the battery is for arming it.
So, David, as a sapper, when you are laying a minefield, what makes a well-laid minefield? How do you do it? And are you using coordinates given to you by artillery saying that here's where we're going to have a clear shot? Here is where, if you channel armored divisions troops with mining, we'll get them.
So what would happen is a minefield is that comes from up high, right? They go, we want a minefield here. This is going to go from this bit to this bit, and the engineers on there, you would just go, okay, right. So there'll be some places where we don't mine inside the tree line and the rest of it, right? And then you would just go, okay, this area is mined. So back in my day, everything was done with GPS. They didn't give us personal GPS devices. We would be doing our own grid references and marking it out on a map. And then depending on what you were doing, right? So we have different mines. I think we have the thing called the bar mine. I think we still have it. And there's the Mark 7 mine. I don't know if the UK still use it, but the Mark 7 mine is round, a bit like the Russian ones. The bar mine is something that's long; it's 1.2 meters long, and the reason why I have it because you increase the risk of someone rolling over it, right? Because it's long. So with a bar mine, there is it looks like an agricultural device that you can put on it, and what it does is it sort of plows a furrow in the ground and then lays it, and you've got something similar for a Mark 7 mine. That does it if you're trying to lay a minefield that's big, right? So you can, if it was a small minefield, you would just dig it in by hand. But in the UK, we also have a bit where we all put anti-personnel mines. In my day, this was on graph paper, and we would be putting the approximate position of where the anti-personnel mines were around mine X, whichever one it is, because you don't put anti-personnel mines around every single mine. So that would be it, really. You might do it hand if it was a small area. If it was a really big area, then you would just use the agricultural device. As I said, it looks like a little bit like a plough, makes a little furrow or a cut in the ground and puts it underneath. So I think you remember, so when Ryan Tip of the Spear was on, and he was talking, he said that you could use your eye to know where they were. Well, that's exactly what happens, right? So the because when you cut a furrow, a bit like a plough in a field, you can see that track. Obviously, 3 months later, you'll probably not. But if it was recent, within 4 weeks, you probably will. And then there's the other thing: is if it is laid, right, and it's laid underground, under the immediate ground, as it were, by a tractor or some sort of trailer device, then they're going to be pretty much in a straight line, right? So all you need to do is know where that line is, which is why we say that maybe things like LiDAR and other bits and pieces will be useful, because once you know the direction of travel, right, then you're in a good chance of finding it. But I suspect, seeing a lot of the Russian mines, they're laid on the surface. So where they're just chucked out of a vehicle, then you're going to have no chances to knowing where they are. But obviously, that's one of the things we talked about with burning the grass. Burn that grass, and you can see where it is. So yeah. So that sort of stuff, when you've burnt the grass, of course, and if things are booby trapped with a little bit of, if they're using something like fishing wire, then when that melts, that might even set the booby trap off. It depends on what they've done.
I do remember that conversation with Ryan Hendrickson. Good reminder, David. While we still have Kristaps with us, because I know it's getting late for him, I just want to change the topic slightly. Then I will be going to Hans. But Kristaps, you're a journalist. I need to listen to your podcast. What's been your experience reviewing and reading and working with Western journalists?
Oh yeah, it's been a bit weird. You see, I am a journalist. Like I said, started podcasting in the Baltic States, and I've been, well, if you've been here for a while, you've heard what I've done. I'm really glad that I'm one of those very few people that actually done things through my work. But recently, I'm writing a new article for Foreign Policy magazine about our president, and then another one about the Dedovshchina, the hazing culture in the Russian army. But last time, after I wrote my article about prison laws, I was invited to be a guest on the Telegraph podcast. I'm there quite often. I've been there 3 times as of now. I really enjoy the guys, especially Dom and everything. But I noticed this attitude that when I explained things from my perspective and when I defended these things, they asked Ronald or Roland, I think it was Roland there. I don't exactly remember his name. They asked this guy who's been a reporter from Russia for the Telegraph for years now about whether or not what I said is true. And then he said profound thing that, he had been with a translator on the Ukrainian front lines, and that he had spent some time in Moscow, again, with a translator and all this stuff. And he kind of made me look silly because he didn't deny what I said, but obviously he hadn't seen it firsthand. And it made me look bad in the eyes of the Western audiences because, he's a more senior journalist from a Western newspaper who's been to the front lines, but so have I, and who's been to Moscow, so have I too. But the problem is that I want to explain is that in a lot of these cases, there's still this thing that Westerners are only shown what they're supposed to see. It's also a part of the Soviet culture. Like in Soviet era, there were special hotels for foreigners called Intourist or international tourist, and you would be followed at all times by KGB people that would always listen to. And just because a person has been spending a lot of time in Moscow doesn't mean Putin's government didn't do everything possible to show him only the things he needed to see. And the same time in the front lines in Ukraine, I mean, if you speak to the Ukrainian guys in the front lines via a translator, but obviously some sort of internal clock ticks in you, and you're not going to translate everything word for word. You're not going to get the same meanings. They're going to tell you the polite things. They're going to drop off the internal cultural stuff, all these things, because that's you have to be polite to Westerners. They don't understand what понятие is, so why bother translating that stuff to them? That is how this operates. And then when I, from Eastern Europe, do this explanation of Soviet prison laws to the West in English, and then when a Western journalist is asked about this to confirm my words, and he's like, but people think I'm wrong, not the fact that no one has ever spoken about this in depth in English to such a level that I just did in such a media, or maybe they have, but that was a niche thing. Anyway, it wasn't popular, but basically, people in the East know that Westerners have basically no knowledge about понятия, so obviously the translator would not even translate these rules to them. And the guys would be like, no, he's from the West, you can't speak to Westerners like that. There's the cultural thing there. And it felt really bad that when my actually really good article in Foreign Policy magazine was kind of put down by the Telegraph. Because, I also respect those guys because I don't know about their internal policy or anything, but they have me on regularly. And I'm pretty sure that when I write a new article, I can still ask to be on their show, and I respect these guys, so I wouldn't argue about this on their show, but I can say it here. Roland does a great job from the Telegraph podcast. He's a great guy, and I have full respect for him. He's a true professional. It's just that he does not know what he does not know. Because we have this, so don't tell this to Westerners. They won't understand anyways culture. And anyone who operates in Ukraine or Russia via a translator he's never going to get the full cultural aspects. And it made me look stupid because he obviously hadn't heard of these понятия, of this prison culture stuff to the level of, what the locals have. Because they just wouldn't tell him. And why would they? Because they know nothing like this had been on English in widespread media before. And I just did an article. And that was really bad, in a sense. And I didn't even know how to explain myself.
You must have been quite frustrated at that, though, Christoph.
I did, and I was indeed. But I did not want to interrupt him or anything because I respect the chance. The Telegraph is a huge, audience, and it's a way bigger media than my eastern border, and it's a way how to get the message out. Of course, I did not argue with them. It's just that I wanted people to maybe know that, if a Westerner operates via a translator, he might not have received the full picture, is all that I'm saying. And he made me look bad in front of the audience. And
no one likes that. Oh, sorry. Go on, Axel.
Sorry, no, but Chris, you and I discussed this before you wrote the article. Did he then at least read the article?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did, and he was asked.
He still couldn't pick up on the fact that there was a lot more of research you had done, and a lot more.
No. He was his answer was about the fact that, well, yes, I have heard the notions were stronger in the 90s, but these days, I think the soldiers are, trying to get rid themselves of this, like, very political stuff in an extremely British way with way better English than I have, because. I'm sorry, guys, if you misunderstand me. I'm a Latvian. English is not my first language. It's super late here, and I've been working, and I will continue working.
I quite like listening to you speaking with your accent, by the way, Christoph, so that's fine. Well, so it sounds like he was a bit of a penis then.
Well, so to speak, I respect him.
You don't have to answer that.
Look, he's working from he was working from the information he was given. It never even crossed his mind that in our culture that's been victimized and we're kind of ashamed of Westerners, there might be things that if you work through a translator, you might not have the full info. And he presumed that he had, then that me, a local who speaks fluent Russian and who can understand Ukrainian as well, and who's been growing up here, that I might have some better knowledge than he does, except, he's British and I'm not, so.
Yeah, I just want to point out, Kristaps, that David also speaks English with an accent. But I want to ask about Payatnich. This is prison culture.
Panyachia, yes.
Panyachia. So tell me a little bit about Russian prison culture. And
Sir,
yeah,
please go to Foreign Policy Magazine. Just type in Google, Foreign Policy Magazine, Kristaps Andrēsons, or Foreign Policy Magazine, and you'll just find the article. I spent 3 weeks researching this and perfecting this, and even wrote domain comments about this, and he fixed me on things I should focus on. That truly is one of the best pieces of journalism where everything is fully crossed to the T and argumented, and that I consider my magnum opus at this point. It shouldn't be behind the paywall. If it is for you, well, sorry, I don't control that, but that Foreign Policy Magazine that I wrote truly is the best. Just type in Google Foreign Policy Magazine and then my username here that you can see on my logo and read all about it, because I have spent 3 episodes on my show, each an hour long or more, explaining this. And this article is the best introduction ever, because this thing is so complex and so deep that I will have to spend about 5 hours explaining it alone. So
I will do
I was
that.
going to say we've got
Kristaps.
5 hours now, haven't we?
Yeah, but
No,
I
I'm
need to
joking,
finish
Kristaps.
another article about our
joking,
presidents, man.
Kristaps.
I especially like reading a piece that a journalist is proud of himself. So I will definitely do this, Kristaps. Maybe just a very much briefer question. How does Russian prison culture play out on the battlefield in Ukraine?
Well, it's much less about the battlefield these days. It's about the 90s returning to Russia. You see, as I mentioned in the article, but I can explain this in short. They have that very strict prison laws that you've seen, like organized mafia laws, everything, and you can just go through this. What matters here is the fact that the prisoners who should have served 15 years in prison, they've served like a year, then they've served half a year in Wagner Group, learned to kill with better guns, and now they're going back to Russia. And seeing as they're going back to most, desperate regions where there are not enough routes for advancing in life, like Buryatia and Tiva, where already the prison culture thing is popular amongst the youth with the AUE movement, AUE, Arestansky Ukladye Jin. Yeah, organized crime is going to have a comeback, except now they're going to have tanks and armed forces. This is coming back. We're going to see lawful thieves or thieves in law enforcing their prison laws to all the Russian society, which is going to become the most mainstream thing in there. Think about, how Haiti looks. I predict Russia to look kind of like Haiti right now, except in 20 years, and that's a very optimistic kind of schedule, except, private military companies funded by organized crime lords, because whom do you think funds and organizes all this parallel import inside of Russia? It's the organized crime, the whole old crime lords. And they will push those rules back. Modified, yes, but it's coming back. We're seeing 90s return in Russia, except with way more violence and anger. Because Putin has destroyed
The crime, we spoke about this before. The crime.
Look, I know. I am trying to explain this to Westerners, comrade. I'm putting this. I'm easing them in.
Yeah, but
look, this is the thing on my show. When I speak about stuff,
the reason why I'm saying this is that when we discussed it last time, all of us together with Doman and Marche and the likes, the key aspect was that the KGB, at a very, very early stage in the 1980s, had already started to work with organized crime so intensively in Italy, in America, and everywhere, that it was such an easy step to utilize the then crime syndicates in Odessa, Rostov-na-Don, and then transport this all to St. Petersburg. This is where the literal Russian version of the All for Food program propelled Monsieur Putin and his cronies into power. It is the nexus of organized crime and KGB thuggery. And that's what we're seeing now.
Kristaps, I think that your suggestion that Russia could become Haiti on steroids, I guess is the way I would put it, is is intriguing, and it does seem more and more likely to me.
Well, I'd have to go. I was going to add to that, if I may, Alan, simply because we do know there's been reports of ammo and weapons, and we're not talking about just handguns, but the rifles, etc., going back in the other direction, and it's going back for a reason, isn't it? Someone's making a lot of money out of it, but people are buying these because they'll be bought, right? They're buying them for a reason, and if there are people buying things like grenade launchers as well, they'll be there for a reason as well. So a set of lawlessness. Anyway, sorry, I interrupted, but I was going to add to that a little bit as well. So, Christoph, sorry.
Well, I don't even know what to add here. I'm supposed to finish 2 articles during this night, and it's almost 1 a.m. here. I have to write a profile on our new president, Edgar Sienkiewicz, who was the first openly gay president in the EU and NATO countries in general. And then I have to write an article about, finish up. I have notes about the Soviet hazing culture, like I said. And I need to make some money because I managed to drown my FPV drone while I was, focusing on it as I'm going to go back to Ukraine. Journalists need some good footage. $600 matter a lot, so I'll be up slaving for the capitalist devil, or something. I'm gonna make a stupid joke out of everything. Have a great night, gentlemen, and I'm truly honored as always to come over here. And yeah, please do check out my show. It's called The Eastern Border. My latest episode was a bit of a breather that I did. Normally I focus on war, but this one was about architecture of Riga. Sometimes I just make something slightly less insane and brain melting to keep my sanity going. But right now I'm working on articles because I have $600 to make, or the FPV drones are not cheap. At any rate, nice to have you here, and please don't get me wrong. This wasn't an offense, an insult towards the Telegraph. I love those guys, and I think they didn't want to do anything on purpose. I noticed this fact that maybe their expert does not understand that he might not have been told the whole truth. I have nothing but ultimate respect for them because they allow me to speak on their show and therefore, counter more Russian lies. Do not get this wrong. I do want to go back on that show again and maybe talk to Roland about this at some point. So, it is what it is. I'll go back to work now, and do check out the Eastern Border. Have a great night.
Christoph, I have a quick question for you. Sorry for interrupting.
Quick question then.
So this is Edwards from Latvia, Baltic state, which basically the 90s we had a similar issue.
Edwards.
Yes.
Jautā man latviski. I'm telling Edvards to ask the question in Latvian.
Okay. Man, mums ir diezgan liela pieredze ar organizēto noziedzību un Krievijas ietekmi, tā skaitā Krievijas organizēto noziedzību 90. gados. Kā domā tavs scenārijs, kur iezīmē, vai mēs jutīsim arī pie sevis kaut kādu ietekmi?
Okay, so, sorry Edvards for making you ask me in Latvian. It's just that you're not used to maybe talking to public yet, so you're a bit shy, so I'll just explain this in quick. He asked me about whether or not we will feel this impact of the 90s coming back here in Latvia. And I can tell you, yes, we will. We will, in Estonia will, in Lithuania will. At least so my friends tell me. And when I mean friends, I mean legitimate businessmen people. The thing is, the culture has been changing here, and we do not have these strict prison laws as much. But we will have to be very careful about the lower level crime. We're going to have to check the backgrounds of people. We're going to have to vet people whom we let in here, sadly. That is no other way. Or we're going to face a new wave of, and not just us, through us, if we're not careful about this, EU is going to face a new wave of drug importation, human trafficking, and all these things. I think that, of course, we, as being on the Eastern Border, which is why my show is named like that, we're going to have to pay extra careful scrutiny to whom we let across the border. And we're going to need funds for these reasons. And I hope to convince Western audiences in some way that, hey, if you play Warhammer at some point, or if you watch Lord of the Rings, well, you're Gondor, we're Rohan. Or in Warhammer terms, you're the Empire, and we're Kislev. Yeah, we're the poorer border guys, but we're tougher than you, and help us out with the thing, or bad things are going to happen to you, because if you leave us alone, then you're going to pay either way. increased crime, and I'm going to help to get this one through because we are sitting and defending the borders of the EU at this point, and this is going to be a terrible process. President Vilkevich also told me that this is one of his priorities as well, of focusing on this border crossing and everything.
Thank you, Kristaps. I know what it's like to face deadlines, especially when you have to refill the coffers. So good luck, write well, and make yourself some coffee.
Thank you, comrade. And as I always say in my show, happiness is mandatory. And if you have any questions, just follow me and message me them because I really have to go, guys. And bless you. And if you ever are in Riga, beer and a tour is on me. До свидания, товарищи. And Allah nak видео.
До свидания, and thank you. So, order of hands now. Skykiss, you had your hand up. You would actually come first if you still have your hand up. Then Peter, then Meta, and then Adam. Skykiss, do you have a question or a comment?
I did, but I've forgotten what it was, and I'll just see to. I believe Peter and Meta were behind me.
That
Okay.
Happens to the best of us, Skykiss.
Yes,
Peter.
and I thanked Kristaps already, so let's go.
Peter, Meta, and Adam.
Yeah, Alan, hi, and everybody else. Yeah, I was listening in earlier on, and I heard Latin bring up the fact that somebody or whoever in the USA was suggesting that Ukraine shouldn't go into NATO, but should have an Israeli type of setup. And I was desperate to get onto the site because for a number of reasons, and I want to explain those, that is totally nonsense. Ukraine needs to go into NATO, and I want to explain why. Now, in 2014, I was flying to East Ukraine in business jets, and Russia blew up MH17 with a whole load of civilians on board this airliner. The whole airspace was closed up, and we were forced to fly into Kyiv, and we still had to treat the airspace differently to the rest of Europe because we had to have a special company who would get us the flight planning clearances in and around. Now, obviously, Ukraine is closed, and we don't know what will happen after this offensive if Ukraine wins, whether Putin will continue this as a war in his head and every few months send a missile over or whatever, which will effectively keep the airspace completely closed. Now, that's not going to be any good for Ukraine. They need the economy, they need the tourism, they need the engineers, the scientists, the business people to be able to jump onto a commercial airline and be in Ukraine in a couple to 3 hours. So somebody in America suggested we go, Ukraine goes the Israel way, and this was suddenly a big awakening to me because I realized what was going on. With the F-16s, there were excuses all over the place why we shouldn't give F-16s, and then maybe we should, and then there's a load of training that's got to be done on the F-16s, and every instinct in my body was saying this is total rubbish. And then when we had this thing about Israel. Israel is a country of 8,500 square miles. Ukraine is a country of, what was it, 23,000 square miles. So 8,000 square miles for Israel, 23,000 square miles for Ukraine. Ukraine is huge. So Israel can protect itself because it has a very little area to cover. It has ground-to-air missile systems, very sophisticated. But more importantly, I mean, I've flown into Tel Aviv twice with these private jets, and the approach into Tel Aviv is what I would call a sterile approach because it comes over sea. So it's much more secure for an airline to come in over the sea than it is to come in over buildings or forests where there might be some idiot with a missile trying to shoot something down. So they have a sterile approach, and they have a small country, and they can put missiles which can cover literally every inch of it. Ukraine cannot. So those who say, "Oh yeah, well, let's set Ukraine up as like Israel," are talking through their backsides, frankly.
So Peter, I think that when someone is suggesting that Ukraine, this Israeli defense idea is more of a metaphor than something that could be translated into reality or actuality. It's simply a metaphor.
Yeah, but then it was. I agree that, but then it suddenly struck me what was said probably at the beginning of this invasion, which was an American general turned around and said, "Let's make Ukraine its own mini NATO." And I suddenly thought, well, what's going on with these F-16s? Because at the moment there is no air cover. And I don't think there are many wars where there hasn't been air cover. But we have no air cover. And it's just coincidental that almost the week that the F-16s were given permission to be handed to Ukraine was just before the offensive, with the knowledge that all these pilots have got to be trained, all these other people have got to be trained, the simulators aren't available, oh, they might be available, we haven't got enough time on the simulators to give to them, and this, that, and the other. And it suddenly hit me that the whole point of the F-16s wasn't to win this war, or to what America fears, which is with the F-16s, they'll take Crimea, but it was to start to set them up, if things go well, to protect themselves after the war and to not be in NATO. And I think it is vitally
Peter, I think that you are stretching quite a bit here in a couple of ways. The United States supports Ukraine retaking Crimea because Crimea is part of Ukraine. And I think this has been clearly stated by Anthony Blinken and others in the U.S. administration of Joe Biden. And I think that what we want to wait and see is what happens at the NATO summit in Vilnius in July. I think there are 20. Have there been 20 NATO nations already coming forward and supporting Ukraine entering NATO? or, and I think it is that many. I could be wrong. That's most of the alliance. So maybe we will be waiting to hear an announcement from Vilnius. I know that will be at the top of the agenda, but I just think you're stretching a bit far here on American policy, and America will come to support very vocally Ukraine's membership in NATO. So I think you're a bit off, Peter.
Okay, I'll be delighted if they do that. I really will be delighted if they fully support Ukraine going into NATO, because that is a must. There mustn't be anything which we kind of say, oh, you know, we'll give them an Israel thing, which it's just not going to work. You can't have a.
But again, Peter, the Israel thing, as you say, this is a metaphor. It cannot be translated into actuality. It is simply a metaphor. I think that Dryfly might have some interesting takes on your approach, Peter. If I can, allow me to go to Dryfly next, please.
Yeah, I will do.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. That's just worrying about stuff that's not worth worrying about now. However, I will say one thing the U.S. does, and Biden has been very, very good at this, is planning for contingencies. We all may want Ukraine to be in NATO, but that's not to say Turkey won't hold it up or Hungary won't hold it up. And there really is no mechanism to kick Hungary out and no mechanism to kick Turkey out. And I'm not sure we would kick Turkey out. So the reality is that there may have to be some plan Bs while the levers are pushed. Meanwhile, if Ukraine is armed to the teeth, it takes away the immediate problem of Russia pressuring them in a world where we really have problems with Hungary getting Ukraine into NATO. And so I hear what Peter's saying. I get it. I get the fear. I get kind of the anti-American bent on it. But the reality is that's not how we think. That's not how we call our congressmen. That's not how our congressmen think. Okay. But we do think globally, and we do think longer term. And long term might mean we don't get stuff we want immediately. Meanwhile, we still have to cover our bases. And so I fully think that he's right, that the F-16s were mostly for the future, but that wasn't the future that was going to be permanent by any stretch. It was going to be a temporary fallback at most if there were more problems. And there may be. I mean, we have a real problem with Orban. And until Orban goes away, you're not going to get some of the stuff you want through. And Orban has been pretty noisy lately. And I'll listen.
As soon as Ukraine is victorious, Orban has no one to sponsor him. And Orban, by that time, will be bankrupt. His economy is so down the drain. This guy has maybe another 15 to 18 months economically. He will come back home to mommy for money, as always, to the EU, as he has done 4 times since the beginning of this war. So don't worry about Orban. Don't worry about this. This can be solved, but it needs leadership from the front. It needs clear telling. Ukraine will be in NATO. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Clap the book, turn around, off you go. This is how you lead.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, that they must be in NATO, and there mustn't be any sort of divergence away from that. Or if there's a temporary thing, then there has to be guarantees from some major countries until the NATO thing is sorted out, because that airspace won't open up.
Sorry, that's not correct. The airspace will open up right away in the moment when Ukrainian territory is freed from Russians. Civil airlines have flown into conflict spaces for decades. It's completely normal. All right? There's many more, significantly more contested airspaces, or airspaces which are very dangerous and difficult, where civil airlines have been flying into. And not just in the Middle East, all across Africa, during the days of conflict in South America. I would not worry about that one thing.
Okay, Alec, I'll take your I'll take your knowledge
Lufthansa
on that.
on the day on the day there's an armistice, Lufthansa, British Airways, American Airlines, and the likes will fly to Kiev. I'll bet you at least $1, and I'm not a betting man. $1, trust me.
Okay. All right, I'll trust you.
Thank you, Peter. But just before I call on you, Meta, I want to welcome up my co-host, Robin, for, I think, Robin, you and I will be here for the rest of what I call North American early evening time, right?
That works for me, yeah, until 10 o'clock Eastern. What a day it's been. I've been listening to the space most of the day, and it's really things are happening. It's a scary time, but a very exciting time, and I have a lot of hope for what we're going to hear in the next few days.
Me too. And Thomas Tyner will be with us every day to give a situation review and after action reports, that kind of thing. Thomas will be here at 1 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow, Thursday. Nuno Felix will be with us later in the afternoon, and then Chuck Farrer in the evening at 7 p.m. or 1900 Eastern Time here in the United States. So those of you who need news from Ukraine, especially military news, tomorrow is the day you need to find a way to spend your whole day here at MriyaReport. You can bring others here by retweeting MriyaReport. Let others know this is the place to be. And while you're here, go to MriyaReport.org, tap on the donate button, and make as generous a donation as you possibly can. With that, to Meta.
No, thank you. I'd like to join Finland to the ice cream war. That's the first thing. I have three things. Second, to Peter, you know, Finland and Sweden are just going through the NATO process, and there's no time for Ukraine to do this, process, because there's a lot of conditions, like you can't have an ongoing conflict. So it's impossible regarding the rules. So the Israeli concept is sort of they start the development of the arms industry and cooperation. That's sort of what I take from that, and I guarantee that Ukraine will get security guarantees from all the neighboring countries of Russia. So if there would be something after the war when Ukraine has won. But the NATO process will be more complicated because of Hungary and Turkey. But we'll see about that. But I'm not worried either. We'll get them security guarantees that are enough, so to say, in the meanwhile. But what I wanted to tell you all, that, my frustration just got down a little bit, because the European Parliament has just finished the session regarding the dam explosion, and they have come to the conclusion to condemn Russia of a war crime. So that's such good news. It's a war crime according to European Parliament. So I just wanted to share that before I go to sleep. I'm going to listen to you until I fall asleep. So good night, everybody, and Slava Ukraini.
Heroam Slava. And thank you for that news, Meta. I had seen that report. The European Parliament has recognized Russia blowing up the Novakhovka Dam as a war crime. I think this is important, as you do, Meta, because it helps create the context that the International Criminal Court will now work in. Already, investigators from the ICC are in Ukraine, and there is more and more evidence coming out about what Russians blew the dam, because Russians are not too careful about boasting, are not too careful about the trails that lead to specific regiments, even to specific individuals. All these people, all these Russians will now become war criminals. So, Robin, did you have a chance to listen throughout the day? Did you catch anything that Thomas Tyner was talking about? His 20-minute show stretched into a few hours. This isn't unusual.
Yes, it certainly was appointment radio today, the whole day, between Thomas and then Kristaps Andresen was one of my favorite podcasters. It's we have a lot of talent on this space. Thomas, it's so nice we all have a lot of hope. It's so nice to hear from someone who really has the chops to give us an analysis and can give us the facts behind what our hopes are. And I felt very positive about what he said, and I'm looking forward to hearing him again tomorrow.
We all wish more would happen faster, but we need to follow Thomas's lead, Chuck Farrer's lead, and be patient. Be patient because, as President Zelensky himself said, this is not a movie. It doesn't unfold in 2.5 hours. It will unfold over weeks, maybe months, and maybe almost surely much longer.
Yeah, that's right. And I must say I am in absolute awe of the security that the Ukrainian armed forces have maintained. I mean, nothing seems to get out. In fact, I think the worst leak that happened came out of our Pentagon, which one could hang one's head in shame over. But this is the thing we have to realize that that the less we know, the less the Russians know, and I'd love to know what's going on, but I can read about it in Budanov's book After the War. I don't need to know right now.
Yeah, I don't need to know right now either. I think that what we do know is reassuring that Russians are pretty much completely on the defensive at the moment, and Ukraine is fighting confidently. This is just a quick review of what is available today. Deputy Defense Minister Hannah Malyar said that Russian troops are fighting. They've increased attacks. There are densely mined fields that Ukraine needs to clear. But the important thing, as the Deputy Defense Minister said, is Ukrainian forces are advancing confidently. And I think that we will see that tomorrow with Thomas, Nuno, Chuck, and we'll see even more how confidently they are advancing next week.
Yes, I certainly hope so. You were talking earlier about the business with the mines. I had read about the butterfly mines, but I had never actually seen one. There's a really heartbreaking video clip I saw the last couple of days of a hedgehog with one of these things stuck to its back, and people, Ukrainians, as they are, almost seem to love animals, that they were looking at this poor animal and trying to figure out how to help, and of course they couldn't, because they couldn't dislodge this butterfly mine. The thing looks like those spinners that my kids used to have when they were little, brightly colored plastic things. I mean, talk about evil. I mean, it's bad enough. I mean, the Russians, I'm sorry, I'm going to get upset. You give them, somebody gave them a list of war crimes before this all happened, and they seem to be thinking it's a to-do list. I mean, it's they've given the Nazis a run for their money, and I'm not one to compare things to the Holocaust, but wow, they have done things even the Nazis couldn't stoop to. It's really horrifying, and the only thing I can comfort myself with is knowing that this is a broadcasted war. It's very hard for people to keep their head in the sand over this, and it's going to be there's going to be payment due to all the people involved in this on the Russian side. The sooner the better.
Yeah, those butterfly mines. I played with spinners when I was a kid. They were a lot of fun. Uh, Sending them up into the air. It was an elastic powered little helicopter, kind of like maple leaf whirligigs. And then you'd run across the fields and find them and pick them up and shoot them off again. And this is how deceptive these mines are. And by the way, these butterfly mines are not intended to kill, although they can. They are intended to maim, to disable. And this is what happens to children who come across them in their adventures in the fields. They pick them up and lose a hand, or they don't see them, step on them, and lose half a foot.
Yeah.
It is a scourge that will last years after Ukraine wins this war.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's not even there's so little they could be under a leaf. I don't see how Ukraine demines from this kind of stuff. I mean, if people happen to find them, they can do something, but they're going to be around for ages. And you guys were talking about earlier, from what I understand, there isn't even an issue of them becoming sort of inert after a while, which is it's just horrifying. I don't understand how human beings could do this.
Well, this is part of human history for as long as I have read history. I mean, I don't mean I'm 5,000 years old. I'm not Mel Brooks. I'm not the 5,000-year-old man or the 10,000-year-old man. That's not what I'm saying. I'm simply saying that that war has been a part of human history for as long as that history has been written, and however it's been written, whether by Herodotus or whether on cave walls in France, for example. And so those are almost a prehistoric record of violence.
Yeah, they say of man's inhumanity to man. I have found, just to be a little more upbeat. I didn't mean to come in here and be Debbie Downer. I tripped across an article in the New Voice of Ukraine, which is a pretty good English language Ukrainian news service, about a hacker who has managed to drain Russian special services Bitcoin wallets of quite a lot of their money. Originally, he was just disabling and I don't understand about Bitcoin, but he was making the money not there anymore. Let's put it that way. But since the war has started, nobody knows who he is, but God bless him, he has been taking the Bitcoin money out of the Russian wallets and transferring it into Bitcoin accounts of the Ukrainian government. So God bless him. It's the Russians may think that they're pretty good with tech, but obviously the Ukrainians can run rings around them, and I think it's just marvelous.
I saw that story too. I thought it was fantastic. And some other upbeat stories I've seen today, Robin. Ukrainians using drones to deliver water and food from the free right bank of the Dnipro to the Russian-occupied left bank. There was just a fabulous video of a Ukrainian drone delivering water to Ukrainians stranded on what I'll call high ground. It's an island now because this is part of the flooding disaster that Russia unleashed when it blew the dam at Novakhovka. And these Ukrainians are living under makeshift shelters, under tarps, in tents. Obviously, they have no drinking water. I mean, this is the ancient mariner. Water all around and not a drop to drink. That is the situation in Ukraine. 1 million people without safe drinking water.
Yeah, I saw that. In fact, just before it came up, I saw a new video clip that was posted of the vampire drones, I think they're called, which are bigger ones. That they're actually airlifting food. It reminds me of the Berlin airlift, you know, in some ways. They're actually they're managing to fly over those same areas that people are camped and drop food for them. What a difference in the two sides. I mean, why are those people on those banks? Because number one, the Russians have not tried to help, but number two, the Russians have blocked people from leaving. And the Ukrainians are not only doing the best they can for the people in the unoccupied territories, but they're going out of their way to risk life and limb and important military equipment to get relief to as many people as they can. God bless them. It's really heartwarming.
Yes, it is. And I want to welcome LR. LR, please go ahead.
Hey, Alan, Robin, how you doing? Hey, guys, why didn't you guys keep Thomas Tyner around longer yesterday? We could have raised more money.
I was thinking that.
It was painful enough how much we raised to match it, but no, I'm only kidding for sure. I am so happy to see what this community has come together to do. Whatever motivation it was, whether it was the rage donation or, you know, people's compassion coming out, whatever it was very special. And I'm sure the people in Ukraine are going to be very, very happy when they receive those funds. So I was glad to be a part of it.
Well, you were more than a part, LR. You really knowing that there was a match on, I think, encouraged a lot of people to donate. I certainly didn't. I donated an extra amount this month. I have a monthly amount. I donated way above what I usually give because I wanted to put you in the poorhouse, and I think a lot of people did that. So you deserve a lot of credit for this.
Well, I'm not looking for credit, but whatever motivates people, if it's hurt Lou, that's okay, as long as we're helping Ukraine. Hey, I wanted to just pop up and say, you know, this discussion about mines and, you know, 1 million people without drinking water and shelling rescue workers and shelling civilians and hospitals and all of this stuff. You know, Alan, you said this is war, but honestly, the way I see it, this is terrorism. This is terrorism masquerading as a war, because in many cases, this isn't about armed combatants fighting each other over some political dispute. This is about terrorizing and destroying the Ukrainian, you know, population and or their ability economically going forward to function. And that is terrorism. I'm sorry. So I think we need to start, at least I am going to do this, and I'm not saying everyone else has to, but I'm just going to keep framing this as heroism versus terrorism. Because what we're seeing on the Ukrainian side, whether it be, you know, the compassion that they show for animals or to each other, how they bond together, foreign volunteers who are, you know, putting their life and livelihood at stake in the cause for freedom and justice. You know, this is very inspiring. But by the same token, we cannot let the Russians get away with terrorizing not only Ukraine, but the rest of the world, because, you know, in some way that's their game. Their game is to terrorize everybody. Oh, you know, we don't want to have to ever go into conflict with these guys. They're terrorists. We're afraid of them. We have to dispel that myth. We have to call it for what it is. We have to certainly prosecute, document every one of these crimes and prosecute it. But I think we need to speak the truth about this conflict. It's not just a war, okay? It's much worse than that, sadly. And you know, as much as we all understand that the Holocaust was a unbelievable human tragedy, this is right at that level. You know, we're witnessing it in the 2020s, and that is horrific. And I think, you know, free democracies, people, you know, people who are free to speak their mind, we need to call it out. So Slava Ukraini, and you know, let's hope that the next coming days we're going to see a lot of positive indications about what's going on.
Harom Slava, LR, and I agree with you. It is so difficult to find the words to describe what is going on. It's genocide. It is terror at an unbelievable scale. It's not a single terror attack, which makes the news. And this could be a terror attack in the United States. It could be a terror attack in France or in Germany, or for that matter, in Sweden. This is ongoing terror every single day and night, taking hundreds and thousands of innocent Ukrainian lives. For what purpose? To cow the Ukrainians? Well, that's not going to work. But and I will go back to what Dr. Nick Ford said a few nights ago. She hasn't been here lately, but she put it so clearly for me. Putin's vision of Ukraine is a Ukraine without Ukrainians. This is the goal of Russian terrorism. This is why they blew the Novakhovka Dam. This is why they are committing genocide and ecocide. It is so clear.
I totally agree with you, Alan. And you know, the sad part is that in some ways, this is also calculated to desensitize us to those of us who aren't on the front line, to those of us who aren't experiencing the terror firsthand. Each one of these acts, each little step, you know, when you know, the first time we saw them, you know, shelling civilian buildings, and then we saw them shelling hospitals or maternity wards, or, you know, blowing up POWs, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's been such an accumulation of horrors, you know, the rapes, the murders, you know, all of it. It is unbelievable. And we in the West, we need to basically keep this in focus. We cannot get desensitized to this. This is horror on a massive scale, and human beings, you know, every much deserving of the freedom and liberty that we enjoy in Western democracies. They're being killed. Their futures are being wrecked. You know, I mean, yes, Ukraine will rise from the ashes. They will overcome. I am a total believer. I know they will. I know the human spirit cannot be overcome, and the Ukrainians are the best of the human spirit. But this Russian, you know, terrorism is appalling, and we need to call it out. We need to keep telling the world this is a terrorist state.
I think.
Go ahead, Robin.
I'm sorry, I was talking to a closed mic. It was LR mentioned that people become desensitized. That I think that's an extremely important thing to keep in mind. Remember, I say to people, you know, people who don't seem to care about this. Oh well, those are people in wars. You know, February 23rd, people got up in the morning. They put the coffee pot on. They took the dog out for a walk. They picked up the newspaper. They sat at the kitchen table. They drank their coffee, read their paper, got dressed, and went to work. Does it sound familiar? That's what Ukraine was. Ukraine was like, I live in New York. People doing exactly the same thing. these are people who had normal lives, who deserve to be able to live in peace and in prosperity. And we have a really important role as the United States and the ability to make a difference here. And we need to do it, and we need to remember that these are individual human beings who we need to help them get back to having normal lives that they deserve.
Completely agree with you, Robin. I just want to welcome Taras right now. Taras, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just like to bring or to reiterate this topic of the brutal attacks which Russia is doing right now over the air, with the rockets, with the drones, and with the small drones as well. So I just had a chance to look on one of the recent posts on a Russian Telegram channel, specifically ones which are talking about their drones and their work to get more drones to the armed forces. So they're accelerating the development and build of the kamikaze drones, which are very dangerous for the radius of the 5 millimeters.
Yeah,
So I'm
Taras,
wondering
I
if,
have a feeling you're driving and your signal is breaking up pretty badly.
oh, okay, sorry. How is it now?
It's much better now, but
I'm sorry.
you need to go back. You need to go
get to the
back to
topic
looking.
about, sure. Okay, so my speech will be brief. So basically, we all know that Russia is a terrorist state. It's already recognized by European Parliament. For whatever reason, the U.S. is not doing the same recognition. But what I want to say, in addition to all the support from general public, politicians, and so on, maybe it's a time to go back to the campaign of talking to the companies who are still doing business in Russia and being more active, reiterating the message and asking them to actually stop ties with Russia, stop earning money, stop selling products to Russia, and everybody knows the list is too long. Like this, the Yale University list, which they are publishing regularly, still shows the same names. These big corporations, many of them are located in the United States, some others in Europe, in Western Europe. So I believe after the blowing of a dam, the constant attacking civilian and the hospitals and so on and so forth, why shouldn't we join our efforts and reiterate the similar campaigns which we did over the last year many times, but doing a targeted campaign to talk to that people who are in charge of making decisions and cutting business ties with Russia. That's something which doesn't cost us a lot, and honestly, for the big company, it may cost them 1% of their revenue. Isn't that the price which we all together can pay for actually, at least symbolically, stopping supporting Russia by our tax dollars and giving them support by selling U.S. products or doing business in Russia, like manufacturing in Russia or whatever. Thank you.
Thank you, Taras. I completely agree with you. Consumer boycotts might be symbolic, but it's worthy symbolism. I mean, after all, companies that have ceased doing business in Russia are making a symbolic statement, and companies that continue to do business in Russia are making a symbolic statement about their blindness, about their uncaring for individuals who are their consumers. My God, what can less than 1% of your annual profit be worth that you would continue to run your business inside Russia? It is disgusting.
You know, President Zelensky last night in his daily address made the point too that if we were to really tighten up on sanctions and make sure that the Russians couldn't get a hold of the components for the drones and for their missiles anymore, it would cost us a whole lot less amount of money, not to mention the lives saved. You know, for every one of those Patriot missiles, if that missile wasn't incoming because we had managed to really clamp down on the import of microprocessors and things from the West, it would save lives, it would save money, and there's no downside to it. And these businesses who seem to value, as you're saying, that 1% more than they value having blood on their hands, it just is beyond me. It's immoral.
Yes, it is immoral. And back to Lou's point, to LR's point about Russia as a terrorist state. I mean, and how we are being desensitized by Russia's war of terror. You know, war generally does not desensitize people. War focuses people's attention. It focuses our attention on foreign policy, on issues behind the war, etc. But atrocities do desensitize us. And think of the atrocities that Russia commits inside Ukraine actually every single day. Torture chambers, even torture chambers set up specifically for children, the forcible abduction of Ukrainian children and their kidnapping into Russia. These are all atrocities. The Russian targeting of civilian apartments, an atrocity. Russian atrocities on the battlefield itself, killing Ukrainian POWs, or POWs taken back to camps inside Russia, being starved. That's an atrocity. It is these atrocities that desensitize us, and yet we cannot look away. I guess I would recall what I believe is an apocryphal quotation attributed to Stalin. One death is a tragedy, a million a statistic, and we cannot allow ourselves to be desensitized by looking at statistics. We have to look and never look away and understand that what we see is one human life at a time. And we want to see that life, that Ukrainian life, continued into the future.
That's so true, Alan. You know, there is a folkway among Orthodox Jews that you never count Jews. You don't say, "Oh, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 8 people here." You say 1 and 1 and 1 and 1. In fact, to count for the number of people you need for a minyan, for the minimum group for public prayer, certain prayers, you repeat a 10-word verse from the Torah, from the Bible. And if you get to the last word, 1 word for each person, then you know that there are 10 people there. You don't count them. And that's exactly what we're dealing with in Ukraine. We're dealing with 1 and 1 and 1 and 1.
That's exactly right, and beautifully explained, Robin. Sky Kiss to you, please.
Thank you, Alan. And hello, Robin. Glad to see you there. Yeah, I had a very difficult morning at 4:35 a.m. I'm attempting to get to sleep. I logged out of the MriyaReport, and in spite of really wanting to continue to listen to Doman talking, and Ming, I believe, was there. The horrors of this Russian terrorism, or just really flooding in my mind. The rapes of children, the heads of Ukrainian soldiers on spikes. These were the images that I don't know why. Just I hadn't had trouble sleeping for a little while. I mean, maybe a few months. I'd been able to, get my 5 or 6 hours of sleep so I could get up and fight for Ukraine again. So anyway, they kept me awake, and but I eventually fell asleep. And so I'm in 100% agreement across the board. And I wanted to thank LR, not just for spearheading the big challenge campaign, but above and beyond your words. They're 100% spot on. And also, thank you to Alan and Robin for your words as well. And I just had to say these things because it's, in our last session, when our journalist friend who's going back to Ukraine, I've talked to him before, and I'm well aware of his writing, and I'm looking forward to really delving more into certain, his writing and mainly his podcast. I want to hear, how he plays the humor off of the horror. And I'm thankful for everyone who comes in here and adds their 3 cents. So as Alan says, we don't make change, and it's like, well, I'm trying to, give more than 2 cents. Let's and yeah, I think even those of us who are having, a lot of personal challenges, as Prince Heather mentioned, when we were in the midst of the big fundraiser, I I heard her words, and I said, yeah, okay, I have a little bit left in my PayPal after I'd send my sister some. She's dealing with 3 types of cancer. And Alan, when I forgot my question a while ago, I was busy writing notes because I have to call my aunt and tell her about that. So, I have my own personal situations, as we all do, but and I was going to say, because I was on the phone talking to Axel a couple of days back, and we had the loudest thunderclap that we've had probably, I don't know, a year. And I had been complaining about the weather, but what I always say is, okay, I'll take 6 weeks of stupid rain if that means the Ukrainians can have good weather and everything gets dried out. And the last thing I'll say, I was discussing with something with Beefeater and Djibouti in threads, and we were talking about how much we hate the Russians. And so last night, one of the last efforts I made was to follow on something that Beefeater had tweeted out, and we were saying, well, we're gonna call NAFO after all these companies who are still dealing with Russia. And somebody just threw out there, oh yeah, they're going to throw dangerous memes at them, and so I just retorted, yeah, we'll do that too. Like, that's like the least we can do is throw really sharp edged words at them. So anyway, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I'm yeah, it's been an emotional day. It really has.
Thank you, Sky Kiss. I understand what an emotional day it has been for you. You know, one thing I find when I sign on to MriyaReport, I am able to set aside my personal concerns, things that might be happening in my life, uh, whether they are health related with others in my family. I can set those aside for a few hours and pay attention to what's happening in Ukraine. You know what happens? It connects me with my humanity. That's what happens. And thanks to big hearted people like Lou, like LR, he helps me connect even more because I can follow his generous lead to the best of my ability. I might not be able to do everything that he does, but I do have ideas for you, Lou. I'll send those to you on a back channel. But this is why I value MriyaReport so much. When I'm here, I think only of Ukraine. Well, I'm here a lot, either as a listener or as a speaker or as a co-host, but MriyaReport truly connects me with my humanity because it connects me with people who care as much as I do. Lou?
Yeah, Alan, I feel the same way about this community. It's very, very special indeed, you know. And one of the things that Russia and other authoritarian regimes are trying to do is to have us tear ourselves apart. You know, whether it's political divisiveness or these crazy conspiracy theories that are out there just to kind of get people to uh, distrust one another. I mean, it's their only chance to prevail in this world is to divide and conquer. And we, as a community, especially, we need to stick together. We need to be there for each other. And I think that was one of the things that my heart was so overflowing to see the generosity expressed by so many people yesterday, when we were doing that fundraiser for the people in Kherson who are, literally dealing with a massive disaster almost on their own. Um, and our leaders and these, so-called relief organizations have done very, very little. But we as a community can come together and actually do something. And I think everyone is aware that one of our missions here is to dispel disinformation, right? Um, and it's a constant stream of disinformation. It's never ending. It's change the subject, or what horror or act of terrorism is it today? It's almost it's almost as if it's like whack-a-mole kind of game. It's not a game, of course, but that's what they are often trying to get us to do, is to keep changing the narrative, changing, doing some other act of terrorism and just overwhelming us. And we need to, as a community, we need to, um, collect ourselves. We need to create our own narrative, which is about truth, about facts on the ground. We do need to catalog all of the acts of terrorism and heroism in this conflict, and we need to bring that together to remind ourselves, every day why we're fighting and how horrific, Russia is, because there's gonna be, and I think we've expressed it in many ways and many discussions here. There's going to be some number of people out there who want to go back to business as usual when this conflict finally gets resolved. But honestly, we can never ever forget, because these people are barbarians, and if they continue with their system that allows them to, um, have a leader who can act on a world stage as a nuclear terrorist, as a someone who can do an act of a terroristic act of mass destruction, destroying a dam and displacing thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people, destroying, farmland that, in a world that needs that needs, to feed its population. I mean, these are, freezing people in the middle of the winter. I mean, we cannot forget any of it. We need to catalog it, and we need to get people to basically remember, because when the politicians and the business leaders start trying to like do business as usual, we have to say, can't do it. We gotta resolve this once and for all. Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava. Lou, we need you and Scruff to spend some time together. Scruff helped me with my few Ukrainian phrases that I have, and he is a great teacher. I know he is one busy guy right now. He's a drone operator in Ukraine, and he can't come here and give us language lessons right now.
I love Scruff.
But
I
do.
love Scruff. In fact, the first time I heard him, I think he had a different handle, but somebody shamed him into changing it, which was cool. But yeah, and he was talking about body armor. I don't know. I think I actually donated to MriyaReport to help him get some. I hope that happened.
I'm sure it did, Lou. He's not in Verlaine's regiment, so far as I know, and it's the Rubige Rapid Response Regiment. But we've helped Verlaine quite a bit here with fundraisers too, and we will continue to do that.
As a drone operator, Alan, Scruff probably has a lot of video that documents some of the horrors that have transpired in Ukraine. And the next time he's up here, maybe somebody could see if he's willing to provide some of that material to us, because I think our website, as we redo it, I think we should have a segment where we kind of catalog some of this stuff, so people, when they're visiting, they can actually see what really has transpired over the last 18 months, or almost 18 months.
Alan, I just wanted to bring up, we've been getting in the back channels that there are air raid alerts all over Ukraine again. They're at it again. There have already been explosions over Kharkiv, or in Kharkiv. They're reporting Kharkiv, Sumshina Oblast, Poltava, Zaporizhia. There are incoming missiles and drones. So if you're a praying type, let's pray that you that Ukraine is as successful as they've been in the past in shooting these down before they can hurt anyone.
Thanks for that update, Robin. And we will keep people up to date about the Russia terror attack once again on Ukraine tonight. We don't know where they are aiming missiles and drones right now. We only know that there is a 90%, I'd almost go so far as to say 100% probability that they are hitting civilian targets once again, as they did in Kyiv a couple of nights ago, as they did in Odessa yesterday, as they constantly do in Kharkiv. And we will keep you up to date. With that, let's go to some hands. Skykiss, Scribe, and Peter.
Thank you, Alan. Again, I always strive to be brief. Another thing that really had me upset last night was the photos, videos of the watermelon farmer who cut open one of the watermelons, and he could just tell it was a loss. And then, of course, I know they're probably all contaminated. I was just in DMs with a friend of mine who's in Australia, and she hadn't contacted me for a few days, but she mentioned that, and we talked about it a little bit. And you know, he's weeping over his ruined fields. Well, we know that when the flooded fields dry out, there's no water to come in. And anyway, they're probably terribly contaminated. So yeah, I just wanted to say that. And thank you, LR. Again, 100% agree. And yeah, Scruff is really incredible. And I've talked to him in person and in DMs a little bit just about drones and fly through technology and everything. He's an amazing cinematographer. So what can I say? Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Skykiss. Yeah, Scruff is a great cinematographer, and before the war, he is what I would call an MTV cinematographer. He's worked some of the concerts put on by the world's best known singers and stars, people like Madonna. Anyway, what he has recorded over the battlefield, someday he will share. He is also a lover of nature. He did share lots of videos of the Kinburn Spit, which was flooded after Russia blew the Novakhovka Dam. He loved the nature there, the bird life, the animal life, and you can see that in the videos that he posted. Find some and put them up in the nest. So to and then to Peter.
So I just want to say it's been relatively a annoying sight to see Russia continuously use their equipment for nefarious means. Like the missiles that are currently inbound are suspected to be hitting their targets somewhere in Ukraine around the 240 to 340 time frame over in there in Ukraine. So like in like the next 40 minutes. But it's I'm always not. It's at the point where I'm always expecting Russia to be Russia. In fact, it's like today I saw a post saying that there's rumors that Russians are rigging the power plant to explode now, as well as various other bits of infrastructure all across the occupied territory. And I'm like, when is this is always going to be how it is with Russia? All they seek is to destroy, never to make anything better.
No, they destroy cities, they destroy lives, they destroy infrastructure.
Causing an extinction event to salamanders.
I saw that. Wasn't that heartbreaking? There were something like 180 of these. There was some kind of red salamander.
148 of a species that is currently going extinct and may go extinct because of the whole entire dam blowing up because their environment was flooded.
Yeah, it's unutterably sad. I mean, and outrageous. I wish we could do more. I mean, I think that we have to redouble our efforts to get our, as Winston Churchill said, the United States always does the right. What is it? I don't remember the exact quote, but the idea is that always does the right thing after trying everything else. Well, we've tried everything else. We have to get the weaponry to them now.
I'm hoping Mother Nature strikes a blow to Russia. Maybe cause them to rethink. Oh wait, we have too many men outside our country. Now we need to bring them all back in because our country is currently in crisis mode. But given it's Putin and his government, I highly doubt they'll do anything.
Well, the bottom line is they really don't care even about their own people. There doesn't seem to be any caring for individuals altogether. They seem to glorify the idea that that more people are dying. It's become a point of honor to them, of pride, which is not a healthy way to look at the world.
No, it's not. In fact, I actually saw a video earlier today of Ukrainian operators using a vampire drone to deliver medical and or just relief in general to people stuck on top of a hill in the flooded occupied areas because Russians did not allow them to leave or are doing any rescue efforts of any sort. It's mind-boggling how we let Russia into the modern civilized world.
They definitely need to be escorted out at this point. Anybody who wants to check out that video, by the way, United 24 has put it up on their Twitter feed now, so it's you can take a look at it. It's again, it shows the difference in quality between the two sides.
One seeks to make sure everyone lives, the other wants to make sure everyone dies.
That's right.
I have a real quick question. Since I've been kind of trying to stay off of Twitter a lot and occasionally just take in bits of news here and there and stuff. Anything interesting happening for the Ukrainians? Anything good news related? Because all I've been seeing today has been relatively bad news.
Well, there's a pretty solid news blackout scribe imposed by Ukraine, but all I know, and as I reported a while ago, that the deputy defense minister reported today that Ukrainian forces are advancing confidently. And I think we can expect to see some news of that tomorrow, certainly some news of that over the coming week. I will put Chuck's latest maps up into the nest so people can take a look at those. There's obviously continued intense fighting on the Zaporizhia access. This is south of, and I'm doing this from memory. I don't have the map in front of me, but it's Novoveliska, I believe. So this is down towards on the way to Tokmak. Very, very intense fighting. But I would remind everyone of something that Thomas Tyner talked about this afternoon. Only 10% of Ukrainian forces are currently committed in this part of the counteroffensive. And this is only a stage of the counteroffensive. New stages are coming. Right now, Ukraine is probing for Russian weakness on the line of engagement. They are hoping to entice Russia into redeploying troops, taking them from one part of the line, sending them to another. And I'm sure that Ukraine will see how Russia is exposing its weaknesses. Absolutely certain of that. Scribe, and then Peter, and then Alex.
How I see it right now is Ukrainians are like the people right now with a little hand drill drilling into the sides of a wood boat called Russia, and each hole that they put, the probing attacks are just putting more holes in the Russian hull, just causing more and more water to seep in. The Russians are trying to plug them as much as they can, but sooner or later there's going to be too many holes, and what's going to happen to the boat called Russia? It's going to go down like its brethren in Moscow.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Pretty soon, the Russian defensive line will look like a sieve. Peter, and then Alex, please.
Yeah, I think it's never been a conflict like this, which is where one side main target is women, children, families, and the way they have just taken it's not one child but tens of thousands of children away from their families. I mean, we had a really good chat with Nick one night, and we were talking about one child, Madeleine McCann, and how she was taken away when she was 3, but the amount of press coverage that tragedy took went for years and years and years and years, and that was just one child. It's so hard to get your head around tens of thousands of little children, who you can't think about what they're thinking at this moment, somewhere maybe even thousands of miles away, with complete strangers. You don't know what those people are doing to them, and it's that's the hardest thing. I mean, that is how they could do that, how they could take their, even kill their parents, or I mean, it's not behavior that you would expect to see in human beings. It's very hard to comprehend, and I hope Nick does do that feature on the psychology of Russians, because this is not normal behavior in people. This is some sort of sickness in Russian people, which I remember when this all started ages ago, we said, "Oh, well, poor Russians, they don't really know, they're not given the information," and then it slowly became apparent that they did know, and they still supported it, and that to me is just completely incomprehensible.
Well, I think, Peter, we do know what is happening to some of those Ukrainian children abducted into Russia, because from the few Ukrainian children who have been returned, we have heard. I think the number one thing is that they are not allowed to speak Ukrainian. So this is the very first way that these abducted children, whether they are taken into Russian families and adopted, I put that in air quotes, or whether they are taken into Russian orphanages or Russian camps of one kind or another. The very first thing that happens to these children is they are forced to speak Russian, and they cannot speak Ukrainian. And so this is an act of genocide, cutting off children, especially, from their language, from their culture, from their history. But even Ukrainian children know how to resist. And these are some of the stories we have heard from the few Ukrainian children returned to Ukraine after a superhuman effort by grandmothers, grandfathers, uncles, aunts, brothers, sisters, not always mothers and fathers, because in some cases, these children have lost their parents in this terrible war. So we do know something of what is happening.
Alan, we ought to also approach the media outlets, because I was looking through the paper racks in the supermarket in the UK today, and looking to see what they had on their front pages, and there was absolutely nothing on Ukraine. and you know they print their usual garbage nonsense, which is so unimportant. And sometimes I wonder whether we should be going to some of the newspapers and saying, well, look, can you run a feature every day on one of your pages which covers the war in Ukraine? Because I think a lot of people do forget them because they're not there, they're not in it, and they get on with their lives and they forget. And I think that should be covered. I mean, you know, some of these stories should be told, so that people do realize, you know, like with McCann, that story was told and it captured the imagination of the of people. And maybe we're not giving enough. At the moment, they're just numbers. You know, oh, 10,000 this, or 20 people died last night, or there's no story behind them. And I think that's important. I mean, you're an expert with the media, and probably you can advise better than anybody on what can be done in those directions.
Well, I was just going to say, Peter, some of the stories are being told, and I will see if I can find some of those stories and it and see if I can and put them up in the nest. But some of those stories are being told, and I know many of the stories will be told as we go forward. There are some resources inside Ukraine itself where you can learn about the lives of Ukrainians, both citizens and soldiers, both children and adults who have lost their lives in this war. And the stories are told in such a way that you get to know this person, you get to know their talents and their hopes and wishes, and you can know something about the kind of person they would have been had they lived. And I think this is the most heartbreaking thing that these lives that are taken from us also take away part of our future. Most importantly, part of Ukraine's future, primarily the life they would otherwise have had. So I will either DM you, Peter, with resources for this, or I will, as soon as I can, find a way to put it up in the nest for all of us.
Yeah, Alan, the other thing, when we were talking earlier and you mentioned that this war would go on, you know, through the autumn, through the winter, into next year, you know, it makes you just feel like these poor people cannot go through another winter like this, like the last winter. I'm just praying that something will bring it to an end. You know, that the Russians will, because earlier today I was listening.
Peter, how long did World War II go on?
5 years.
You know, from if you were in England or the United Kingdom, 6 long years. Everyone hoped that war would come to an end. Everyone prayed that war would come to an end, but there was one end no one would have accepted, and that would have been a negotiated end. Only the total defeat of Germany and Japan was accepted. That was the goal. This is the goal in Ukraine. And to achieve such a goal will take time. All you have to do is look at a map of Ukraine and to see what Ukraine must liberate. all of Luhansk and Donetsk, all of Crimea. This is no different from the Second World War, which I did not live through. My parents did, heard about it from them. It's no different. It's a long, grueling war. And Ukraine is fortunate. It has the 55 nations supporting it in Ramstein, which kicks off tomorrow, by the way. It's just going to take a long time. There's no way out of that. There's just no way out.
Okay.
Scribe and then Alex. Scribe, you've been part of the conversation, then Alex.
Sorry, I've been just like going through my tweets and stuff that in my feed and things and like that, and I come across the individual. Haven't we had on before a certain David Webb as like a speaker before?
It does not ring a bell with me, but I don't know.
Okay, I know since we have a few Davids that we have always coming up and stuff, but currently right now I came because I'm part NAFA. I'm dealing with a pro-Russian troll who lives in Texas, and yeah, he's calling me out on the saying I'm not from Texas. I used to live in Texas, and I nearly died in Texas, and I know Texas history, and I know how Texas culture is. What he's promoting is vile. I can just say that. So if anyone in the NAFO community listening right now, go to my account and he's replied to my stuff, and you can just go for yourself. His only reply that he has is a slur to Ukrainians.
That is disgusting, and it is vile. And whoever it is, he wasn't at the Alamo. Alex, then Skykiss.
Thank you. Maybe you discussed it earlier today, but I think it's still worth kind of make a list of good things that happened today. So one was, and this is almost funny, near Kremenaya, about 200 Russian soldiers were gathered on a plaza to listen to some inspirational speech from their general. And they've been waiting there for 2 hours, well, long enough for HIMARS to deliver that speech. So we don't know if general made it there, but everybody else, like, it was a good shot. Another one, but yeah. So speaking of generals, you know that Ukrainians have took out quite a few Russian generals, actually more than. Yeah, I don't know the exact stats, but probably like losing a general in a war is probably an outstanding event. But Russia has been losing already over a dozen. But some generals, they are kind of more useful alive, like this one. He can, gather his soldiers in one place so that it's more convenient for everybody. Another news was, so before there was Mriya. Mriya is, actually, Mriya is the name of the website of of the organization, but it was, as you probably know, the biggest cargo airplane in the world. So before it was Mriya, there was an airplane called Ruslan, and only few of them were made. They were, by the way, for cargo, they were not that great. I mean, for military, they were good. They were designed to carry, heavy armor. But for chocolate and like commercial cargo, it wasn't very good because, well, for a number of reasons. But we once used it to kind of carry chocolate and like lost about 40% of our chocolate because when it was taking off, like things were not stabilized, and a lot of chocolate just. But that's another story for another day. So one of those airplanes was in Canada when the war broke out, and Canadian government arrested it, and now it's gonna go to Ukraine. This is probably one of first cases where G7 country gives seized Russian assets to Ukraine. So Russia is already very, anxious, and I don't know what they are like threatening, but yeah, they promise some repercussions, but I don't know what Canadian property is in Russia at all. I know a lot of Russian money laundering is going on in Canada. I think there will be crackdown on that one too. Another one, I was watching the footages of prisoners, Russian prisoners, and they maybe there is a selection bias, but they don't look like very motivated warriors, like at all. One of them, and it was actually very interesting. So what he did is he actually blew with hand grenade, blew two officers in the staff. And when he was asked why you did that, I mean, he is in Ukrainian. Ukrainians took him as prisoner of war, but so they put the footage and they asked him, so why did you do that? And he said, they were really bad people. They were forcing us to beat the shit out of anybody who refused to fight. There was a Ukrainian guy who refused to fight his fellow Ukrainians. We had to beat him up. We had to burn him, not burn, but um, engrave him alive, like put into grave. And
He buried him alive.
Yeah, buried him alive. He was he was barely breathing. So very bad people, and he decided to kind of do that. He did it at night, and did it the way that nobody could guess what happened. So in the end, it was decided that those officers were drunk and just were playing with hand grenades. That's how they blew up. But yeah, and then other soldiers also, telling how the commanders abandoned them, like swearing against their commanders, telling not to go to that war, etc. So there are more and more footages like that, which you cannot really make up. So the morale is really, really low. I think the counteroffensive will be successful. By the way, they did make some progress. Like, I know that Ukraine is not hiding, but is kind of spoon feeding information just to make sure that nothing comes out before it can be confirmed. But there are reports that there is some progress in Bakhmut, specifically that Russians are pulling some reserves to send there. So yeah, it is, things are going pretty steadily well for Ukraine. So yeah, just were, I think, all the bullet points for today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Alex. There is a lot of hopeful news, and it's important to concentrate on that. As I like to say, I want all the good news, but I want the good news verified. I don't want to hear the bad news, but I need the bad news verified too.
Alan, I just wanted to mention Alex brought up Maria, the plane, which I believe was used almost exclusively for humanitarian aid to disaster areas and stuff, which says a lot about Ukraine. Um, we know that we call ourselves the MriyaReport, but no one has mentioned that I've heard in quite a while what the word means. Maria in Ukrainian means a dream, and not a dream that you dream while you're asleep, but a dream like a dream of a better world, a dream of peace. And so that Maria is what we all try to keep all the time.
Robin, that is such a good reminder. Yes, Maria means dream. And you know what we've seen since Maria, the airplane, the big cargo airplane, was destroyed at Hostomel Airport in the opening days of Russia's latest invasion of Ukraine. We dream of peace, but we dream of peace through victory. This is the dream we all have. And there is another dream. It's a dream that the original Maria will be rebuilt or built again, and there will be a Maria 2. So on to Scribe and then Skykiss. Scribe.
So real quick, list off all the feats of Maria. It was originally built to be the plane to carry the Soviet version of the shuttle, the Buran, and its parts and equipment. And after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, it was later turned into a cargo aircraft that could haul the largest cargoes that no other aircraft can carry, like mining equipment to remote regions of the world. And during the COVID period, it was one of the planes that would carry tons of equipment from back and forth across the sea from Europe to the United States and other places because it could carry that amount of cargo. And to talk about the rebuilding of Maria, they have plans to I think Sir Richard Branson is the one behind it. He was trying to lead that on to rebuild not just the original Maria, but to also take her sister plane skeleton and build that into another Maria aircraft.
Yeah, if anybody's going to rebuild everything, it's going to be Ukrainians.
And from what I remember, some parts of the original aircraft are still functional. Surprisingly, even though most of the plane got destroyed, some parts stay, like the engine, the tail section, and a few other pieces are still functional and can be reused.
That's interesting, and thank you for getting us up to speed on the history. I'd forgotten that what it was originally built for. That's also a wonderful thing. That something that was originally built for the space program ended up being a tremendous tool of help and goodwill, and a help during a dangerous time during the COVID epidemic.
The only reason why it got stuck and destroyed in Hostomel was because I think there was a slight error in the paperwork that prevented them from taking off prior to the war strike. They knew it was starting. Even the pilot himself said, we wanted to get that plane out of there as quickly as possible, but due to paperwork and stuff like that, it was not able to get off the ground when the war commenced.
Yeah, that's what I remember also. What a shame, huh?
Since, mind you, this is a pretty big aircraft.
A big, my God, Scribe, it's gigantic.
There's only so few airports in the world that can actually take this aircraft, which was another reason why they didn't take off immediately, because they were trying to find where do we go with such amount of fuel that we have.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of it flying. If there's anything that really makes you remember how impossible air flight really is to see a massive, incredibly heavy thing like that in the air. It's just amazing. And God willing, we'll be able to see it again.
I hope we can. Skykiss, please.
Yes, and thank you. I have read here and there recently that there are definitely plans to rebuild it. So I have no doubt, and I'm really I I love airframes, so of course this the destruction of this thing, and I have looked very closely at the photos and the videos of what was left. I wanted to just touch on 3 or 4 things quickly. First of all, our Georgian friend Alex, you've been here a long time, probably at least as long as I have, and I ascribed something that you said. I thought was very apt thing to suggest. So you said it, but I ascribed it to someone else, and I'm just going to say what you said was that we should ask these tankies in whatever country we ourselves are in, and we're talking to our neighbors and our friends about, and they're downplaying the importance of Ukraine, and they don't want to support Ukraine. Just ask them, well, what would you be fighting? You're going to fight, and which cities of yours are you willing to see decimated and destroyed? So thank you very much for that, because I'm putting that in my letter, even to my elected officials here in the United States, and certainly to my friends who and neighbors who moved here from other places. My next door neighbor, who's from Russia, moved here when she was maybe like 13, 12 or 13. So, I mean, one day she replied to me, "Oh, Putin's not so bad." And I just gave her this shocked look. Well, I've got to have some hard conversations with her every so often. And, well, what do you think now? But anyway, I wanted to also shout out to Chef Richard and Frontline Kitchen. And they're on the ground in Kherson trying to save animals and bringing supplies. So, and also just a little review of some important things that Thomas Steiner said to us earlier this afternoon, that the only thing important to the Kremlin are the people in the Kremlin. And many of them are disposable too. And that the Kremlin has as its ultimate policy wants to destroy the United States and see us impoverished, most of us who aren't those they pick out as their their talking heads. So and then I'm going to talk, I'm formulating my pointed questions for Will when he comes into the space later. He's in Australia, so but he knows about environmental restoration, and I've got questions for him. Okay, I'm working on those. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Because environmental restoration is going to be a massive job with once we finally get the Russians out. I wanted to well, actually, let's go to Alex first, and then I have a change of subject if we could go to that. But Alex, you first. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's important to mention that, because I don't think people or some people relate, this they because Putin is not going to stop in Ukraine. He openly said that, and like when speaking that, if we give too much to Ukraine, we're gonna not have weapon. But there is fight with Russia here and now. Why don't give Ukraine this weapon so that our cities, wherever they are, remain safe and prosper? because that's like we've building for decades. We're building all this arsenal, to defend freedom, and this is the day to defend freedom, and this is the day to stop Russia at the border of Europe, because they have no plan to stop. I mean, now Ukraine is doing all the heavy lifting, but had it not been successful in countering Russian invasion, things would be much, much worse for everybody, and it's going to cost more. Like, delay will also cost, inaction will cost money. So I think it's important, and it is important because for a lot of people, they don't make that connection. They think that tomorrow is gonna be pretty much the same as yesterday was, but that's not the case. You have to make sure that tomorrow is safe, especially now that just a year ago nobody believed Russia would actually do that. They would actually blow up the dam. They would actually bomb civilians. They would actually destroy cities. This is happening. So it's important to wake up, and I don't think everybody has waken up yet. So yeah, thank you for all that activity. Um, I think it is very important.
Yeah, thank you, Alex. You make a very good point. Many of us couldn't believe this would happen. And I must say, President Zelensky and the Poles and the people in the Baltics, they were yelling at the rest of us saying, this is what's happening, this is what's going to happen. I remember I have a Ukrainian friend. I remember saying to him at the beginning of this, well, it's Putin, it's not anybody else. And he said, don't fool yourself. It's Russia, and it's not, and as you're saying, it's not going to end with Ukraine. And as a lot of people pointed out, we're getting Russia being put to heel really cheaply. Not one single American fingernail has been broken in this, and the Ukrainians are not asking us to send troops. All they want is the weaponry to take care of the problem, and Lord knows they'll take care of it if we give them what they need. So yeah, and at the same time, I think a lot of us, I know I certainly have a much clearer picture of what Russia is and has been like for hundreds of years now than I ever did before. And let's see. Oh, Aaron, did we just lose you? All right. Aaron, if you do want to come up and speak, we'll bring you back up. Otherwise, I wanted to bring up another issue. Today in the AP feed, let's see if I can bring it up. There's an article. The New Zealand Public Radio apologizes for publishing pro-Kremlin garbage after wire stories altered. Now, why this is important is it's symptomatic of the new phase of the hybrid war, as they call it. The Russians are, I think as we've seen from some contributors we've had on the space lately, and from things going on in the news and on Twitter, that they are redoubling their propaganda efforts and their attempt to destabilize the whole situation by hacking into utilities, hacking into information sources. So I think this is something that we need to be very cognizant of. And it's going to get worse. I mean, this is part of it's a thought out plan. This isn't by mistake. Timothy Snyder, who I am probably boring people to death by citing so often, but he wrote a book called The Road to Unfreedom, and he outlines all of this. This is, it's similar to Hitler. Hitler wrote everything he was going to do in Mein Kampf. If anybody had wanted to read the book and taken it seriously, Putin has not hidden what he's planning on doing. It's right out there, and Putin and the Putin clones. I don't think if Putin is gone, we're going to necessarily be in much better shape. As someone pointed out, if if he gets deposed, at least there'll be more disorder in the Russian Federation, and that's a good thing because it'll weaken them. But you know, as I said, this is not anything new with Putin or with the Russians. This is how they have handled things for a long time, and they continue. So I think we have to really be on our toes to call out disinformation when we see it, and also, as someone pointed out yesterday, to be very careful not to fall into the habit of taking over their vocabulary. Someone was on last night who was talking about the use of the word expansion with NATO. Now, I don't have any trouble with the word expansion. Expansion means something's getting larger, but Putin has tried to weaponize the so-called expansion of NATO as though it was some kind of a threat to Russia, which I find rather amusing, because if Russia stopped threatening everyone else, then nobody would want to join NATO. NATO was sort of moribund before this all happened, and you know, God bless Vladimir Vladimirovich. He's managed to revitalize NATO. I keep on almost calling it NAFO. NAFO he's revitalized also. But as I said, this is something I think we have to keep an eye on. All right, I'm going to go. Oh, the other thing, I think we were talking about that the plane that the Canadians confiscated, I believe, for docking fees or some silly little thing, which the Russians can't pay at this point because of the not having access to the SWIFT system and whatever. So it's all very sort of amusing. It's a incident of karma, and God willing, this will set a precedent for a whole lot of other stuff. Russia has assets parked all over the world, all of which Ukraine really should have a right to at this point. So hopefully, hopefully that will happen, and this is a precedent to get it going. And okay, LR, over to you now. Thanks.
Yeah, Robin, just jumping on your theme there. Timothy Snyder's book, that book is a real eye opener. It's a little dense in the beginning, but yeah, he lays it all out pretty well, and showing that this has been a long-term plan. Even to undermine again, not just about his plans around Ukraine and the other, you know, post-Soviet states that he'd like to somehow, undermine, but even, us in the West. I mean, and how he was involved with helping, or him and his operations were involved in helping, swing an election in the U.S., which I don't think really got enough coverage in the press, honestly, for some reason. But the other book that I think is very, very worthwhile to read. I know we don't talk about Gary Kasparov on the space very often, but he wrote a book in I think it was 2014 or 15 called "Winter is Coming," and it's a really good deep look inside Russia and Putin's regime, and what the overall plan has been. It was an eye opener for me to kind of really get my head wrapped around this whole conflict, and was one of the first things that I actually read, and that led me on to Ann Applebaum and Timothy Snyder and others. So I'd highly recommend that book, "Winter is Coming" by Gary Kasparov.
Yeah, I read Kasparov's book probably less than a year ago, and the thing that I found so shocking was, as you said, it was written, I believe it was published in 2015. It's absolutely current. We had what, 8-9 years to get things together and to do something about Russia, and we didn't. And that was the thing that bothered me the most about that book, is the fact that it could have been written yesterday and it would have been just as true. One of the things you brought up was the recent American, well, not so recent anymore, but the last American election. And I think one of the reasons that we haven't managed to, people haven't managed to focus on it is Russia did in that election part of their master plan, which I learned from Timothy Snyder, which is not to side with one side or the other. It's to disrupt the whole process and to make people so confused that they throw up their hands in disgust and say, I'm not, a pox on both your houses, I'm not going to deal with it. And I think that, and it's smart too, because the Democrats and the Republicans are so at each other's necks at this point, that as long as one side is saying, the sun rises in the east, the other side by definition believes it rises in the west. And it's really very insidious. And I don't think anywhere near enough attention has been given to that yet. Aaron, you're back. Great. Well, over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, I just had a few phone calls came through every time I requested. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
So just a little update here from down under in Australia. The Russians had a block of land in Canberra, the ACT, and they were going to build an embassy there. It was in prime real estate. It was right beside our Parliament House, actually. The government said, no, we want to pull your lease back. You've done nothing with the plot of land. And then Russia took that to court and won a court case to say, no, you've signed the lease. We have that piece of land for 100 years or whatever it is, 50 years. And just today, the Prime Minister said, we're going to write a bill in Parliament, because that's what you can do as democracy, through ASIO, which is, I guess, like our CIA or something, that embassy would be a security risk in its proximity to Parliament House. So that'll go through and we'll get our piece of land back and Russia can go jump in a lake. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, pulling the wool over the Aussies' eyes is not the way to go. That's the first thing I thought when you brought it up, is the having a listening post right outside of Parliament does not sound to me like a great idea. Go over to A Fella Against Fascism. Welcome.
Hey, thank you. I'm wondering, is finance scheduled to join anytime in the near future? I got a couple questions, I think, regarding sanctions that might be up his alley.
That I don't know. Does anybody on the panel know?
I don't see finance on the schedule, but you never know when he will be here. And so, questions about sanctions for finance always lead to an interesting discussion. I'm just going to say, fella, keep your eyes peeled. I know finance will be here at some point. Don't know exactly where he is or what he's doing. Has a busy life, but hopefully he'll be back soon.
All right, that sounds good. I guess I'll put a little mention out to the universe that maybe he'll hear is would like to see stronger sanctions against Russia. So I don't know, maybe that will draw a finance out of the woods. Anyways, I'll go ahead and pop down. Thanks, y'all. Have a good day.
Thanks, fella. Finance had a great idea about sanctions recently, and the way sanctions are imposed now, it is product by product, industry by industry. I think that finance's idea was to impose what I'll call universal sanctions, and then to accept. In other words, nothing can go into Russia, nothing can come out of Russia, and that's how sanctions are best imposed, and then you can accept certain things. Not sure what would be accepted, but it could be medicine. For example, I know that was allowed to go into Iran, for example, but that is a great way to impose sanctions, and then it's easier to enforce, from my understanding anyway. But we need finance here to help me out. LR?
Yeah, I was fascinated the other day with the discussion about sanctions, and I am 100% in favor of tightening up the current sanctions that we have in place and trying to enforce them better. But it seems like there's some I guess, debate about whether secondary sanctions are really doable according to certain people. Yeah, but cycling back to something that Robin you said, and I wanted to kind of come back on that was, yes, Russia likes to flood the zone, whether it's flooding the zone on disinformation narratives, whether it's flooding the zone on acts of terrorism, uh, or whether it's flooding the zone in trying to undermine, systems like ours, democracies. They want to flood the zone. They want to create conflict, and they want to desensitize. That's all part of their program. And you're 100% right. People need to be aware of it, and they need to be calling it out because, otherwise we fall for it. We become desensitized, or we spend a lot of time trying to defend, or try to undo some of the false narratives that are out there. And that's another thing that I think this community has been really, really good about is dismantling false narratives. And I think we all need to take a page out of NAFO's book and definitely be out there in whatever way we can, countering Russian false narratives. But I fear, sadly, that with this upcoming election in the U.S., it's going to get ugly. There's going to be a lot more of this.
There's no question about that. Unfortunately, no matter who we end up with, once you go down the road of incivility, it's very hard to get back on. Neither side wants to be the first one to pull their punches and say this isn't appropriate. And it's gonna take regular Americans saying I don't want to hear this anymore. And I hope that will happen. I'm not 100. I'm a little negative about the political situation in the United States right now, but to say thank God, we don't have somebody dropping bombs on our head. At this point, I'll vote for anyone who supports Ukraine. And the United States will survive with representation in the country that's not 100%. Ukraine needs us now. We can worry about all the nonsense in this country after we're finished with that.
We have more in common here in the United States than a lot of people realize. It's interesting that people tend to focus on what divides us, but what we really ought to be doing is focusing on what unites us, because united we're strong, divided we are weak. And just take a look at the difficulty, for instance, in Europe defending itself. The United States enjoys a federal system of states, and people calling for secession. I mean, that's right out of Russia's playbook. So we need to call it out.
Yeah, 100%. I tend to be on the conservative side of the spectrum. And the one thing that I found, I'm old enough to remember when people used to talk to each other, when my Democrat grandmother and my Republican grandfather would have good-hearted arguments over politics, but they loved each other, and it's a microcosm of what the society was at that time. I've told this story before, so I'll quickly say it. When I was in law school, one of my favorite professors was an avowed Marxist. He taught my criminal procedure class, and he knew I was conservative. We disagreed um, aggressively on a lot of things. He made a point every single class to call on me because he knew I would disagree with what he was saying, and he wanted to have a conversation. He wanted students to be exposed to both arguments. I adore him. He's just the most wonderful person. I don't want him running my country. He doesn't want me running his country either, but who cares? And it's the same thing with some of the hosts on MriyaReport. I know we don't agree with on domestic politics, but who the hell cares? It's really, I mean, if there's one thing that this whole situation has taught me is how little some of our disagreements matter. And as you're saying, we're all Americans. We have so much more in common than our differences. And hopefully that message is going to get out. Won't get out to the top, the top people who need to keep us divided in order to win their elections, but the rest of us. That's why I give someone like Lindsey Graham a lot of credit. I mean, he really does try to work across the aisle. And I mean, Alan could name some Democrats. I'm not thinking of anybody at the moment, but there are a lot of people who, Chuck Schumer, who I'd never voted for in my life. I'll vote for him next time unless a Republican who's stronger on Ukraine comes along. But it's hopefully, if we get anything out of this situation, is we'll understand, as you're saying, LR, that we have a lot more in common than divides us, and it's about time that we remember that again.
Once upon a time, we would have conversations, but they would be based in some degree of fact or truth, or and with, obviously, with opinion, right? But at least on some basis of reality. But what's happened, and this is something that Timothy Snyder, I think, calls out pretty well, is that the narratives that Russia puts out into the world, and which are propagated by the algorithms on social media, a lot of them tend to be not based in anything factual or realistic. They're just they're just stories made up to basically get people to divide. And when you're talking with somebody or trying to have civil discourse with somebody, and all they're doing is going from one trope to the next, or one conspiracy theory to the next, or whataboutism to the next, it's kind of hard to make any progress and to come to agreement. But I'm hoping that there are more people in this world that are, whether they think of themselves as more liberal or more conservative, that they actually realize that they're more realistic, they're more human, they're more in the middle, and we need to focus on that as opposed to the extremes.
Yeah, exactly true. It's like Axel says, the center must hold.
I was just going to say, Robin, where can you learn that you have more in common with others? When political debate divides us, as it does in the United States, as it does all around the world, where can you learn where you have more in common? You know what? You can learn it here at MriyaReport. You can learn that you have everything in common with Ukrainian people. You can learn that you have everything in common with, I'm going to say, millions of people around the world. Not that they all listen to MriyaReport, but we do have millions of listeners over the last 476 days of war. You can learn that you have everything in common with every listener and speaker here at MriyaReport, because there is one thing that unifies us. It is support of Ukraine, and it is generosity for Ukraine. And that's why I would ask everyone here at the top of the hour to retweet this space, MriyaReport.org. That's MriyaReport.org. MriyaReport.org. Bring others here, especially those who need to find something in common with one another.
And Alan, if
please
I
go.
could, just one more little quick one, and then I'll drop down. Yes, Maria Report, definitely, we bring everybody together around support for Ukraine. But the other thing that is super valuable that Maria Report does is that they have a respect for the truth and honesty. And you know, I think that's the reason why we can have civil discussions here and come to some kind of consensus, some kind of understanding, is because we're not in la la land like some of these other Twitter spaces where people are just shouting tropes back and forth at each other. And that's not really discourse. You know what I'm saying? You're never going to converge because there is no truth, because it's just a bunch of tropes and a bunch of people's opinions. You know, the fact that this space respects the truth, make sure that when we say something here, that it's been verified, that it's legitimate, and then if it does turn out to be incorrect at some point, we own up to it. I mean, I think we cannot forget that's the basis in all you know, positive human discourse. If you don't have a basis in truth, there is no finding of an agreement on something.
Oh, you're completely right, LR. I regard Maria Report as one of the most civil places, one of the most civil spaces I've ever participated in. And this includes town meetings in small towns, the U.S. Congress, the U.S. Senate, which is supposed to be the greatest deliberative body in the world. That makes me laugh, made me laugh when I worked there. But here at Maria Report, we respect one another. We have civil conversations. We don't have artillery exchanges. We have real conversations. But the other thing that we do here is connect people. And LR knows about this. We have connected those in need in Ukraine with those from all around the world who can give, who can meet the needs that are immediate and that are urgent. And that's what happens when you go to MriyaReport.org, tap on the donate button, and make a generous contribution. We are connecting you with a humanitarian need in Ukraine that needs to be met today, not tomorrow, not later this week, not next week. It needs to be met today. And so please do that. Go to MriyaReport.org, tap on the donate button, and be as generous as you possibly can. Thank you. Thank you from me. Thank you from Robin. All of the speakers and listeners here at Maria Report. So many of us are also donors.
Yeah, that's right. And as you were saying, Alan, I think one of the wonderful things about this space is not only, as LR was saying, respect for the truth, but the fact that we respect each other, and the space is set up in such a way that if someone comes up and is disrespectful, they're not on the space anymore. It's you know, it's kept as, I mean, I hate to use the safe space word because that's so misused, but it is a safe space for people to come up, ask questions, sometimes cry, feel very, you know, very upset about things, to get support and to get and respect and to learn about the situation. Now we have a couple of hands up, so let's go to Brian and then the Duke of Earl.
Yeah, thanks for the space. Good to talk to you guys again. Yeah, I think going back to the subject of the division in the United States, I think something that is vastly and tragically underappreciated by the citizenry here in America is the fact that we are being played against each other by foreign powers, in particular Russia and China. And the amount of accounts that have suddenly chimed in with 2022 and 2023 join dates with sort of questionable bios that don't really have a lot of specificity. The amount of people the amount that I have encountered and discovered, it just in the last 60 days, it's just been incredible. And a lot of MAGA, a lot of just generic ones that all of a sudden start doing a lot of chiming in that joined in 2022 and 2023. And I think a lot of the disconnect and discourse issues that we have, a lot of that could be at least started to be addressed, is that when someone sees a tweet sort of rabble rousing on the left or the right, and you start looking at that person's bio, a quote person bio, and seeing that it's 2022 and 2023, immediately I caught someone claiming to be from North Carolina. I live in North Carolina, and this person tried to tell me that because of COVID, their school, her kids, I use her in air quotes, were out for 3 years. And so then when I ultimately, after a few conversations, I asked this person, all right, give me the school district that I can, and I'll call the school district, because it was actually before the close of business. I said, I'd like the name of the school district, and I'll call them and we'll settle this right now, because I knew that wasn't true. And this person, obviously refused to give me the school district name, saying that they wouldn't talk to me, which is laughable. So, yeah, so that's, and I think that we really undersell that. And I think we need to do a better job of calling these accounts out when we see them, and just pointing out. I did that today, actually, with someone supposedly from Ohio. That was a surprise, November of 2022 join date. And I just called it out. I said, look, this account is probably something from Russia and from China, and you need to start blocking these trolls, because they're just sitting here, trying to divide us. So I also think that the network news now is selling division as a business model. And I include MSNBC and Faux News and Newsmax in the same conversation here. Back when I was growing up, back when dinosaurs roamed the earth, when I think of Frank Reynolds and I think of Peter Jennings and I think of John Chancellor and Tom Brokaw, those were and Ed Morrow, even to go way back, even before my time. These people were journalists, and and what we have now is a lot of crusading anchors and carnival barker, high-paid pundits, highly paid pundits sitting there selling me on stuff instead of reporting the news. And so that has been a cancer. And back in the 80s, if you'll remember, during the Reagan administration, I'm not putting this all on Reagan, but I do think that when we got rid of the fairness doctrine, and for those not from the United States, there was something used to be called the fairness doctrine, which was actually, I believe, administered by the Federal Communications Commission back in the day, FCC. And there was a rule that when you presented something, that I think the concept is that you, in a broadcast medium, there could be differing opinions, but you still, at the end of the day, you had a fiduciary duty to the viewing public to present both sides of a topic. And when that fairness doctrine was revoked back in the 80s, we didn't necessarily note it at the time. I don't remember noting it at the time as a big deal, but now the cascading effect, and now essentially anyone with a lot of money can just put out any sort of nonsense, and under the guise of quote news, that has been a cancer, and that is killing our national unity. Now, I don't have a good answer as to how we put the needle back in the genie back in the bottle at this point. How do we put the paste back in the tube? But and absolutely, the foreign powers, these bad actors, are leveraging all of this to their benefit. So that's all I had for you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad that somebody else used to write down this sort of school, not just me. But yeah, I think it's very true what you're saying, and I think we need to be really on our toes with this in the next few months, because Russia is going to try to get our eyes off of what's going on in Ukraine and get us fighting each other again. So as I said, there's already been a big uptick in disinformation, and we have to just not let it work. Okay, over to the Dirkavero.
Good evening to you all. How are you doing? And glad to be here. It's there are very hot days in Holland. It's about between 28 and 30 degrees Celsius, and it's rather hot, but okay. Yeah, I totally agree with Brian about the all kinds of difference between left and right were somewhat disappearing or not an issue. And nowadays, when it comes back, it also comes with a lot of discrimination and hate and ultra-right thoughts and beliefs. And yeah, that's a little surprise to me, like it was a kind of volcano what sleeping and suddenly not became dormant anymore, and everybody is just letting it all out, and just because we can, and yeah, sometimes I also have I have to restrain myself not to write something on Twitter to someone when I read something really ridiculous. And sometimes I'm surprised about methods or things I get presented, like a kid from 13 years old, supposedly from China, with bold statements about the Russian war. And a lot of mails of tweets about the beautiful nature of China. I think, oh, it's been quiet for about 2 weeks now. We get another bunch of that again. And yeah, I also look at Asian newspapers, and there are ridiculous statements. I was very surprised from Estonia at 15 billion defense package. Excuse me. It's the smallest country we have in Europe. But yeah, it's just 3 point something, and they added it up. It's enormous for on the BP, and for such a small country, it's great. But and then you see reports that the Russian says that some rockets only can be shot down by the most expensive and special equipment Ukraine is getting from NATO, and all kinds of those disbeliefs. And yeah, that's just shaping the narrative, and to make it a kind of journalism, a small news item that there was one that the Ukrainian destroyed one Russian tank. And well, but also in Holland, and that's why I'm a little bit worried about that. 2 of my programs now last week, in 2 days, had an item, and the way they reported, I believe Robin stated it earlier tonight, that the use of words, and that goes very subtle. We saw it also in the Dutch Parliament today. And yeah, with all those words that pointing in a direction to blame someone else or question everything, that if you do that a lot of times, then yeah, it depends on your personal circumstances. But we are not always mentally, at least not I'm not, capable to guarding yourself to nonsense. And the problem is that I once wrote a little story, and one of the parts was that in all the discussions in the roof, there is a wooden stick with 2 copper ends. It's in a glass box. It's oxygen free, and it's called 1 meter. That's 1 meter, and if something is 90 centimeters or 1 meter 10, then you know I'm too short or I crossed the line. But now nobody agrees on the line, and yeah, that's I think that's a problem for the discussion. And yeah, one more thing I'm wondering. I posted DM to Ellen a picture with the moon, but you have people who say the Earth is flat, but they see the moon from the Earth, and that one is round. So why is that one round and we're not? But okay, that's just in between me. But yeah, I had also a flashback of the talks to my from my father and my eldest brother, and when there was a birthday and we were all together, then my papa says everything is fine, but no talks about politics because. But yeah, like you said, we loved each other and we could laugh. And also with my sister, she is a different political party as I am. And we don't have to go too deep in discussion. But we understand the same reality and we still love each other, you know. And yeah, I think this is a battle for Ukraine, but I also feel it's a battle for Europe and freedom, and certainly against the genocide and all Russia is doing. And I yield back and thank you all.
Thank you, Duke. You know, I grew up in a family where politics was not allowed to be talked about, and you know that was very helpful. When my father, who was the last surviving member of my family, came to the end of his life, he and I had very different political views, but we didn't talk about politics. You know what that allowed us to do? Talk about everything else that was more important. Talk about everything else that joined us as father and son.
Yes,
Talk about everything else that allowed us to say, I love you.
yes, but it can also be a conversation about why do you make a choice, that you be conscious of about what you're choosing. Yeah, so it can be helpful, but yeah, especially in the 70s at our place, emotions get too high.
Well, you know, you never know what other people are going to do. You don't know what their experience is going to direct them to. And sometimes you can overlook it, sometimes you can't, and you shouldn't. But politics doesn't always have to be on the table, especially the dinner table. Let's go to, let's see.
Medienbotschaft and then Elizabeth, I think, is the order.
That's a.
Yes. Hi. Hello from Germany. Can you hear me? You can hear me. Hi. I'm wondering why there are so few voices from Germany. Because I'm a German journalist and information scientist, and I'm studying the disinformation campaigns since Brexit and all that we know. Can you? I am online. Yes.
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. And I am wondering, since I hear your program, that the policy that Germany and the German public is doing should be much more in discussion. Because I watch to MriyaReport nearly daily and since 8 months or more, and I have heard only 1 or 2 people from Germany discussing what is happening in Germany. The first time I talked in this space is half a year ago, and it was a time where Scholz in Germany was waiting already for months to send to free the Leopards to Ukraine. And I spoke to Yehuda, and I was really upset and had fear that the course of history, the course of things could be very wrong, very bad for Ukraine if Germany goes along with this policy to stop the aid for Ukraine. And unfortunately, I think that Germany has played a very bad role, because now we see 6 months later that a lot of help should have come much earlier. And so let me perhaps I don't want to talk too long. I know it's annoying, but I would like to tell you some oh my English is so bad, some Beobachtungen, what is this of English, some observations that I have made in Germany the last months, because I think there's going a lot of things in Germany, which the public in the world should know, because Germany has a very special history. In first place, the history of the communist part of Germany, which is nowadays the best helper for in supporting the Russian policy, and this influences the whole German society. And I would like to talk about my insights in this very problematic status of discussions in society, the German society, which is nearly hidden in the discussion, in the public discussion. Thank you.
So Median, because I'm an American, I think very simply about European politics. I don't know a lot about domestic politics in any European nation, but are you saying that support of Ukraine is stronger in the former East Germany than West Germany? And if that's what you're saying, is this because the former East Germany had experience of living under Soviet rule?
I will repeat it to make it clear. Western Germany has a tradition of being more democratic and more critic to fascism, because there was a really denazification only in the western part of Germany. The eastern part was occupied by Russia, and the eastern part has only 30 years of living in freedom, and even Putin was lived in Eastern Germany, and it's known today that the former KGB left in Eastern Germany a network of spies which are working until today. So let me repeat: Eastern Germany, the former communist Germany, is today 33% or perhaps more are in favor of Russia. There have been demonstrations to open Nord Stream 2 again, and a lot of scandals, which I think we know too little about it in this space.
Is part of this because they in East Germany, they're in eastern part of Germany now, they recognize that Putin is a fascist. He's not a communist. They're making a distinction between the communist Russians who controlled East Germany and with the group that now runs it, the fascist government of Putin. So I've been astonished by how strong Alternative for Deutschland is, and that I think isn't that more in the West?
No, it's completely the opposite. This far right wing party AfD is very, very much stronger in the east part, and yeah, and in the western part it's only about 10%, and since years, and in the east part it is raising, and there will be elections in this autumn, and probably this right-wing party, which is you can compare it to the French Front National. It's which is proven being financed by the Kremlin. In the same way, there are proofs that the politicians from the AfD in Eastern Germany have been invited to visit Belarus and the Kremlin. There are photographs. It's proven that they are paid by Russia. And the old network of that Putin installed in Saxonia in Eastern Germany, this network is still working. This network was behind the project Nord Stream 2, yeah, which even Trump was against Nord Stream 2, but they had a lot of excuses because they wanted a cheap gas, and therefore they convinced also the socialist, the Democratic Socialist Party to be in favor of this gas deals. But this was so exaggerated, this business with Russia, that Germany sold his biggest gas store to Russia. So Putin had the plan to cut off the gas, to force Germany to accept the invasion of the eastern Ukraine. And there's a lot more to tell. I am making a research about the media development in Germany since the last war, and there are some very interesting findings that I have made, because there was the history of journalism was rewritten after World War II, and we had 10 years, journalism was a part of a design faculty in Germany. For 10 years, the successor of Bauhaus, which was in Ulm, they made a new program, which the older sister of the Scholl, Scholls, Sophie Scholl and Hans Scholl, the resistance fighters, which were very famous of the White Rose, the older sister of these people, founded in Ulm after World War II a new university in which older Bauhaus teachers came also there, and they established journalism as a I don't know the name, a career, a faculty behind architecture, behind film, behind graphics. Journalism was information, and journalism, advertisement design was a career to prevent that journalism gets again in the stream of manipulation propaganda, because propaganda and disinformation is not a new thing. We had this since World War I in Europe, disinformation campaign. So in Germany, they knew exactly what Goebbels and what the Nazis had reached with disinformation. And let me end with one observation that I have made. Also, the disinformation in Germany is from Russia is already since 80 years. So the Germans are the weakest part, the most infiltrated parts of Russian propaganda since 80 years. And I could continue to tell you the details. So this could be an answer to the question why so there are so few Germans participating in this space, and it's in Germany. It's 3 o'clock midnight.
But Median, we do have a fair number of Germans who are here. Maybe not as many as we might wish, and you could be right. This might well be a reason why Germans are underrepresented at MriyaReport. So, I'm going to give you an assignment, Median. Bring Germans here to MriyaReport. If they don't know where to go to get news about Ukraine, bring them here. If you can do that, then you will solve the problem that you're discussing, and this will be a great opportunity both for Germany and for MriyaReport.
Yeah, I agree with Alan. Midian, come back yourself. We do need German voices here to be able to really cover what's going on in the war in Ukraine and support in Germany. I just wanted to say, I think Germans are hard on themselves sometimes. Yes, Germany was a little slow in the beginning, but we all were. I don't think there are many. I mean, in fact, the UK and Poland are the only two I think who really stepped up at the beginning. But Germany has, at this point, has really stepped up to the plate and is really helping. So I think we can be unhappy in the beginning, but I think Germany deserves a lot of credit for how it's stepped up now.
Yes, but let me add, they are doing it secretly, because they are making believe the public that all will return back to the time before the war, where gas will be again cheap again. There's really a astonishing campaign pro gas heating and against modern heating systems, which for example in the Scandinavian countries are since 20 years the normal heat pumps are the standard. And in Germany there is a campaign, you can't believe it. It's a campaign absolutely pro gas heating, and this is a sign that the help for Ukraine. I'm also very happy that they Germany, if you see the statistics, Germany is doing a lot and sending money, but in the public, and this is a problem, because Ukraine needs desperately planes,
F-16s, yes.
Air Force, desperately. Yeah. If I would be a fighter, I would go tomorrow to Kiev and say, hey, give me, please, a passport. Yeah, the European pilots should immediately go to Ukraine, get an an Ukraine passport, I would do it myself, and tomorrow begin to secure the airspace. This should have happened since a half year, and some journalists in Germany, even Germany, have written this 10 months ago, that the airspace must be secured. And
yes,
so,
but Medium, you know, we cannot go back. We can only go forward. F-16s, F-18s from Australia are probably on the way. Lots of Ukrainian pilots are being trained right now in F-16s. So tomorrow at the next Ramstein conference in July at the NATO summit in Vilnius, we will see if these Western jet fighters will be arriving soon in Ukraine, and I think they will be. But I mean, we all want to go back and see weapons delivered to Ukraine faster and faster and faster. But there is no going back. There is
dear
only
Alan,
going forward.
dear Alan, let me interrupt you. It's not the issue about looking back. It's the issue about looking to the next months, because Germany, I promise you, Germany will be always the weakest member in these discussions, which will say, oh, the public in Germany is not prepared. Let's wait the summer with the planes.
Median, don't you think Germany has become stronger and stronger? Even Olaf Scholz has turned 180 degrees from an inexplicable obstructionist to give more and more and more now.
Yes, but they don't communicate it to the public. They do this policy because they know that they haven't given enough money to NATO the last decades. They know that the Bundeswehr is not in a good state. They know that it must be done in this way, but they don't communicate it to the public. They communicate the opposite. They communicate that we don't have to provoke Russia, and they don't make. They follow the Kremlin propaganda that we have to fear, and therefore Germany is the weakest part in the chain, where the Russian propaganda has its best effect, and Putin knows it. So
Robin, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think Germans are very good at being hard on themselves, and you have some points, but I look at Süddeutsche Zeitung and Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung every day, and I see some pretty good coverage there. In fact, I subscribe to FAZ because I want to get a European view on what's going on, and their coverage is, I mean, it certainly runs rings around American coverage. So I think yes, you're right, more could be done, but I don't think Germany is as bad as you're thinking. I hope not, anyway.
Okay, let me be sincere. I'm being a little bit provocative to make my Germans maybe listening a little bit, provoke them to get into the space.
Okay, that makes sense.
My English is so bad. Perhaps there are many Germans who there are someone who where the accent is also very bad normally, but there are many nearly every German speaks English, so they should come to the space and discuss, because we. You mentioned FAZ and Frankfurter Rundschau. There are good newspapers in Germany, and I have a news service where I document document the intelligent statements, which we have to do to document. But we have also something like Fox News in Germany. This is a very big, the biggest newspaper company, which has 3 different newspapers, which have the biggest coverage, and this is what matters. And from the 4 democratic parties in Germany, 3 of them are talking and giving interviews only to this disinformation spreading media, and not to FAZ, and not to the serious media. The serious media are not the mainstream. They reach not the mainstream.
You know, this is a universal problem. I think I could say the same thing about the United States, but I think we're going to give you a job to get some more Germans in here. And by the way, your English is fine. I have no trouble understanding you. So, and it certainly is better than my German is at this point. So, we hope to see you again soon, and you know, and bring some people with you. Yeah.
Thank you. I nearly every day listen to MriyaReport, and now when it comes to Germany and to disinformation, and I will raise my hand, and I will post more of your tweets. Thank you.
Wonderful. Looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you. Okay, Alan, we have, I think the order was Armadillo, Katinka, and the Duke of Earl. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does.
Okay, Armadillo.
Hey, hopefully I'm coming.
I'm sorry, I just muted everyone. Go ahead, Armadillo.
Mute. There we go. It was not wanting to let me unmute.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. You actually mentioned several of the Robin. You mentioned several of the points that I was going to make. I think that I know some German. Well, I know some Germans. That's it's. I know some Germans who come on the space. I would say Axel is. Isn't he German?
No, he's
I mean, he's
Frisian.
about as German as
Oh,
they
that's
get,
true.
right?
No, actually, he's Frisian. That's true. But he is German also.
Okay, so there's him, but so this past year we actually had a German exchange student and here with us, and I would say your point that Germans tend to be hard on themselves, I think that is true, especially when it comes to anything that is related to war. Germans don't feel that they should really. I mean, it's a conversation they just would prefer to avoid generally. I mean, when I would speak with our, we got to be somewhat friends with the family of the exchange students. So we actually met them over. We all met up in Northern California. We drove from the northern. We drove from Northern California down to Southern California over the period of about let's see, 6 or 7 days, right around New Year's break. And so we spent a good bit of time with them in person. And if you would when I would bring up Ukraine specifically, they would certainly express that what a sad and difficult situation it is, and they would show support for Ukraine and agree that Putin is horrible, but it's not a conversation that they wanted to get into, I think, because I think anything to do with war, just because of the history, I think most Germans tend to sort of avoid that conversation. So that's the observation that that I had, and and I guess the other thing I would say, I agree with everything you said, Robin, about trying to get more people brought in. If you guys hear some cats in the background, I'm trying to feed some cats while I'm doing this. So uh, let's see here. There, hopefully the cats will eat that. Okay. The one last point that I wanted to express is I think Schultz, Olaf Schultz, finally made a big turn here in the last, I don't know if it's like 2 months or so, 2 or 3 months. Once the agreement to release the leopards happened, and then even more recently, it hasn't been a month since I saw this video. He was at some sort of a public speaking event, and I don't know if if the sole purpose for him being there was to talk about Ukraine, but I know people were heckling him. There were those protesting in support of Russia. So they're definitely out there, like the gentleman mentioned. But Schultz actively he rebuked them from the stage, from the speakers. He utterly rebuked them, and he emphasized how critical it is to support Ukraine. That this is a critical matter. It is a critical war that we must support Ukraine. He he sounded he sounded very strong in his support of Ukraine. And I was so pleased to see that. I felt like he finally took a really strong stand in support of Ukraine. And, and I saw it on this public stage where, so, um, the battle, the information battle rages, the battle for the minds does rage. And the other thing I would say is don't worry about even if all the gas gets cut off from Russia. In the United States, we have massive shale gas reserves. Texas, Louisiana, Pennsylvania, Western Pennsylvania, Virginia. We exported more liquefied natural gas than we ever have this past year, and we can continue to do it if the need is there. We can produce gas, so don't worry about. We can keep the Russian gas turned off for as long as it takes. Anyway, so those are the points I wanted to make. Thank you.
Yeah,
And I was just going to say, Robin, Germany built.
I think you muted yourself, Robin. Okay.
Germany built its first LNG terminal to receive that gas. So that's important as well. In other words, Germany is looking away from Russia, and it's both Olaf Scholz and the defense minister Pistorius in Germany. In fact, I think Pistorius is probably the most popular minister in Germany right now, all because of his stand for Ukraine.
yeah, that's very true. Armadillo, actually, I muted myself because I'm a New Yorker and I'm in the terrible habit of talking over everyone else's lines. And I heard Alan speaking, so I thought maybe I would be polite and mute myself. But I saw that clip you're talking about of Olaf Schultz giving a dressing down to those pro-Russians, and I was in absolute awe. I couldn't believe it. I mean, he really was not taking any prisoners. I think some of this has to do with President Zelensky's ability to connect with anyone. I think Schultz's change in attitude came after meeting Zelensky personally, and I give him a lot of credit. He's got a close personal relationship with Andre Duda, obviously, with what's her name? I can't remember in Italy, with Rishi Sunak. I mean, with Macron, people, incredibly different people, and he manages to make that personal connection with each one of them. It's really virtuosic.
I totally agree, Robin. That is Maloney from Italy. Let's go to Katink and then to the Duke.
So unmute. So I don't know the name. The man, the median, whatever, called out for more Germans. I raised my hand, and normally I don't speak. I just listen, and I tell you, at daytime we have in Germany nearly 3 a.m. So most Germans are probably sleeping. At daytime there's Johannes and Jens, and of course Axel. Even he is Frisian. But there are Germans. You don't come around without them. So my point has been, of course, Olaf Scholz's speech has been probably amazing, but he have to do it because he has been in East Germany. And in East Germany, we have this I don't want to pay $10 now. These Putin fans and AfD voters, and these are always the same persons who are against everything and demand from German whatever more money for the East and for whatever. And they're always mourning, we are the poor East and so on. And it's really difficult to handle them because they are really falling apart and they maybe don't have learned a critical thinking, and really they believe all these stuff. They believe that corona, it doesn't make sick, and the vaccine is killing us, and they believe whatever. They believe Putin is a good one, and they believe Zelensky is a drug addicted Nazi and whatever. They really believe these things. This is really hard. Don't laugh. It's really hard to stand.
Katink, I'm not laughing.
We have some of them in Texas too, unfortunately.
That is also true, Armadillo. Katink, why do you think there is this division in Germany?
It's 40 years of learning not to think by your own, and just there had been just one kind of media, and this is the truth. You don't have to think about it. And they think now our media is lying, and only these alternative news are the right ones. I don't know what the beginning is, but it's really their type of thinking. And it's really about everything. They have been the problematic with the migrants and the Syrians, and they are against everything. All people around the world knows that Germany has no speed limit on our autobahn, and of course it's not so environmental good. So we tried to change it, but who is shouting, it's freedom, they take about our freedom, it can't be. It's these East Germans who are against migrants, against corona measurements, against vaccines, against Zelensky, against Ukraine. And there's our problem. And the division between these and the others, it's getting deeper and deeper, and nobody knows what to do. I'm very cynical. I'll say, okay, unvaccinated people die 7 times more on corona. than vaccine people, so maybe they die out. It's very cynical, but I don't have another solution. Sorry. And yeah, the German change is because of our defense minister, no doubt. Scholz is normally just quiet and don't want to have waves, and should be. So we don't hear it as whatever Medienbeobachter say it. We don't hear it because he want to have it quiet. But it's okay. This is okay, but please, people, don't think that the AfD is in the Western. For example, in Bremen, one of the Frisian part, there's the AfD even not allowed to be voted because they did it wrong. And it's an East German problem and a problem in parts with less people with good education. Let me say it like this. It's bad to say, but it's like this. And we always make fun. There's been a study that AfD average voter has the least highest IQ. So we always made fun. Yeah, it's proven you're stupid. So thank you. And maybe we've done with Germany now.
Thank you, Katink. I have one question for you. What can you do, or what can Germany do to bring East and West? And I understand there is still an East and West because of history and culture. What can you do and Germany do to bring Germany closer and closer together?
Nothing. Sorry. The educated and really thinking people move away. It's really the problem too. In these areas, the age average is much higher than in the rest of Germany. The average of unemployed is much higher. The average of education levels is lower. Salary is lower. More men. It's always the problem. Too much old white men. Women is leaving more often. Fun fact, I'm living in Finland at the moment, in Lapland. It's East Germany of Finland. There are more men, they're older, and they're less educated, and they're voting the real Finns. So it's something like AfD or Le Pen in Finland. So it's always a problem. Less educated, old white man. I'm sorry to say, don't take it personally, anybody here, but it's a problem. I'm sorry.
I won't take it personally, Katink. I might be old and white, but that's as far as I'll go.
Oh, I guess you're a man too.
I would imagine that this is a good illustration of the corrosive nature of being exposed to Soviet propaganda for so many years. I suspect, although I don't know this history that well, but I suspect that when Germany reunited, first of all, I mean, it was a reuniting of families that had been divided for, 50 some odd years, that there was an expectation that everyone was German and everything was going to come together and everything would be fine. There probably is as there was denazification, there was probably a need for some more targeted re-education of people in the East, which may not have happened. So it certainly is something for us to be aware of when it comes to whether Russia ever gets it back into the the civilized nations again, that it will require a lot of work and serious re-education. Alan, I think Duke of Earl was up next. Shall we go to him?
Yes.
Goedenavond, Lloyd. ist ganz gemütlich und die deutschen Leute, ja, meine Mutti war auch Deutsch. Sorry, Alan. I was just, yeah, it's a Germans takeover. Always the Germans, you know. Oh, by the way, you have all to feel a little bit sorry for me because Croatia have won over Holland with soccer. So, yeah. Well, about Germany, I want to address that. I had some television on early on this evening, and prior to Ramstein, Blinken talked and Schulz. And Schulz firmly stated that Russia should leave all the territory of Ukraine. And yeah, that was just before the meeting has to start tomorrow. And so I thought, well, that's a good thing that he says that in public. And Blinken was also, I don't know exactly what he said, but to the nature of that. About the planes, yesterday, Ollongren, the Minister of Defense, stated that way before the end of the summer, they're going to start in Holland with training for the F-16s. I estimate there is now a NATO exercise going on. So probably when they come back and about a week, 2 weeks, and everything is okay and checked again, then I think then they will start and they just can be ready. Normally it takes 9 months, but I think they do it to 6, and they be ready around winter time. And but the passport switch I heard tonight, I thought, yeah, that's a good idea. And but if I may I tell a little bit about how I see about what's happening with Germany? Because I once had a theater show and it was about the fall of the Iron Curtain. So I studied it a little bit, and yeah, also by history of family, etc. But I noticed the people coming, and all of a sudden we were flooded with Trabants. Were the
East German cars.
The East German cars. Well, yeah, they make a lot of noise and they smell like hell. But yeah, it was terrible. But it was the only thing they had, you know. I still remember that. Who was the council? Was it Kohl? Yeah. Met people from the east and the west, and everybody was saying we are the people, and he made it to we are one people. So the shock, indeed, for the east belonging to the west was enormous. From suddenly everything was possible, it seems, but yeah, you have no money. So what to do? You can see it, but still you can't reach it. That's annoying. In those days, later on, I worked in some advertising for housing, etc. And you could buy big farms, even whole villages in East Germany for peanuts, because everybody was leaving. And in Europe, they were thinking, well, it's a nice landscape. Perhaps we can make it a nice holiday place for the rest of Europe. But somehow economics never got on a good level on the east part of Europe. And also the housing is a lot of in Soviet style. And yeah, that will makes a normal man grumpy because it's not the most beautiful one. But I think that shock and that have to adapt to is difficult. In a theater show, I played an East German. I was I changed the tracks for the train, you know, and my job was mainly to wait, and I was just about the last one to flee the country, you know, because yeah, you never could be sure what would happen. And yeah, that's I think that's a little bit the problem in the East, and yeah, the propaganda is major over there, and that's indeed a big problem. And yeah, I think perhaps economics, but yeah, we have seen in the past that it's not always a guarantee that things will turn out right. But yeah, I have also not a direct answer to it, unfortunately. But yeah, and lately I have to think about also about MriyaReport and how you started also for fighting PTSS. And I'm wondering, you know, the Russians that now are captured and coming home, some of them should realize they were fighting for a lie, really understand that. And what will that do to all the psyches of all those people, you know? So even after the war, there's going to be deranged generation lost in time and space. And yeah, I think that's going to be a hard time, especially for Russia if the country gets in a lockup. But I think eventually will happen if they don't give up fighting. But yeah, I agree. East Germany is there is a big problem, but you see that everywhere in Europe, pockets of right wings. But yeah, I see also a lot of meddling by Russia, and but still, I believe in the victory here. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Duke. And Median, what is your name again? Median Botschaft, back to you.
Yes, hello. I want to add something what said the woman from Germany. I don't see her anymore because she said that she believes that there's no solution to change relation to a better way of conviviality between East and West, and I don't think that this is the case. Let you say that one of the biggest traumas was that when the unification came, the western part of Germany treated Eastern Germany as a colony, which they could turn to a part of Western Germany. And I know Eastern Germany very well because I lived in Berlin for over 25 years, and I brought a house in Eastern Germany near the Polish border, where it was like a weekend house for the 12 years. I was all the time there, every time with little children and garden. So I have learned to really love the Eastern Germans, and must say that they are very underestimated. And because how could it be that Poland and Hungary and also poorer countries like Romania and Slovakia, which was also not very rich, Croatia and Ukraine, which was very poor some years ago, how could it be that they have developed such in a positive way and have let out the creativity, and why didn't this happen in Eastern Germany? And it's very hard for the Western Germans, but in some way the Western Germans did the same with Eastern Germany what Putin is doing with
Ukraine, but they did it with money, because they brought all the former companies in GDR. They brought them all. They broke the whole economy of Eastern Germany until today. All the managers of the big companies, and they are not very much left, are from Western Germany. So they destroyed what remained in Eastern Germany of sane economy, of same companies. They made them, they brought them, then they made them bigger, smaller to sell the Western products. You have nearly only Western products in Eastern Germany, and therefore, like the women told before, the young people have left. They have gone to Switzerland, to Austria, and to Bavaria. The people with good education skills have left Eastern Germany, but the Eastern Germans aren't in some ways, there are more creative people than the in Eastern Germany, because the Westerns are very self content, and hadn't the experience of the occupation which the people in GDR had. And GDR, the former communist Germany, could have been developed in a much better way if the unification would have be in the hands of politicians, not that dumb than Kohl. Helmut Kohl is the author of this. It was called Blühende Landschaften. He only promised. It's the last sentence I want to see. Kohl promised to the Eastern German people, I will bring you landscapes with flowers. And he did it with money. And if you go to GDR today, to the former Eastern Germany, you see all is clean, all is proper, all is painted, all the streets. But it's only like a scenery of a film. There's nothing behind. Bad paid jobs, and people are frustrated, and therefore they are voting for the AfD. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That all makes a lot of sense, unfortunately. I just want to mention there unfortunately there's been another pretty much all country alert. Madian, could you thank you. There's been most of the except for the very western part of Ukraine, there are air alerts across the whole country again. There are reports of explosions over Kharkiv, Kryvyi, Odessa, and there are alerts in Kiev as well. So apparently, none of this is confirmed yet, but there are reports that there were missiles that were shot out from the Caspian Sea, and this is why we need ATACMS and also drones. So we'll try to keep you up to date as this becomes clearer. But that's the situation as is right now.
Thank you, Robin. So yes, there are attacks going on currently in Ukraine, but things are happening in Russia too. For example, there is another fire. This has been a very fire-prone year for Russia. There's a fire at Novocherkassk state in the power plant. This is in the Rostov region. Not sure this has been reported yet, but it's a big fire. The roof is on fire. We'll see if the whole power plant burns to the ground and cuts power to Russian communities around this power station. What other news do I have? What other good news do I have, Robin?
Well, there's one thing that I ran into. Alexander Dugin has been indicted in Ukrainian court for or they're pressing charges against him for genocide and anti-Ukrainian activities, which he richly deserves. Alexander Dugin, if you remember, is one of Putin's main ideologues and a totally vile, hateful individual. So the Ukrainians are have put him. Oh, he's been nicknamed Putin's brain. Boy, is that something I wouldn't want to be. And so he's been indicted in Ukrainian court, as have quite a few members of the Russian so-called constitutional court. So I think that's great. There, obviously nothing can be done to any of these people right now, but Ukraine is obviously laying the groundwork for going full bore into the war crimes trials as soon as possible. So that's a good sign. Also, there were more indictments in Ukraine today for let me see if I can find who it was exactly. And I know there was an anti-corruption. Hang on a second. Former judge, yeah, from Dnipropetrovsky District Court has been indicted for accepting a bribe back in 2016. Ukraine, in the midst of this war, is working very hard on getting rid of the corruption that has hampered its development into an economic and technological powerhouse. And God bless them that they're doing this in the middle of this war. They're fighting on all fronts. And they deserve to win and to be prosperous, because they really are doing an amazing job. Okay, I see Clyde is up. Let's go over to you, Clyde.
Thanks. I had a question about the conversation just a minute ago about East Germany and why they vote the way they do. And I hope this is okay. It's not directly a Ukrainian topic, but I think it's germane to the conversation just because of where different parties vote, why they vote the way they do. Is East Germany's demographics then such that they're in population decline, or the whole of Germany, so that they're the economic, what we think of, at least in the rest of the West, you think of Germany as just being an industrial might. Is that going to decline now over the next decades, and that's going to play a part in their politics and how they view the rest of the West?
Well, that's an interesting question. Robin, go
My
ahead.
words exactly. That's an interesting question. I was going to say, I know I was in Germany for a year in the late 70s, and even at that point, they were bringing in Gastarbeiter, guest workers many from Turkey. And I think that's still the situation. I don't, maybe Medienbotschafter is that your name? Yes, Medienbotschaft can enlighten us about the stability of that regime. I know that Germany has a unfortunately low birth rate, so I'm not sure that they're doing much more than replacing the population at this point. But would you be able to enlighten us about that, Median?
Well, I was just going to say, I don't see Germany's economic power declining greatly. I do see that they have some questions to answer. For example, nuclear power. Germany has shut down its remaining nuclear power plants. This will make energy more expensive in Germany, not less expensive. I also see some potentially risky deals that Germany is making with China. For example, selling a part of the Hamburg port to Chinese interests. But Germany is a resilient country economically, with, I think, the highest savings rate in all of the EU, probably comparable to a savings rate globally with Japan. and this represents a kind of strength, also represents a kind of national identity, but the EU itself is changing. Poland is stronger economically. The Baltic states are growing rapidly economically. They're all small. I'm not suggesting they're going to challenge Germany, but it's an interesting question. Obviously, I can't answer it, but maybe Median can.
Yes, but can please Robin repeat her question, her initial question, please?
Yeah. As somebody from America who is somewhat of a dunce about European politics and social order, I'm asking: is Germany's, germane to what you were talking about earlier, is Germany's demographics in decline? I mean, are they set to decline? Like China is supposed to lose, they're going to lose half their population by the end of the century. Declining demographics tend to create instability. I mean, we're going to have it in the United States too. I mean, we're having low birth rates too, although we tend to have a lot of immigration. But I just was wondering if that was going to factor into people's projections about about Germany leading the way with their industrial might to rebuild a better Europe.
So you touched the most critical point in the social discussion between East and Western Germany, because as we already said, Eastern Germany has lost a lot of people. The population has declined in Eastern Germany, but in the opposite, in Western Germany, the population is not in a decline, but it hasn't declined because they have much more migrants, and the Western society is much more open to migration and to their discussions since 20 years to establish rules like Canada to let migrants in. And this is one point which there is a great struggle between the far right party in the Eastern Germany, because they say we don't want to solve our problems of having a decreasing population with migrants. And Putin knows this very well, and therefore he tries always to blow up, to start also the war in Syria. The war in Syria was also to push migrants to Germany and to Austria and Hungary. They reacted in a very aggressive way against migrants, and this discussion is also in France, and it's a very important point.
Yeah, thank you for that. It's interesting. It's not always what the population is doing right now, but what the fertility rate has been in the last 20, 30 years.